Pushing this pipe, D12 a demon, I'm running these lights. I can't believe that she fit in them tights. Buying it once or buying it twice. Swiping this card, don't ask for the price. Texting and red, she say I'm uptight. I got a check, but I'm earning my stripes. Cheating no pussy like that shit advice. Baby, you know I'm not good at advice. Why would I go if I don't get advice? Taking these chances, rolling the dice. Thought it from nothing, I'm hitting these heights. All because what I be spent on these bikes. Keep a few things inside of my Sprite. Better to sleep, you in my device. Thought I could trust you with my life. Can't even trust you in the night. If you talk to me, baby, you talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, you talk to me. Talk to me, baby, you talk to me. Talk to me, baby, you talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, you talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, you talk to me nice. If you talk to me, baby, then come where I stay. Be in the Dallas, we back in LA. Making this money and stay out the way. Take me, you text me, saying okay. Taking this shit out day by day. Nobody dunking, I'm shooting a J. Backing up all the days that you say. You and your knees for me, yeah. Funny because I know you don't break. Said that you down, it's up for the bake. Said I'm on one, so you making me wait. Baby, you know that's that shit that I hate. Pull up on you, I'm in a C8. Holding my own, I'm making shit shake. Shit on my shoulders, I'm lifting this weight. I wanna come on, I grip on your cake. Loading, I'm down, I do what it takes. Bitch on that nigga, I'm not my mistakes. I'm in the cut and I'm slipping away. Niggas I know, they moving real fake. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love. They taught me, baby, they didn't talk to me nice. You taught me, baby. Taught me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get tired of me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get tired of me, baby, then talk to me nice. Tired of me. Tired of me. I can't stay too patient, cause shorty, you been fake to me. I'm just trying to let you know before I tell you. I can't see us out the plays, get the fuck up out the game. I just need a one-on-one with you before I tell them. I can't keep on getting paid without giving up a play for my people that have made me. I swear I told them I can't keep on throwing shade and expect you to create something better. It's a shame now to let them know that everything a blessing if you round me. 2 phones, mama hit me back saying they found me. Think it's hard to understand my level of accounting. Money tucked away, put it to sleep to dream about me. Pop up out the Plaza Bless. Business casual, cause I've been staying proper dressed. Sign the affidavit, fuck it, I don't keep the checks. Find an issue with me, searching for the reason check. You might not get it if I tell you that I'm on one. Yeah, it might not be good for the long run. Find a way to make $1 till they crown me. It don't matter, it's the marathon we all run. It's been too long, I gotta let them know that I can't decide on the type of chick I want, cause I got options. And I try to let them know how I've been feeling. I said I can't stay too patient, cause shorty, you been fake to me. I'm just trying to let you know before I tell you. I can't see us out the plays, get the fuck up out the game. I just need a one-on-one with you before I tell them. I can't keep on getting paid without giving up a play for my people that have made me. I swear I told them I can't keep on throwing shade and expect you to create something better. It's a shame now to let them know that I don't beat around the bush, I tell it straight. Ay, handle me like handling the truth. I know I'm intricate, but please, I might just need a sec. You losing every bit, you get the lessons I could teach. You made it feel like I got kids and I ain't worried about a thing for now. Unless you tryna pull up on me, then I might just get it ready. Pull the whip around cemetery, invincible till I am in the ground. See you for
we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We switching the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
It's facts over feelings, you talk about history. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. It's facts over feelings, you talk about history. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. All in your feelings, you gotta be kidding me. Beg for respect, but you only show jealousy. Wanted some status, but you make it enemies. Talk about brown workout like you burn calories. Calling a bait cause he come with the cavalry. Caught another L, rated, took another casualty. Now you on the 2, talking like you had a strategy.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever fall above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Oh, LeBron better than MJ? Cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1 too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. It's the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont when we back, man. We got another show for you guys. Salute to everybody that's pulling up today. We got a lot of people already chiming in with their thoughts on this. He's got a lot of people chiming in. We're going to get right to it, y'all. Kevin Durant injects himself into the GOAT conversation. Why not? That's what he says. Why can he not be in the GOAT conversation? Yeah, definitely. Salute to Sturdy, man, for showing out Saturday with the 10-hour stream, man. Appreciate you guys that pulled up. Again, I know we didn't get the debates in like we wanted to. I think Sturdy might have got some debates in. I wasn't there the whole time. But like I said, man, we're going to be getting back to it. We're going to be getting back to it this Saturday. So again, the rankings, I think we got another week of debates before we have our final top 10. I think we might have another 2 weeks of debates before our final top 10. And then Super Bowl weekend will be here. Then we'll have our Super Bowl debates, right? With the top 10 contenders, man. We'll see who wins it. John Yankovic Wick says Lamont about to be on some BS. Never on BS, man. What I do is I force you guys to really consider your own logic. And that's what we about to be doing today. I think when Kevin Durant, when Kevin Durant really put that out there, that he should be in the GOAT conversation, I think a lot of you guys need to ask yourselves, why is a guy like Kevin Durant not in the GOAT conversation? That's the first question I want you guys to ask yourself. Why is KD not in the GOAT conversation? I mean, from an individual standpoint, statistically, he passes the bar. From an accomplishment standpoint, he's passed the bar. Being an otherworldly talent, a talent that we probably will never see in this league again, he passes the bar. Why? Why can he not be in the GOAT conversation? And so there's two elements to this that I wanted to discuss today. There's two elements to this. There's the first element in locker room. I see you in the chat. I'm going to be bringing you guys up. I want you guys to really consider this. And I think the first element may more so apply to people like the locker room. And then the second element is going to really apply to the older fan base, because both fan bases have their reasons for not allowing certain players into the GOAT conversation, which I believe that the GOAT conversation consists of all of the top 10 players that you have in your top 10. So I'm gonna ask you guys one more time before I really go into this. Why is a guy like Kevin Durant not in your GOAT conversation? When we look at Kevin Durant's numbers, let's just compare Kevin Durant to a guy by the name of Wilt Chamberlain, who Wilt Chamberlain for an extended period of time was labeled as the GOAT of the NBA. He was usurped by Michael Jordan and players like LeBron James. So this is a guy in Wilt Chamberlain who's actually been in the GOAT conversation. We're going to look at their resumes. Like this is just resume. We'll get to the other stuff later. Wilt Chamberlain 2 championships, Kevin Durant 2 championships. Wilt Chamberlain 14 years, KD beats him out. He's at 16 years. Obviously, you could probably take a year off. KD was out with injury. KD's been to the playoffs 12 times, Wilt 13 times. Wilt 13-time All-Star, KD 14-time All-Star. Now, Wilt beats him out in MVPs with 4 MVPs. KD beats Wilt out with Finals MVPs 2-1. Kevin Durant 6 All-NBA first teams to Wilt 7. They both have 10 All-NBA selections. Now, Wilt does have 2 defensive first team selections. Wilt's been the scoring leader 7 times. Kevin Durant 4, still playing. Wilt was a rebounding leader 11 times. Wilt Chamberlain actually led the league in assists right there. They both were Rookie of the Year. And they even have a new category here, in-season tournament and in-season tournament first team, which is new. And this new category is Kevin Durant has been an in-season tournament first team. When we look at their numbers, points per game, Wilt beats KD out by 3. Obviously, he beats him out in rebounds. He's ridiculous there. Steals and blocks, we don't necessarily want to count that, but they were the same in assists. Wilt beats him out in points. KD's still actively playing. He definitely beats him out in total rebounds by a large margin. Similar with assists, KD will probably beat him out by the time his career's ended. Percentages, Wilt shoots 4 percentage points higher. No 3-point shot for Wilt Chamberlain, so we can't really count that, but KD shooting 38% on his career. Free throw line goes to KD as well. When we go to playoff stats, Kevin Durant averages more points per game. Wilt gets the rebound, similar assist numbers as well. And then when we go to the stat totals, that kind of reflects everything that we've seen before. So when we say that a guy in Kevin Durant, who in his own right has been great, has been just as impactful. When we say that Wilt came into the game and he was a specimen, he stood out from everybody else because of his size, speed, and agility, skill set. KD came into the game the same way, a unicorn. Came into the game as a 7-foot shooting guard, small forward, with a handle, with a jump shot that we've never seen from that position. Essentially unguardable. And when KD first started playing, he did not let us down from start to finish. When he started out with the Supersonics, Rookie of the Year, had a great season. As they transitioned into the OKC Thunder, he led that young team to the NBA Finals, only to lose to LeBron James. He moves on to the Golden State Warriors. They win 2 championships. He's had a myriad of success in this league. And he's still going. And he's still playing at a high level. Now, I want to ask you, this is the problem that I see. This is the first problem that I see with certain players who we just say they can't enter the GOAT conversation. The first problem is there has been so much talent. And a guy like KD, who stepped into the league and he's been great from day one. Not only has he been great from day one, he's kind of helped flagship a ton of talent that's coming to the league. When you talk about the Lukas, the Stephs, and all of these, the Giannis's, the Jokić, all of these players that have stepped into the NBA, they all have been otherworldly great. I'm talking about ridiculously great, even so great that we can kind of compare Giannis's and Jokic's trajectory to that of Michael Jordan's. If you look at their trajectory is similar to that of Michael Jordan's. If they continue on this path, they should be in the GOAT conversation as well. But I think with fans, there's the first avenue is I think a lot of you guys have become numb to greatness. You guys, and especially people, fans of this era, young fans of this era are so spoiled with talent that amazing talent doesn't even astonish you anymore. You just see amazing talent and it's like, okay, that's good. We want to see something better. I want to show you guys something. I'm going to show you guys a graphic. And I think that's one of the biggest problems right there. I think this era has all of a sudden become numb to greatness. We see greatness so much. This is how much we see greatness, y'all. We see greatness so much that a guy by the name of Russell Westbrook, who a lot of people are down on, Russell Westbrook can average a triple-double for multiple seasons in a row, and fans of the day don't think it's that impressive anymore. Oscar Robertson does it, and it's the greatest accomplishment since sliced bread. And we're talking about a guy, Oscar Robertson, who actually did crack the top 10 for a certain amount of time. He did crack the top 10. He was looked at as one of the greatest players of all time. People looked at what Oscar Robertson did with averaging a triple-double for an entire season and said, that's greatness. I don't care if he win a championship. I don't care if he loses in the finals. That's greatness. That's a great player. And they ultimately labeled Oscar Robertson one of the greatest players of all time. He's in most people's top 15. For a period of time, he was a lock for the top 10 until some of the new talent came in. But then we have this era where a guy like Russell Westbrook can average a triple-double and does it 10 times better than Oscar Robertson. But he gets no consideration for being great. It's no longer looked at as great. He averaged a triple-double multiple seasons. It's okay. Well, we've seen a lot of talent in this league. It's not that big a deal. That's how people look at Russell Westbrook's triple-doubles. And so because this era has become numb to greatness, now a guy by the name of Russell Westbrook will never get his just due. He will never get his just due credit. It's almost as if people will make up reasons to diminish what a guy like Russell Westbrook has done, or even guys like KD. We hear it even with Steph and Giannis and Jokić. So we hear excuses from a lot of players or a lot of fans and a lot of media. And so fans, the younger fans of the day, have become numb to what greatness looks like. They see so much of it. They see so much of it that these players, and I've said this before on this channel, players today have to do 10 times as much compared to players in the past just to crack the top 20 all time. Players of the past did not have to do much to crack the top. I mean, I'm hearing people talking about David Robinson, top 20 all time. What the hell did David Robinson do? When you compare a guy like David Robinson to some of these other players, what the hell did David Robinson do that Russell Westbrook hasn't? How was David Robinson just easily just over Russ? How? Russ will go down in the history books, and it's probably what he's done with triple doubles will probably never be matched. And if it is matched, it's not going to be for a long time. He's etched in the history books, one of the greatest statistical accomplishments ever known in the game. Yet he won't get no consideration. But so quick, y'all so quick to give some of these players. Look, I got a list right here. So quick to give some of these players from the 90s or the 80s all this consideration. And y'all be giving these guys consideration for games that y'all didn't even watch. Look at this graphic right here. This is how you know fans of the day have become numb to greatness. And I'm going to tell you the excuses that people have. From 1985 to 2004, only 8 players had 60-point games. Tom Chambers, Tracy McGrady, Shaq, David Robinson, and Jordan. And I don't know how much you guys want to credit David Robinson's 70-point game, right? Might have been the greatest display of stat chasing and stat padding that we've ever seen. But irregardless, we still give him credit for it. Just in the last 13 months, because of all of the talent in this league, we've had 9 players have 60-point or better games. Donovan Mitchell, Damian Lillard, Giannis, Karl-Anthony Towns, Devin Booker, Embiid, Luka. This is just in the last 13 months. But what have we heard in the last 13 months? The only thing that we've heard is, especially from the 90s and the 80s fans, the one thing we've heard a lot, oh, it ain't no defense. We heard even Paul Pierce say it. Oh, it ain't no defense. Paul Pierce talking like he could have dropped 60, 70. He ain't in that category. We see so much talent. We have so much talent that a guy like Donovan Mitchell is going to get dumbed down. A guy like Damian Lillard is going to get dumbed down. A scorer like Devin Booker he's never going to get his just due. A guy like Luka, who, if you look at his career trajectory and you look at the things he's accomplished early on in his career, he's on the same trajectory as players like Jordan, as some of the greatest of all time. He's on that GOAT trajectory, but people still constantly find ways to try to diminish a guy like Luka. When we talk about Joel Embiid, People sit here and gripe about his injuries in the playoffs, talk about how he's choked. He never gets his just due credit for being great. Giannis as well. Giannis going up before he won his title. You guys were on this channel, on channels like Ticket TV. We heard what people were saying about Giannis. Oh, he needs to get a jump shot. Oh, he needs to do this. Oh, Giannis ain't never going to win until he can start shooting. Then Giannis wins one. Then everybody starts riding. We saw the same thing with Jokić. Oh, Jokic's a choker. Jokić can't get it done in the playoffs. And then Jokić wins the championship. Then he shut people up. Now everybody just riding him. And he still will never get his just due because you're going to have one fan base from the 80s and 90s. They're going to always say, oh, it just ain't no defense in this league. No, guys do play defense. Actually, a lot more defense. What's also happened in this league is there is a lot more talent. Guys are more skilled. So from 1985 to 2004, where you only had 6 guys who could go out there and drop 60. In this era, you got guys on any given night. We have so much talent, so much scoring in this era. Guys on almost any given night can come off with a crazy game. This is not cap. See, y'all say that there's no defense. And then when I come up here and ask you guys about defense, you can't tell me about NBA defense. See, I'm going to drop the link and you guys are going to start coming up here talking about no defense. Yet, all the best defensive teams still find their way to championships. The final 4 teams last year in the playoffs were the 4 best defensive teams in the league. Why is defense still the key to getting far and winning championships? Right? If you go back and look through history, y'all keep saying defense ain't being played, but the teams that are consistently playing defense are the teams that are winning. It's not the teams that are dropping all these points. So defense is still being played. Defense is still being played. Now you have good teams, you have good defensive teams, and you have bad defensive teams. We had this in every single era of basketball. People talk like the 90s had all elite defenses. All teams, the Clippers, the Boston Celtics. I can tell you a whole bunch of walking garbage cans on defense in the 90s. And it was actually more than half the league. But because most of you guys only watched NBA on NBC and you watched the New York Knicks and the Chicago Bulls play for the majority of the 90s, you guys think that those 2 teams make up every single team in the 90s. Because the Knicks, yes, were a great defensive unit. The Bulls, yes, were a great defensive unit. But outside of those 2 teams, there were no other teams that were consistently great or good on defense. But see, y'all just say it ain't no defense in the game today. And then y'all get mad at me when I say, okay, let's just pull up a random game from that time and let's start evaluating the defense. And y'all see it every time I do it. And I can do it today. I can pull up a random game from the 90s. I will let one of you guys tell me the year. I don't care who it is. And we will see poor defense. But I guarantee you, if we pull up the Knicks, we'll see some good defense because they had a good defensive coach and they had good defensive players. But you're not going to sit here and tell me that the Vancouver Grizzlies were playing good defense. You're not going to sit here and tell me that the Charlotte Hornets were playing good defense. You cannot tell me that the Dallas Mavericks of the 90s were playing good defense or the Clippers. I can run through a whole bunch of teams that didn't play defense. And this is in every era of basketball. In every era of basketball, you got teams that are good on defense. You got a lot of teams that are bad on defense. The teams that are good on defense, especially the ones with star players, are generally the ones that find their way to the Western or Eastern Conference Finals or even into the NBA Finals. So again, don't come up here talking about there ain't no defense today if you can't tell me about defense today. I get up here and I really try to talk X's and O's with some of you guys, and I start talking about matchup zones and the difficulties. And then y'all get to talking, y'all get to looking crazy. I told y'all, this is how you know a lot of people don't know about defense. I listen to Players' Choice all the time, and salute to those guys. I hear these guys using the term point of attack defender. Don't even know what the hell a point of attack defender is or why that term is even used. People just think every single team needs a point of attack defender. No, teams that run a lot of zone need a point of attack defender. Why? Because in matchup zones, you have something called the point of the matchup zone. In the NBA, the majority of zones that you see, unless you're talking about the Miami Heat, you're dealing with matchup zones. Teams are too good to play natural zone. SFM, you say defense is trash. The only thing you know SFM is Kobe. You can't tell me about any defense that any teams runs. You can't tell me about the boxing ones. You can't tell me about the triangle and twos. You can't tell me about the matchup zones. We can pull up a game and I can get you to try to do a defensive breakdown and you wouldn't even be able to tell me how a team was defending on the pick and roll. See, this is why we're trying to weed out, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to weed out the basketball dummies. The people that just say, oh, it ain't no, see, that's how we know. So what we're doing is we can do a easy process of elimination. Everybody that's typing no defense in the chat, those are the basketball dummies. So we can just start by those. So the people that are saying no defense, they've already eliminated themselves with process of elimination. Those are the basketball dummies. Y'all got to stop. He says point blank period. You saying all that. There's no defense. All right. All right. I know you SFM. I don't know if you're the most credible source on defense. Y'all see, and this is what people say. Look, SFM, his entire agenda, people that say that there's no defense today, you guys, they have an agenda. Because their agenda is to propagate that there's no defense today. Because by saying that there's no defense today, what you can do then is you can diminish everything that the great offensive players of today actually do. By default, you can then keep the players that you're trying to propagate higher up. Even if the players of the day are outdoing your favorite player in SFM's case, which is Kobe, he can always just say, well, Luka's only doing it because there's no defense. Unfortunately for Kobe Bryant, Luka is on a greater trajectory right now. Luka will be greater than Kobe after year 10, SFM, if he stays on this path. And you're not going to just be able to run around and say it ain't no defense just to keep Luka down here and to keep propagating Kobe up here. See, just because these players are so great that they can slice teams up and make it look easy don't mean it ain't no defense. It's great defenders sit here and get 30-piece every single night. Great defenses get diced up. You got scores like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just scoring with ease. And it's not like y'all be acting like these guys are taking wide open shots. How many times we watching Paul George? We can just think about that last game when the Lakers played the Clippers. The Clippers made some of the toughest, most contested shots I've seen all year. How is that no defense? Because you have great offensive players who are elite in ISO matchups, just knocking down shots over really good defense. Y'all just say no defense. Don't know what the hell y'all talking about. And when I start pulling up these old games, and what we're seeing is we seeing a whole bunch of gaps, broken coverages, guys not switching on screens, defense is not communicating, people allowing literally Jordan to walk into the paint and score layups, no rim protection, no help outside the lane lines. And when I get to breaking that down, then y'all get mad, talking about them hating on the 90s. All I'm saying is what Kevin Durant should have opened y'all eyes up to. Young Africa says, what about floor spacing? No. Floor spacing is not equal opportunity, Young Africa. You got to earn floor spacing by having players that can actually space the floor. The Lakers last year had zero floor spacing, and teams ran a lot of pack line defense on them, packing the paint. Why? Because they couldn't shoot. You earn spacing by actually having skill out there that can make shots consistently. A lot of people talk about the game today as if any team can just step on the floor and the game is just spaced out for them. That's a lie. The game is only spaced out based upon the level of or the caliber of players you have on the floor that space the floor for you. I promise you the Lakers last year would have wished that the floor was just spaced out for them. Unfortunately, this is one of the reasons why Bron and AD got injured, because the paint was super packed. They running inside, running into 4 and 5 bodies because nobody trusted they shooting. So again, when you talk about the more floor spacing in today's game, the only thing that you're saying is that there's more talent on the floor in today's game. When you look at the teams, even in the 90s that had a lot of shooting, the floor was pretty spaced out for those teams. When you look at teams like the Houston Rockets, one of the teams in the 90s that shot the most threes, the floor was pretty spaced out for them when you got Vernon Maxwell, Kenny Smith, and those boys out there knocking down threes, Mario Elie. These are guys that could shoot 35, 36, 37, 38, 39% from the three-point line on a closer three-point line. Floor was spaced. Keem could go to work. Jump shooters was getting their shots off. But when you look to a team like the Knicks that didn't have as many shooters, and the Bulls were able to run a more of a pack line style of defense on Patrick Ewing, one of the reasons why they were able to make it hard on Ewing. One of the reasons why people say Ewing choked in the playoffs. Did Ewing necessarily choke in the playoffs, or was it because his team lacked the floor spacing that Ewing needed to consistently operate in the post? And that's what led him to be inefficient at times in the playoffs. In SFM, the fact that the only person in the chat that's agreeing with you is Pootie tells you right there, you need to go revisit all your takes, right? Or you might need to throw some of your takes in the garbage can and come back to the drawing board later. MOC says Kobe's 81 points to this day is the most impressive scoring night in NBA history. I don't doubt that. I would agree with that. It was definitely impressive. Or MOC, do we be petty like SFM and like some of these other people in the chat and say he did it against a weak defense in the Toronto Raptors? Do we say that to just make it seem like it's not as impressive, MOC? See, I don't hear y'all saying this. When Kobe can drop 81 on a sorry Toronto Raptor team, I don't hear anybody running around. I'm waiting for one of you guys to step up and say that Toronto Raptor team was an elite defensive team, because they was a sorry defensive team. So Kobe, so if we want to go down SFM's train of thought, Kobe's 81 points wasn't really that great because he did it against a team that had no defense, right? People say stupid stuff. We all know that scoring 81 points in the NBA is an elite accomplishment. I don't care who you do it against. I don't care if you score 81 points and y'all playing an exhibition game against against Maccabi from Israel or something. 81 points is 81 points. Salute to 7 Watt. He said he's new, man. Hit that subscribe button, man. Salute, man. We're going to be dropping the link, man. We're going to be bringing some of you guys in here to cook on this, man. But like I said, man, to start this off, we got people that claim no defense. We got people that do everything. And so what SFM just introduces, he introduced a new element that I forgot. The people that just make up narratives just to try to propagate their favorite players. We know that SFM is a super Kobe fan. Every take that he has, we can come in here talking about oodles and noodles, and he's going to correlate that to Kobe Bryant somehow, right? We can literally be talking about anything. He's going to connect it back to Kobe. Everything that he says, every basketball take that he has is built around keeping Kobe up here and everybody else down here. So when he says no defense, it's because he wants to diminish the LeBrons. He wants to diminish all these players. Oh, except Devin Booker. He's going to find a way to propagate up Devin Booker. He's going to boost up some good Devin Booker. I don't know how he became a Devin Booker fan. Oh, he became a Devin Booker fan because Kobe said, that's me. He said, I guess Kobe gave him the permission slip to be a Devin Booker fan because Kobe said, yeah, that reminds me of me or something to that degree. Silliness, man. Silliness. People say no defense. Some of y'all couldn't score 15 points in a YMCA game. Talking about no defense. I can literally put some of you guys with some seventh graders in a game, in a 48-minute game. And a lot of you guys wouldn't even drop 15, 20 points. But y'all be talking about, y'all be acting like 80, 60, and 70, 80 points against NBA teams ain't nothing. Y'all just be lying. Like we can put SFM in a 6th or 7th grade game, 48 minutes, not take him out the whole game. It's a very good chance he don't touch 20 points. And knowing these 6th graders today, somebody that messed around and dropped off and gave him 40. Knowing how talented some of these kids are now, if he run up against the wrong 6th grade team, one of these kids gonna give him 40. And people that be in these gyms know exactly what I'm talking about. It be some, I done seen some 6th and 7th grade, especially these when they bringing in these Africans. There's a team out here that recruits strictly from Africa. Man, I'm talking about some of these 6th and 7th graders from Africa. Man, they're gonna be dunking all on you. Man, come on, man, y'all got to stop, man. 81 points because of no defense. Oh, y'all got to stop. See, but that's how we know that these are just all cop-out excuses. People saying no defense don't know what defense is. No, OJ Weston, it's a fact. There's a school out here that just recruits straight from Africa. These kids be coming over here 6'3", 6'4", dark as hell, athletic than a motherfucker. All they out here doing early on is just dunking on people. No, SFM knows I'm right. Everything SFM says is about Kobe. When he says no defense, it's to glorify Kobe. When I drop the link and he pulls up, his take is going to be centrally linked back to Kobe. He's going to say something, and because he's going to say, this is why Kobe, he's going to bring it back to Kobe. The goal of it is to keep these guys on this screen right here. The goal of it is to keep these guys below Kobe. He knows that people like Luka and Joel Embiid and Nikola Jokić and Giannis Antetokounmpo, even a guy like Damian Lillard, we obviously know Steph Curry, all these guys is knocking on, if they haven't passed them already, they literally knocking on Kobe's back door. Come on, it's time to let me in, Kobe. You about to be up out of here. They about to evict him out of that top 10 or top 15, whatever it is. It's time for him to go. But see, people be wanting to hold on, so they come up with any excuse you can think of to diminish it. We just watched Luka drop a easy 73. Light work on the Hawks. Kobe out there against the goddamn Toronto Raptors, sweating, huffing and puffing, hard, giving it his all to get to that 81. Luka done dropped 73. I think the man might have went and got some beers after the game. I don't even know if he's broke a sweat. That's talent right there. Kobe out there Kobe got his 81. Huffing and puffing against that sorry Toronto Raptor defense, right, SFM? Let me drop the link, man. I think look, the synopsis of this all right here is there is a conversation to be had that Kevin Durant is right. When we think about it, have we become spoiled by all of the talent that's in the league today? Has greatness, have we become numb to greatness? Do players today have to do 10, 15 times more just to get the consideration that players of the past could easily get, like David Robinson, like Patrick Ewing? These guys is, even a guy like Charles Barkley, like people talking about Charles Barkley's in their top 20. Over Giannis? No. Charles Barkley's not better than Embiid. Charles Barkley's not better than Jokić. Charles Barkley's not better than Luka. And then now we got new players entering to the fold, like the Victor Wembanyama's. Man, come on. These dudes is up out of there. So what people try to say is, they doing all of this without no defense. Because we can just do it just like Dreamers Pro did. We can get to talking about who was Barkley having to really go up against. If we want to talk about weak defenses, we just have to start by saying that the 90s is easily the weakest defensive era all time. And it wasn't even because of the players. It was because the rules were specifically designed for the defenses to be weak. The rules were designed for any good ISO player to go light you up. And if you were a good ISO player, you were going to get your buckets. No, he wasn't, Rap Jones. You can say that. He wasn't. Luka shot like 25 or 33. Light work. How many shots did it take Kobe to get to his 81? Do we want to really pull that up? Watch, I can pull up Kobe. We can pull it up real quick. Let me pull it up. SFM might have it memorized by heart. Okay, so Kobe took 46 shots. And he took 46 shots to shot 18 free throws to get to his 81. He shot 28 or 46, 18 to 20 from the free throw line. Let's look at what Luka did. Hold on, let me try to find this stat line. Okay, he was 25 or 33 from the field, and he had 15. He was 15 to 16 from the foul line. So he did his 73 far more efficient, 25 or 33. The man only missed 8 shots. Kobe missed damn near 20 shots. That's called light work. Pootie, I don't care if it's 60%. Luka's was definitely a lot higher. Now do the math on 25 or 33. Do the math on 15 to 16. And they did it both. They both did it on teams that are subpar defensive teams. The Hawks are not world beaters on defense, and the Toronto Raptors are not no world beaters on defense. But see, y'all just be saying that defensive stuff just to be saying it. Let me get this link, man. Drop this link for y'all, man. Is Kevin Durant right, y'all? Is this what he said? Do guys like Russell Westbrook, which I know you guys, it's going to burn some of your souls to even say this, does a guy like Russell Westbrook deserve top 10 consideration? Does he deserve more consideration than we give him? Because a lot of these guys have done things historically that will never be broached. And we've seen players of the past do similar feats, and it got those players of the past in the top 10. Why when players today usurp those feats, they get no consideration. Actually, far less consideration. What another player we could use is LeBron James. LeBron James breaks the all-time scoring record. What did we hear from all the Jordan fans? Oh, he just played a long time. That ain't a big deal. But we all knew when Kareem held that record, before we even knew that LeBron would come close to breaking that record, that might been the all-time scoring record might have been it might have been a mountaintop of NBA accomplishments. That was the greatest NBA accomplishment that you could have. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar held that. It was the most prestigious one. But all of a sudden, when LeBron gets close and LeBron starts to break it, now all of a sudden, oh, he's just the all-time leading scorer. That ain't a big deal. That's just longevity. He just played a long time. He just stat padded. Yeah, you see how stupid it sounds? When Kareem had it, it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. When LeBron do it, everybody, especially fans of old, is sitting here, oh, it ain't that big a deal. There's a reason why Shaq said he might be the GOAT as soon as he broke it. It's a reason why so many minds started shifted once he broke that record. SFM says there's no defense, man. Okay, SFM, give me 2 sentences about defense and why you think the defense is not great today. Please, just 2. If I'm a basketball coach and you explaining defense to me today, I want you to just type in 2 sentences in the chat as to why you think that, because you just keep saying there's no defense. Well, Ishmael, see, the reason why people didn't want to give LeBron James credit is because he now has an argument to be the greatest scorer of all time. That was a mantle that only Jordan held. Probably also Wilt Chamberlain was in that consideration. And even Kareem. But now that LeBron took over, because LeBron's been so great in all of these other facets, now you have to also give him greatest scorer because he's now the league leading scorer of all time. So a lot of people don't want to keep giving him all of these attributes, because the more attributes you keep giving him, it's just making his GOAT case stronger and stronger. So this is why we find now, as he breaks another record, as he does something else great, people are trying to diminish it. Look, I don't think much of the in-season tournament, but the only thing that's happened since the in-season tournament is people have been just telling us about how trash the in-season tournament was and how it didn't mean nothing. It might not mean much, but in the grand scheme of things, it's something that he's added to his legacy and his resume. So all we have is people just, the championship in 2020, he won it in the bubble. It wasn't that hard. They tried to diminish it. Oh, the championship against the Warriors? Oh, well, such and such was hurt. Excuses. Draymond Green got suspended. Excuses. Oh, he had a super team. Excuses. That's all we hear. I'm gonna drop the link, y'all. I think Kevin Durant might have opened up the door for a new conversation. Maybe we've all been wrong this entire time. SFM just dropped the link. SFM, when you come up, SFM, I'm gonna give you the floor by yourself. The first thing I want you to do is I want you to give us a defensive breakdown as to why defense in the league is bad today. And I want you to talk about, I don't know who your favorite team is. Let's say the Phoenix Suns. I want you to take what the Phoenix Suns do on defense and tell me about why they are so bad on defense. Let's just start with a team that I know you're familiar with. And I don't want you to pull up fake numbers. I want you pulling up fake box plus minus numbers, because we know that defensive box plus minus numbers don't really showcase who's the better defender. How do we know that? Because there's a lot of players. There's a lot of players who have a higher defensive box plus minus than Dennis Rodman, but we wouldn't necessarily consider them better defensive players than Dennis Rodman. So we're going to let SFM get the floor first. But SFM, you got to answer to this defensive thing. If you're going to propagate it, you got to be able to talk logically about defense today. And why is it so bad? Why are these guys just so bad on defense? Are they just not contesting? Are they not trying hard? Are they not trying to get paid millions and millions of dollars to hoop? Are there not guys at the end of the bench that can't get as many shot attempts, but they just have to come in the game and be 3-and-D players, like the Bruce Browns and the KCPs? Those guys, I guess those guys just stop chasing their check. They just stop trying to play, and they just out there, all 5 guys on both sides, they just out there trying to score and score and score some more, and it's nobody's job to defend. I don't get it. Man, hold on. We got SFM here. SFM gets the stage first, man. We're going to put him on the big screen.
Hello.
Break down this defense for us, man. Let's start with, like I said, start anything you want.
Can Can I ask you something, man? I don't. Man.
Ask me nothing. No.
Okay. All right.
Just tell the people why defense is so bad.
It's simple. It's just simple.
Defense is not simple.
It's just simple as I'm finna say it. This era now lacks a big interior defenders. We don't see dudes of Ben Wallace and Kevin Garnett and Tim Duncan and Mutombo. We don't see no dudes like that being in the same defensive player of the year votes and all that. We don't see no elite. Y'all don't have no Bruce Barnes in this era no more. The closest that y'all ever had to that was Kawhi Leonard. You have dudes like Paul Millsap that was finishing in 2015 or 2016. Yeah, it was the second. It was Kawhi Leonard's second defensive player of the year vote. Dudes like Paul Millsap finishing fifth in the defensive player of the year voting. Are you serious? You have dudes like Marcus Smart that's winning defensive player of the year. Are you serious, man? See, man, back compared to the 2000s, because I'm not with the 90s thing, but even the 90s defense was better than this era. It was known as a dead ball zone era. And the greatest defensive player, there's no way in hell you would make me believe that Karl-Anthony Towns would have 60 points in the 2000s. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell Devin Booker's going to get 70 this game to get 62 this game. There's just no way in hell. We even see today that the number one defensive team, which is right now, I believe the Celtics, they have to have perimeter and interior defenders as well. It's a big lack. You can't name me 5 defenders now that's equivalent to Bruce Bowen on the perimeter. Not even Bruce Bowen, bro. It's a much easier lead to score in now. Michael Jordan would be averaging 50. Allen Iverson would easily average him 30-something points. There's much spacing. There's not that much aggressive defense now. It's probably a little bit more defensive schemes. Yeah, you could say that. But it's the terms of defenders. These dudes not focus on defenders. You have dudes like Rudy Gobert winning 3 defensive player of the years. Are you serious? Are you serious? This is what the NBA is giving me now? Marcus Smart, are you serious? You have dudes like even that Marc Gasol, who was old in this era, winning 2000 with defensive player.
SFM.
Just go ahead.
Check this out, SFM. I got one thing. You talk about these guys couldn't go to the 90s, right? You say these guys couldn't go to the 90s and drop 60. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Here's my one thing to you. If Tom Chambers can drop 60 in the 90s, Karl-Anthony Towns, Damian Lillard, Devin Booker, all these guys, Giannis, Luka, all these guys can drop 60 in the 90s. If a motherfucking Tom Chambers can drop 60 in the 90s, dang near all of these guys can definitely drop 60. Remember, the 90s remember what Rod Thorne said. Most teams in the league were trying to extremely abuse the illegal defense rule by doing what? Slowing the game down to a bore, just giving the ball to their best player and just going ISO entire game. This is what happened in the 90s. This is why Ewing shot all his shots. This is why Hakeem on his team shot all his shots. And teams like that, Barkley basically took all the shots. You got to stop with this narrative, man. The pace of play was just slow because teams was just trying to abuse illegal defense, so they slowed the game down to a bore. That's why. So, I mean, come on, man. Y'all got to stop with the nonsense with this, man.
Lamont.
Stop with the nonsense, man.
No, you have.
You did no defensive breakdown. You just started talking about Paul Millsap. I don't know what the hell Paul Millsap got to do with today's game right now. I'm talking about today's game right now. If you had to break down why the Phoenix Suns are a bad defensive team based on the scheme that they run and the players that they have, why would you say that they are a bad defensive team?
We lack size of certain things of just we lack a perimeter and interior defender. We don't have neither one of those. We don't have a dude that's.
It doesn't matter if you have a good perimeter or interior defender. Remember, the Utah Jazz had Rudy Gobert and couldn't be a great defensive team. But when we see Rudy Gobert back to looking hella fight on defense, when you put a defensive core around him and guys that are willing to defend and not get beat in one dribble, like Donovan Mitchell and those guys was. So again, Utah was a team that chose not to defend on the perimeter and made Rudy Gobert's life hell. Now he's with a team in Minnesota with guys that's taking pride on the defensive end, like an Anthony Edwards, which is hard to do. Young guys that's taking pride on the defensive end, saying, "Look, I may get beat on occasion, but you ain't gonna beat me on one dribble. We're gonna hold to our scheme." And now they the best defensive team in the league. And teams like the Celtics, teams like the Miami Heat, right? Even teams like the Lakers last year. There are a lot of teams that are committed to the defensive side of the ball.
To say Rudy Gobert defense is
no, what I'm trying to say is Rudy Gobert, yes, is an elite defender, and you can't tell me why he's not.
He is an elite defender.
No. He's an elite defender.
I'm saying an elite defender can look bad if the team is bad defensively.
Probably in this era. Yes.
No, any era of basketball.
He's an elite defender in any era.
Not any era of basketball. He wouldn't even.
Okay.
He would.
The Charlotte Hornets. Charlotte Hornets in the '90s had Alonzo Mourning. Were they an elite defense?
Listen. Listen. What I'm saying.
Charlotte Hornets in the '90s had Alonzo Mourning. Were they an elite defense?
I'm not saying. Listen.
No.
Bro, you keep saying Rudy Gobert not an elite defender. That's not what I'm saying, Lamont. This is what I'm saying. He wouldn't, and I'm just simplifying like this. He would not finish top 5 in defensive player of the year shit in the 90s.
Why they always got to finish in the 90s? Why they can't come to the days?
Listen.
Hold on.
Okay.
He would be better. He would be better in the 90s.
No, he wasn't. No, he would never win the defensive player of the year in the 90s.
Okay, tell me.
Hold on.
Tell me.
He would be.
Hold on, John. Tell me, SFM, using only basketball logic, why he wouldn't be a better defender in the 90s. Without going to narratives or just talking in these odd generalities that don't mean nothing. Because you just keep speaking in just very vague terms and you're not saying nothing with real substance. Nothing at all.
Listen what I'm saying.
I told you to come in here and talk real defense.
I am.
No, you haven't. You haven't used one defensive term, one defensive terminology. You just keep throwing random names out there that don't mean nothing. And you just trying to convince us that Rudy Gobert is not a good defender. I can tell you why he would be a much better defender in the 90s, and I can use real basketball logic. But if you're just sitting here telling me he would be top 5 in the 90s in defense, tell me why.
Tell me how he would be.
Because I tell you right now, if he could anchor, if he was able to anchor the Pacers defense, and you replace Rudy Gobert with Rick Smits, or you put him as an anchor defensively on some of those Knicks teams, you're looking at one of the greatest defensive players of all time because now he's the anchor to an elite defensive unit.
They would attack.
Bro, you can't ain't no attacking no Rudy Gobert. And the only reason players can attack Rudy Gobert today is because we're dealing with some of the most elite and talented players in all time. So if you telling me that guys on the perimeter, right, like a lot of Hornacek, like
wasn't Mutombo.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Yeah.
Guys like Jeff Hornacek. You telling me guys? What guys are you telling me? What guys are you telling me?
No, we had no foot speed, dog. Don't even do that.
Hold on, y'all. I just don't know what guys you telling me that could attack him like some of the elite guards that were attacking him like in some of the series that they lost when these guards on the perimeter for Utah was getting broke down. Right? Y'all say he's slow. He's not slow. Antonio Carr was slow. Mutombo was slow. These are the slogans. Compared to 90s, Rudy Gobert is fast.
Was Hakeem slow? Was Ben Wallace slow?
I didn't say Hakeem, but what do I say about Hakeem? I give Hakeem his just due for being one of the greatest defensive players of all time because of his defensive versatility, because of his speed, because of his ability to guard multiple things.
I get what you're saying.
Y'all, you just shitting on Rudy Gobert because you have to shit on the best defenders of this era to make your case. John, stop talking, man. This is between me and SFM. I don't need y'all help. SFM still struggle with saying anything basketball related to defense. I am. No, you're not. SFM, get to basketball. Please, get to real basketball talk, bro.
All right, bro. Listen, bro. Would he control a defense better than...
That's not real basketball talk. That's fantasy world talk.
No,
real basketball.
What did you talk, man?
If you want to know he can anchor a defense, you're gonna have to simulate that shit on 2K.
No, listen. This is what I'm asking you. Bro.
You need to be telling me.
Okay, listen. Can you answer the question, bro?
I'm not here to answer your questions. You were brought up to tell us why defense is bad in the 90s. And you sitting here trying to ask me ridiculous narrative-driven questions that don't get us nowhere.
He would have
because I've already told you if you put him in the 90s, he's going to be one of the top defenders of the 90s.
No, he wouldn't. He would have to be.
And I can tell you why, basketball wise. I'm not just going to throw random general questions out there. I can break down the science of basketball and tell you why he would be much better based on the rules of the game.
Would exploit
hold on. Who would exploit him? They weren't who?
They would exploit
him. When most teams were playing through the post, who would exploit him?
Multiple teams would exploit him.
Who?
The Bulls is one of them. The Bulls is one of them. The Orlando Magic with Penny Hardaway, Dennis Scott, and Nick Anderson.
Okay, how would they exploit him? Explain basketball-wise how they would exploit him.
Because he's not really no physical defender, bro. He doesn't have enough physicality to deal with those dudes. He don't. What do you mean, Lamar?
Okay, so you saying if we pull up film on Rudy Gobert right now, we're not going to see a physical defender?
Man. No,
okay, let's pull up Rudy Gobert film, y'all. Because look, he just said,
show me consistency.
Hold on. He just no. He just said Rudy Gobert ain't a physical defender, right? This is his words. This is the fake stuff that people say because they don't think I'm gonna go pull up the film. So now we just gonna pull up the film on Rudy Gobert. We're gonna see if he's just out there tiptoeing around. Pulling the ball out the air, no contact, no physicality, just prancing around, winning Defensive Player of the Year awards. That's what he's doing, right?
It's much easier to win it now than
bro. How is it much easier? Just because he got 3? That's why it's easy.
Lamont. You cannot compare the.
Yes, I can compare.
That he is running.
He's better.
Listen. You
he's asked to do more. He has to defend more of the court.
Lamont. You gotta understand in the 90s.
No, please tell me about basketball.
I am. Just
break down scheme. Give me schematically. Okay, so in the 90s, offensively, how would teams? You said teams would exploit Rudy Gobert.
Yes.
How would teams exploit Rudy Gobert in an era where where most of the people he would be guarding would never space out to the 3-point line? He could plant himself into the paint. And now he's not scrambling. Hold on 1 second. Remember when we saw against that Dallas series when they lost and when they was with Utah, they had a guy by the name of Maxi Kleber matched up against him, and he was having to scramble out to the 3-point line at times to go because they had a 3-point shooter on them. In the 90s, none of the centers could shoot threes other than goddamn Manute Bol and Arvidas Sabonis, maybe Sam Perkins. So outside of those 3 guys, who was keeping them out?
That don't mean they wouldn't exploit him.
How would they exploit him? How would they exploit him? How would they exploit him without pulling him out the paint?
You had more elite big men at this.
Bro, George Mearson could average 5 blocks a game in the 90s. What you think Rudy Gobert gonna do?
Bro, nothing of that. Bro, he would not be top 5. Bro, he would not be top 5.
Mark Eaton could average 5 blocks a game. You telling me Rudy Gobert can't be better than Mark Eaton?
Listen, Lamont. If you really think Dennis Rodman and the likes of David Robinson,
Dennis Rodman, a big man?
Hold on.
Tim Duncan.
Just throwing out names
about all those big men.
I don't want to hear.
Duncan is a 2000 player.
Hold on, Brandon. I don't want to hear no more names. I just want to hear all.
He won in the 90s as well, though.
We're gonna put him on the big screen. I want to hear scheme. I don't want to hear names or you making up stuff. I want to hear scheme. Why would he be bad in the 90s? I don't even know if you know what the hell teams was running.
He wouldn't be bad in the 90s, but he wouldn't be. He not winning no defensive player of the year. He would never be considered the best defender.
Because you say so.
Question.
Because you say so.
No.
Because why though?
No, because of the caliber of defenders it was at that time.
What caliber of defenders was it?
You had Dennis Rodman. You had the likes of Mutombo. You had the likes of Hakeem.
Okay, what made Mutombo great in the 90s?
His interior presence.
And because he never got stretched out to the 3-point line and there was no defensive 3 seconds, he could plant himself at the rim, right?
Right. Listen.
So Lamont, why would Rudy Gobert not benefit from that?
Lamont. So can Rudy Gobert
stop it, man? You just
space out to the perimeter. Can Rudy Gobert space out to the perimeter?
Yes, he can, bro. Yes.
At that elite level, he can guard it at elite level.
Yes, and the thing is, you're talking about in the 90s. Which of these bigs in the 90s had to guard on the perimeter?
Why he ain't went to the finals?
What bigs in the 90s? Hold on. You talking about going to the 90s? Hold on, you giving me a lot of bigs in the 90s that didn't do shit either.
Hakeem and Dennis
all these bigs in the 90s didn't win shit other than Hakeem.
Hakeem and Dennis Rodman could guard.
What did the bigs in the 90s win? If it's about championships, what did the bigs of the 90s win to make you believe they all world defenders? Because they didn't win shit.
What did the bigs Hakeem Olajuwon did when
that one? That's one. That's one.
Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman ain't a big man. Come on, stop it. Man.
Dennis Rodman was a man,
bro, and he was with the goddamn Bulls. Bro,
he could play 4.
Hold on.
No, we didn't even got to talk about the Bulls. We just talk about the Pistons.
Actual bigs of the 90s and not go to Dennis Rodman, who was 6'6".
Okay, Lamont.
He cooked himself.
Okay, Lamont. David Robinson. David Robinson.
What did he win? Hold on. Why should if it's about winning championships? David Robinson didn't win shit towards the end of his career when he was washed and he was riding the coattails of Tim Duncan.
Listen, he won Defensive Player of the Year in the 90s, I believe. Yes, he did.
So Rudy Gobert got 3.
He won a championship in Defensive Player of the Year. Bro, stop it with this Rudy Gobert. Who is he running up against to win this Defensive Player of the Year? Who? Tell me no.
So you telling me that the only way you could be considered a great defensive player is you have to only guard centers?
No, I'm not saying that he's not no great defensive player, but he's not on no tier of those guys. He would never be.
And remember, y'all, this is a 1990s. This is how delusional the voting was. This is a 1990s where Pippen didn't win one defensive player. Arguably your best defender in the era didn't win one defensive player of the year. It starts. You guys, the 90s was delusional. The big man, it was a narrative-based award where big men traditionally won it. Gary Payton did, yes, he did get it, but they wanted to give it to bigs. Pippen should have had at least 3 of them, didn't get one, which is ridiculous. So again, it was a narrative-driven award. I'm not taking away nothing from these guys as defenders, but to say that Rudy Gobert can't just sit at the rim with nobody to space him out the paint and do a much better job than guys like Mark Eaton, George Mirasan, Antonio Carr, Patrick Ewing, all these guys who Patrick Ewing was actually a bad defender, but because he could get blocks at the rim, you guys considered him a good defender. But he really was a poor defender. So I mean, you guys don't know. Y'all don't know who's a good defender of the 90s. You say Mutombo was a good defender, but he was slow as hell. It was lucky for him there was a legal defense, or he would have had to go space out to the 3-point line. But nobody ever made him space out because teams in that era were not as skilled.
Top 5, bro. He would never be considered a top 5. If you really think he would, you're crazy. He would never. He never would win the Defensive Player of the Year.
Let me go to YouTube.
Come on, man. We need to stop this.
People haven't broke off schemes. Schematically, Rudy Gobert would be dominant in the 90s. Top 3 easily, right with Hakeem Olajuwon. All right, let me go to Sturdy, man. Sturdy, what you got on
this? Yo, salute everybody. I came up here. I only asked a quick question, Lamont, and I wanted to address the Kevin Durant thing. Well, first, let me get the Kevin Durant take off. I get what the premise of what Kevin Durant is saying, but in regards to the GOAT conversation, I just think there's certain minimum requirements that you just have to be in that conversation. At minimum, you have to be the greatest at your position. That's be an objective argument to you to be the greatest at your position. That does not apply to Kevin Durant. Are you the greatest player of your generation? That doesn't apply to Kevin Durant. Do you have at least a 10-year longevity of dominance? Kevin Durant has that. Are you all-time elite at 2 things of your craft? Kevin Durant is not that. He's an all-time great scorer, top 5 scorer easily of all time, but he's not elite, all-time elite in no other category. So in regards to Kevin Durant specifically, he can't be in the GOAT conversation. However, I do agree with you, Lamont. The fact that Kevin Durant is still playing at a high level, the fact that his longevity is up there, he has a very good chance to be in that top 10 when it's all said and done. Now, what it takes for him to get in that top 10, some people say a championship without the Warriors. Some people say he just needs to continue his longevity and dominance. I think it's a mixture of both, but that's just my preference. But I think, in my opinion, so far, he just isn't in that conversation for the greatest player of all time. But he does have a great chance to be in the top 10. Now, my question for you and for the defensively, right? because I'm still learning the game of basketball. What's the difference between a 2-3 matchup zone and a 3-2?
Well,
No, you mentioned 2 in a triangle because I remember you and Kmart. That's the second time I heard this today. Kmart was mentioned that particular scheme. What's the difference between that and a 2-3 matchup zone?
So any zone. So you have just your standard zones: 1-3-1, 2-3, 2-1-2. You got zones, right? The one element that changes all zones is by adding a label to it called matchup zone, right? Players in the NBA are far too elite to just sit into what I call a natural zone. They're just far too good. You're giving them too much space to see the floor to go create. You got to take away something. This is because and I wish I had the video of the games I played this weekend. I'm gonna get that video where we ran, or that second game, we ran a 2-3 matchup zone. And the purpose of a 2-3 matchup zone is to stop really good players from having their head up, seeing the floor, running offense. You're really trying to turn them into a one-dimensional team, kind of a selfish team. And so in the NBA, what you want is, because players are so talented, the principle is you have to guard the basketball with all 5 guys. This is why when the ball moves in the matchup zone, everybody moves. Everybody's job is to guard the basketball. And you're not too worried about guys without the ball. You're watching them, but your primary concern is the ball. And that's what your focus needs to be in any zone when you add matchup to it. In the NBA, you have to run it like out. Now, you have teams like the Miami Heat, who I don't know how the hell Eric Spoelstra gets these guys to run it with effort and intensity, but they can run a 2-3 zone, a natural 2-3 zone, and get away with it. Now, they do have some principles in there where they go get aggressive and apply pressure to the ball. But outside of that team, it's just extremely difficult to run natural zones in the league because you create some humongous gaps when you get to the high-skilled players. And if they can start really getting into them gaps, man, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. So, I mean, you got the boxing one, which we've seen the Warriors use in the playoffs, right? The boxing one is good, which I'm surprised they went to that. We saw that when they won in their championship run. You got your triangle and 2. Your triangle and 2 is that's the most common as far as used to stop the most elite players like the Devin Bookers, the Dame Lillards, the LeBrons, all right? Because you basically put 2 point of attack defenders on star players. So it's just they all have their flaws, they all have their strengths and weaknesses, but they're all designed to defend the basketball as a team and you have to in this day and age because players have become so individually great. You have to have a focus on guarding them because you can't guard a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with one player anymore. I don't care how good that defender is. You have to zone up guys in different areas. You have to try to bother them. Hold on. He says boxing one is usually to stop a elite score, but no longer in the NBA is the boxing one used for that. It's not necessary. The boxing one now has been used to hide a bad defender. So sometimes when you have a bad defender like Steph and you make him the one guy, you box your good defenders up, you can just kind of hide Steph because you now attached him to one player and he's boxed up with that one player. And he doesn't really have any real defensive rotations or assignments other than to chase one guy around. Steve Kerr did that, but that only because he had a good defensive unit on the floor with him. He said many players in the 2000s played in the 90s. A lot of players. Look, I keep telling y'all the 90s is not a bad defensive era because of the players. The 90s is a bad defensive era because of the rules. The legal defense made it just systematically a trash defensive era. Can y'all imagine the Knicks running a 2-3 matchup zone on Jordan? And y'all thought he had some bad efficient night against the Knicks in the playoffs, like he did in '93. If they would have ran a 2-3 matchup zone on Jordan without any restrictions, some of them nights he would have had a lot more of them nights. But because a lot of you guys got Jordan as God, and y'all think this man, I'm watching this video yesterday where people talking about he could come in the league today and drop 40. I think a lot of people say stupid stuff. Y'all really think a good defensive team is just going to let Jordan come walk in and just drop 50s on their head? Yeah, you could do it against the Hawks or some of these trash defensive teams, but you're not doing that to no Celtics. You're not doing that to no team like Philly or nothing like that. Not even doing that to a team like the Lakers when they decide to actually play defense. He says, Lamont, look, my music by Pete. Man, you just got to hit the link, man. You say you got music too. We'll play your music.
The thing is, a lot of people don't know most of these all-time great games, what you just graphic you put up, those 17 games where people score at least 60 plus, majority of those games will get poor defensive teams because no adequate defensive team, no matter what area you put them in, is going to allow a player to be in single coverage or not blitz him or double him to try to get the ball in his hands. They're not going to try to do that at the 55-point mark like the Hawks try to do with Luka. They're not going to try to do that at the 60-point mark what the Raptors try to do against Kobe's 81. There's a reason why a majority of these high-scoring games, the 60-plus point games in particular, are against poor defense because they're dumb. They're dumb or they don't have the adequate personnel to stop all-time great scores. And my theory on this, Lamont, the fact that people can't identify the defense, because the defense is definitely being played today. I don't care what anybody says. But my opinion, my theory on why is people can't perceive it that way in this era is because it wasn't advertised or educated through advertisement defensively. Like even when you listen to the commentary of some of those old games in the 2000s or the 2010s or even some of the 90s, a lot of commentators aren't breaking down the sets. They're not breaking down the schemes of what the defensive side of the team's trying to do defensively. All they'll do is just tell you what happened in regards to, Pippen got a steal, Jordan got a block, Akeem got a block, and then they'll just try to proceed to offense. So the average basketball fan who watch the NBA don't know what is occurring on the defensive side of the ball. And it's sad because majority of the game is played on the defensive side of the ball. Majority of these teams' success in the playoffs specifically is because of the defensive side of the ball. And I just think the way the game is advertised is the reason why we have this level of ignorance or bias towards these players of today.
Like I said, man, we see the players are so good and it's happening and they're coming in waves. I mean, if you just heard Gilbert Arenas talk about how he trains his son, he's literally training his son to be a demon on the basketball court. Like, even when I was coming up, it was unheard of to be training like that. He's training his son to be an offensive demon, like a guy that's essentially unguardable by most defenses. These are the types of players that's stepping in to the NBA, guys that have that literally go work on their offense like it's a job. I'm talking about spending 6 to 7, 8 hours just working on all offensive moves, counter moves, finishing at the rim, finishing in traffic. That's all they work on. Like there's really nothing you can do, to a great offensive player right here. Now we talked about Rudy Gobert's defense. Let's just look and I know this is just highlights, but let's see if we see some level of physicality and some level of athleticism, right? Athleticism, for one, that we definitely did not see in the 90s from most of the bigs. But maybe we saw it from Alonzo and Akeem. Outside of that, the bigs were slow, sluggish, and really had no level of verticality. They was just big, and they was going up against minuscule guards trying to attack. Well, let's check this out.
I don't know. It seems he's playing physical defense to me. I don't see where he's not.
Well, you let people tell it. People tell it that these are all fouls and all this whatnot, man. Well, that's meeting people at the rim at the apex. How many bigs in the 90s would you trust to be able to contest Ja Morant with a head of steam coming for a power dunk on your head? I'm not trusting Ewing. Ewing gonna get yammed on. I'm not, and maybe Alonzo and Akeem are the only two bigs I would trust in that situation. Mutombo getting dunked on. All these bigs in the 90s getting shitted on by all these guards that are driving in at their head, man.
It look like Gobert's doing cleanup too. Like some of his teammates getting burnt, and he cleaning up the defense.
He has to, especially with that Utah team. That was the only thing. I did a whole video on how they were all getting beat off one dribble. Just one dribble. He's trying to save. He's literally trying to save everything. And then they were punishing him because they were kicking it out to his man for open threes. But that team was horrible defensively on the perimeter, man.
Hey, can I speak to the topic?
Yeah, what's up?
So I definitely don't think KD is a GOAT, but I think that if I think he maybe should be in a discussion. I think a lot of people now it's kind of unfair how we judge today's greats or how we judge yesterday's greats, right? Because yesterday's greats, all we have are highlights, right? These people don't really take the time out to go look at Jordan's game where he shot 11% from the field. Or when he shot 25% from the field in '95, right? They don't go look at these games. They don't go look at the Kobe 11 turnover games or the Magic Johnson 11 turnover games. But we have every star's bad games in real live time today, right? So we can actually go off of that. And I think the only people who actually have a problem with Kevin Durant saying that he should be in the discussion are either old heads that want to uplift the '90s or LeBron fans who still feel a way about him joining the Warriors and getting 2 on LeBron. And I want to. I'm not gonna go there because I really don't want to take the discussion there. So like I really think that's it for real. Like you have people that want to talk about today's defense is horrible but like how many times did Jordan score 50 points and there was never that defense was trash? How many times did Kobe score 50 points and no one was saying that the defense was trash? But now we have, better stars who are more talented today scoring 60 and 70. And now, like, they don't even celebrate the shit. They just go at the defense now. But niggas are still celebrating Kobe's 81. So I just think there's a lot of people that don't want to adapt to the times. And lastly, I'll say this. Is a lot of people that want today's stars to always go to the 90s and always want to go to the 80s. Why aren't y'all bringing some of them slow-ass bigs to the 2000s? And why aren't y'all bringing them to the 2020s and the 2010s and shit? Why does like today's stars have to go back into the yesterday to prove their greatness? Why can't some of those greats from yesterday have to come into today? Because we know Mutombo would get cooked if he gets switched on to Curry. And that's all I got to say about that.
No, you're right. Look, I wanted to know more about Sturdy's criteria because, like, Sturdy created a criteria. He said KD can't be top 10 because of set criteria.
No, I'm saying those 4 things. I heard hundreds of different criteria from yours to like different platforms, and whatnot. And I noticed like there's a trend, and I noticed those 4 things in particular are the common trend, and not just in basketball, in any sport.
Yeah,
and those 4,
but your criteria is kind of it's like closed ended. It's not open ended. So open-ended criteria opens the door for multitude of ways to crack the top 10. So, for example, I like using Oscar as an example because again,
I know. Just clarify. Just real quick, Mark. I do got to clarify. That was the correct. Those 4 things I mentioned. That was for the GOAT. For the top 10 is different. No, top 10 is different. Me personally, I judge the top 10 based off production and impact, longevity.
Like you said you have to be the best at your position. It's arguable that Wilt was the best at his position ever, but Wilt was considered then Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, between Kareem, Bill Russell, and Wilt, it's arguable who's the greatest center of all time, but they've all been considered by some to be the GOAT of the league. Bill Russell's the GOAT to some. Kareem's definitely been the GOAT to some. Wilt's been the GOAT to some.
Hakeem.
Which position has the deepest bag of greats, though? Like when we talk about
It's
like
just
small
the
forwards.
It's the bigs. It's the bigs.
It's the
I would say,
hold
on. But listen, I would say small forwards are in there as well because when we look at small forwards, you got LeBron, Scotty, Larry Bird, Dr. J, Elgin Baylor, Dominique Wilkins, Paul Pierce, Kawhi. Like,
no, but what
Melo.
I'm saying is, my whole point was there's a multitude. I feel like what we've done is we've tried to craft a narrative where there's only one unique way to be labeled the GOAT or top 10. With the Oscar example is because Oscar cracked the top 10 without all of the championship success, without all of the all the finals, and he did something individually and statistically that a lot of people felt could never be duplicated again, which was the triple doubles, the individual statistics. That's what got him there. His career was very similar to Russell Westbrook's, numbers wise, and with a lot of bad teams and losing. But people were still able to say, look, even with the losing and up and down season or missing the playoffs here and there, we still can put you top 10 because just you individually as a player, you've done something that will probably never be duplicated again. Online order saying cap, but I want you to tell me why was Oscar ever in the top 10 conversation if it wasn't because of the triple doubles?
I thought he was
he won a championship.
I thought he was top 15.
When he won a championship, he didn't even average a triple double that year. He wasn't even the best player on his team. He was at the end of his career.
So Oscar made the top 10 because of, like I said, and I think in order to be the top 10 is revolves on what you do in these specific categories. How productive and impactful were you to your game? What did you do in the playoffs? What was your longevity? What accolades do you have? Those are the four things that get you in the top 10. That's why I say I think KD has a good chance to finish in the top 10. You do.
Okay. But what I've said is I said everybody in the top 10, albeit small for some, have a case to be the GOAT. And I feel like anybody in the top 10 they have a small case, some, especially if you're in the 6, 7, 8, 9 area, small case, but you have a case to be argued. And so I believe if we're able to say that the top 10, then it might be a small argument, it might be a weak argument, but there may be an argument to say he could potentially be the GOAT. I said that on another stream.
That's what I was saying.
No, you did, Lamont, but like even in your top 10, right? There is no argument for Steph Curry being the GOAT. There is no argument for Steph Curry being the GOAT.
There is an
argument for that.
There is an argument for Steph.
Well, I'd like to hear it.
Because the thing is, it depends on how you argue it and what you prioritize in the game. But Steph has been just as impactful in this game as a lot of players in NBA history. But
I guess.
I mean, a lot of people are gonna, I don't know how you want to weigh things. A lot of people use a lot of biases to knock Steph Curry down.
I mean, he went against.
All right, Lamont. Hold on, Brandon. This is a perfect example. Brandon, this is a perfect example. Lamont, the only guy you heard say Steph Curry is the GOAT is Mac Def. And based off his criteria, is Steph Curry the GOAT?
No.
I've
said is I have Steph Curry in my top 10. So the fact that he's arguing for Steph Curry as the GOAT, it's not my GOAT selection, but I can be honest and say Steph Curry has a case to be argued. It's not like it's improbable at all.
Well, I'm asking what's the case? What is the case?
Hey, hold on, Sturdy. Let me ask you a question. When we talk about Larry Bird, right? We talk about Larry Bird. How important?
Brandon.
No. Just hold on. No. What I'm saying is, how important was it? How important was Larry Bird dominance against Michael Jordan in the playoffs? How important was it when we go to ranking his greatness?
No, well, to me, minuscule. I judge Larry Bird what he did. I judge primarily what Larry Bird did during his prime. Like, it's not just beating a trash Bulls team in the first round. That's not what made Larry Bird in the top 10.
It was Jordan. It wasn't because y'all don't talk about him beating the trash Bulls. Y'all talk about him beating Jordan.
Who's y'all? You asked me. I don't.
All right. So period. Right. So when we talk about Steph Curry, he's beaten arguably the GOAT. What, 2 or 3 times in the finals?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like at the end of the day, it's like y'all can't keep moving the goalposts. And I'm not talking about you, but I do hear a lot of people move the goalposts because on one end, winning is important, and then we say, well, okay, well he definitely won against the GOAT a few times. Mm-hmm. Now niggas want to move the goalposts. Now even with KD, a lot of people are saying, well, he doesn't have this if he doesn't go to Golden State. Well, there can be an argument that Golden State doesn't win again if KD doesn't go there.
They already won again. You can't make that argument.
You say what?
They already won again without him.
but they weren't going to beat LeBron again. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what it is. But they won without him.
No, but I understand what you're trying to say, rebranded, and like, I just like I understand there's a goalpost movement for some, but it's like at the end of the day, whether people want to admit it or not, whatever criteria you want has to be applicable to every other person, every other great. That's what it is. So in regards to this particular example, right? I agree. You can have there's arguments for KD can be in the top 10. There's argument for Steph to be in the top 10. I'm just disagreeing with the specific notion. Just because you're in the top 10, you have a small case to be the GOAT. There's just levels to everything.
That's what KD is. KD is not saying I should be the GOAT. KD is simply saying I should be in the conversation.
He's saying be in that discussion.
That's all he's saying. He's not saying. That's all he's
saying.
I'm
saying that the top 10 is a small enough sample size where we can say all of these guys can be in a conversation.
How many players played in the NBA?
I don't expect everybody because even if you narrowed it down to the top 5, what if somebody has Steph Curry at 5, not 10? So the thing is, that's why I say all of the guys in the top 10. This is a very small percentage of all players that have played.
Absolutely.
You want to have, it's kind of like the college football championships. It's one of the reasons why they keep adding to teams, because they want to make sure they get to the truest champion. So they keep adding additional teams in, because every time you had 4 teams, they thought the 4 teams wasn't fair because some teams felt like they was left out of the conversation. So they added more teams. And even now that you added more teams feel like Florida State felt like they was left out of the conversation.
We see what TCU did.
When you widen the pool of people in consideration, you actually get to the most accurate answer. So you widen the pool of players in consideration. We give them all fair consideration. We all know that more than likely Steph's probably, for most people, not going to fall at the top. But the thing is, he's in the conversation. And when we talk about KD, I believe that what we've done is we've made up reasons in our mind to not put people like KD, like Steph. I feel like it's going to happen with the Lukas, Giannis's, and Jokić. I even dare say a guy like Russ. We have made up narratives to completely eliminate them from these conversations. Russ has his own reasons why people have removed him, even though if Russ did what he did in the 60s, Russ would be in most people's top 15. But he just happens to do it in this era where talent is oversaturated and it doesn't look as impressive. So now all of a sudden he gets no consideration. He barely going to crack people's top 30 all time. I want to know why that is.
What
when Oscar himself even said Russ was greater.
Yeah, Lamont, what do you think is the cause of the offensive explosion like today?
Just more talent.
You think it's
more talent?
So
more talent across the board.
So it's not about the rules and spacing and the way the game is played today.
No. Defense is just like all these coaches do in practice. The majority of these practices is teams working on defense. Like you work on your offense, but teams, especially good teams, are trying to find ways to make their defense better almost every day. So to act like these teams aren't hyper focused on how to get better defensively, you got every coach in the league talking about defense. They're hyper focused on trying to figure out defense. It's just hard to defend today because you're dealing with, like, imagine having to game.
You're dealing with what? Yeah, but you're dealing with what?
Against the Boston Celtics. You not only have to deal with Tatum, who is a non-pattern player that can light you up on every level. Then you got to look at, you got Jaylen Brown. Now you got Porzingis, another guy that can get 30. Then you got Drew Holiday. He gets out. He can get. Then now you got Derek White. He can get 30.
And you notice.
How do you defend this? Like, we've never seen this much talent on the floor now in this era, because guys like Derek White have blossomed out of the blue.
But you notice when you say all those players, they all can do what? All those players you just listed.
They can also defend.
No. I'm talking about offensive. I'm talking about offense. What all those players you just named, what can they all do?
What, shoot?
Yeah, they all can shoot, right? And if you go back to, let's pick a random year. Let's say you go back to 1999. What was the spacing on that Bulls team?
Wait,
they had Paxson? They had Kukoc?
Not 91, yeah. Yeah, they have Paxson. How many 3-pointers? Yeah, how many 3-pointers do you think Paxson took?
He didn't take many.
Like 2 or 3.
Took
Well,
one.
no. So in the
He took
90s,
one.
I don't want to compare the 90s.
No.
because the rules,
I'm just no. It's
the
not only about
rules
the
of the
90s. I'm just saying.
but the rules of the 90s created spacing for Jordan. The rules, not the teams. So Jordan didn't in the 90s. Jordan didn't even need elite 3-point shooting to get spacing. The legal defense gave him
spacing today to back then. You cannot compare the spacing today to back then.
legal
Nowhere
defense,
close.
But the legal defense gave Jordan spacing. So this is what happens.
No,
So if you
it's
watch,
not. It's nowhere close.
Even if you watch a team like the Utah Jazz, and this is how we know they were abusing the legal defense. Could Greg Ostertag shoot threes?
Greg Ostertag? I'm not sure.
For the
I
Utah
don't think
Jazz.
he's that good.
So
No.
we all know that Greg Ostertag was horrendous because he was a center that definitely could not shoot. Jerry Sloan would stick him all the way on the 3-point line, even though he couldn't shoot. Now, normally, like in today's game, if you stick a non-shooter in the corner, well, I'm just going to help off and I'm just going to 2-9 in the paint and I'm just going to be a help defender because this dude can't shoot. But the rules of the 90s permitted that defender stay attached to that guy in the corner, whether he can shoot or not. He can't go leave and say, look, if he wants to stand in this corner and be a trash shooter, I'm going to go in to help. You couldn't do that in the 90s. He was forced to stay over there. So he
nobody was helping. Nobody was helping. There was no help defense.
He was forced to do 2 things. He was forced to either go all the way to court and just go trap, and that would just completely obliterate your defense, or he had to stay attached. So again, the rules created spacing, not teams. That's why I say
Lamont, if what you're saying is true, right? So when the zone, all right. If what you're saying is true, when they took the zone out in 02, right? Did the offense explosion go up in 02? Is that when the offense? But now they don't have to do that, right? So what happened?
What happened was what we saw in 2000s when they let the zone back in. Teams that got so adopted, they got so adopted to that stagnant style of the 90s. There was really only one team that really was already prepared for the zone change. That was the Phoenix Suns. Everybody else was still trying to adjust. We saw the Phoenix Suns in 2000. Hold on, John. Hold on, John.
Spacing. Okay.
Hold on, John. No, what happened? What we saw was we saw almost every team improve defensively because now you just gave everybody the ability to play zone, but no team had enough time to adjust their roster to attack zones. So we saw a lot of teams. And we saw a lot of players who complained about the zone, like the Tracy McGrady's. There was a lot of players. All these players talked about how the zones stifle great players. These are great offensive players like Jordan, like Tracy McGrady, like Grant Hill. All these great players were the ones that went to the league and said, no, do not bring the zone back because it's the best way to stop elite players. So we saw the league then playing catch up. So then we saw defenses that are overpowered because teams hadn't fully geared up to attack zones because they didn't have the shooters to space the floor. Because now that the teams are no longer handicapped and they had handicap spacing, now you actually have to have the viable shooters to go space the floor. And so when you look at the Lakers, how they mapped out their team, how did the Lakers create their team in the 2000s? When they added shooters around Shaq. When you bring in a guy like Derek Fisher and you have those guys, they always had guys that could shoot, right? That's what made them. They got the Robert Ory's. Why? Because he could shoot. At that point in his career, that's all he was doing. Spacing became the priority at that point in time. And the good teams were able to get it quickly. So, I mean, that's all it is.
So
right?
the offense didn't explode.
Who's a better offensive?
Exploded.
Oh, my God.
You said the offense, when the offense caught up to the zones, so obviously, it takes time for a rule change like that. It takes time to catch up. But when teams caught up, and then they started scouting and looking for players coming into the league that can help attack this style of defense, that's when things started to look different. Why
are you trying to avoid the word spacing so bad? Well, I see it like you're trying to say it, but not.
Okay, hold on. I can say spacing. I've been saying it the whole time. I don't know what you mean.
No, you just been they've been getting shooter. Because earlier you said it wasn't spacing. Now you're saying the Phoenix Suns.
Hold on.
Now you saying the Phoenix.
Hold on. Are you talking about the 90s or the 2000s?
I'm talking about why is there offensive explosion?
Are you talking about the 90s or the 2000s?
Talk about right now. I only brought up the 90s to show there was no spacing back then, and the game played different.
I told you. I said the game is the offensive explosion today is because there's so much talent on the floor, and what talent on the floor does when you have a lot of talent, just like we talked about the Boston Celtics team. What can all of those Boston Celtics do? What can they all do? They can all shoot. So that means hold on. So the thing is, when you have more talented players that can all shoot, so the thing is, you can have a whole bunch of talent. If you can have as much talent as you want. If they can't shoot, it's not going to work in today's game. Why? I don't care how.
Yes, you're making my point. Like I don't know what you're going on about right now.
So if me and you are saying the same thing, what is the point you're trying to make?
No, I'm telling you, that's the reason for the offensive explosion. It's more. All right, let me ask you a question. You put Luka.
Oh, come on, bro. You sound dumb. The reason for the offensive explosion is more talent. Spacing, look, y'all, spacing don't happen without talent on the floor. You can't just step onto an NBA court and the floor is just spaced. You have to have the talent on the floor to space the guys. Because even with Bron and AD, these are two of the greatest players of all time. Unfortunately, their strong suits are not shooting. And so last year they struggled because teams just packed the paint on them. They didn't have shooting. So what did they went and got? They went and got guys that could help them space the floor a little bit better, and they still even struggle because they didn't have enough of it. You got to get talent in shooting. You have to be able to space the floor. And if you don't get it, teams aren't just going to space the floor just to space the floor. If you're just sticking guys in the corner just to be sticking them in the corner, just like they did in the 90s with Greg Ostertag, teams are not going to honor that. They're going to go help off, and they're going to make it hard on your stars. So the floor is spaced because of the talent, not because guys are just standing on the three-point line. That's not why the floor is spaced.
He answered his own question though, like,
bro.
He knows
the 20 the 27
his own question.
Is the 2017 Warriors, are they talented?
Yes. Stupid, bro.
So they're talented, right? So
Name the players.
Why is offense, like these offensive teams today, just passing them like crazy?
What do you mean?
Go look at the offensive ratings. Why are all these teams passing them like fucking trash ass?
Why don't you tell us? You asking all
the
I want to know I want to know y'all's perspective. Why these things happen? That's why I don't know. I want to know Lamar's perspective. That's what I want to know.
I'm gonna answer.
Go ahead.
If you want to be a casual and you want to be hyper focused on a rating to tell you how good an offense is, you can run with that.
I didn't say anything. I'm just asking.
Because you go off an offensive rating, offensive rating said that Pacers this year was a better offense than the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I know that.
Do you really
No,
believe?
I don't believe it.
Hold on. Let me ask the question. Do you really believe that the Pacers are a better offense than the 2017 Golden State Warriors because the rating said so? Right? I told you guys about these analytics. I just said that if you go off some of these analytics like defensive box plus minus, you running around with guys like Nicholas Batum and just players like that with higher box plus minuses than Dennis Rodman. These analytics, in only some circumstances are they effective, but in all certain circumstances, these analytics don't tell the full story.
Lamont, he just said he doesn't believe it. So if you don't believe it, why did you bring it up?
He brought it up because
I want to know why you guys think
we don't think that.
I don't know. I want to know what you guys' perspective. That's how I'm asking Lamont.
No, you tell us your perspective.
But you can't bring up a rating system that none of us brought up and trying to act like the rating was
I didn't say you brought it up. I'm just asking you a simple question. Why do you think that these things are happening? That's it. I didn't say you brought it up or anything like that.
Okay, it's only happening because the offensive rating is flawed. It's a flawed metric.
Okay.
That's
why is it flawed?
Yeah, so it's proven itself to be a flawed metric based on the example we just gave you with the Pacers and the Warriors, and it does not necessarily mean anybody's going to run around and say offense today are better than the 2017 Golden State Warriors.
Why is it a flawed system? That's what I'm asking. Why is it flawed?
Because it doesn't work in all. Okay, just by the example that we gave you, are the Pacers a better offense this year than the 2017 Golden State Warriors?
No.
But the rating says they are, right?
Yeah, the ratings are just a metric, right? It goes by the metric. It goes by the efficiency. It's saying
the rating. So is the rating, if you don't believe, so if you're not relying on the rating, then how is the rating not flawed to a certain degree?
Why do you think their efficiency is better offensively?
Lamar, just like this nigga, because he wants to argue. He doesn't even have a point.
I'm not want to argue. I'm trying to figure. No, I'm. Go ahead.
Are a more efficient offense than the 2017 Golden State Warriors?
Are they a more efficient offense? Yes, that's what the numbers say. Yeah.
Okay, so then you can run with that. So that you,
I'm not running with anything. That's what the numbers say.
No,
you can. He didn't believe it.
You can run with that.
No, you asked me if it's a better offense. I think it is.
I don't get in bed with the analytics to that degree where I can say nonsensical stuff. The analytics
it's not nonsensical. It's a fact.
The analytics are there to bring certain things into context. But if you solely rely on them, you're going to come to conclusions like what you just did.
It's like saying somebody averaged 20 points. Yeah, they average 20 points. It's a fact. Like they're more efficient.
And you know what?
If you're more efficient, you're more efficient. It's like it's not a.
Hold on, John. A guy can average 25 points per game. And you can have another guy averaging 20 points per game. But the guy averaging 20 points per game can still be a better scorer than the guy averaging 25 points per game. Even though the numbers, his points per game might be higher and this guy's points per game might be lower, there's going to be context and reasons as to why his points per game is lower. For example, when KD went and joined the Warriors, all of their stats went down. But just because Steph's points per game went down and KD's points per game went down, you're going to be hard pressed to find multiple players in the league just because they average more points than Steph and KD in those years. To say that they're better scorers. There's a context as to why certain numbers look different in different areas. Again, if you get in bed with these numbers, which is what you're trying to play this numbers game, we don't play that game. It's a big picture here. It is not just getting in bed with analytics and just saying the analytics make you right. You just use the analytics to contextualize certain things, but this is not one of them things you can contextualize.
Lamar, can we ask him why he thinks, like, why do you think the offenses are improving today? Like, why do you think the offenses are just flourishing? We seeing 60, 70 point games.
Hold on. Brandon says the best shooters in the 90s were just as good as the best shooters now. All right.
That's cap.
Hey, Brandon, bring your ass over here and ask that question. Let me cook on this, Lamont. I've been quiet for a little bit. What's up, brother? So let me ask the question. Is it Sox? What's your name, sir?
I think you left.
I'm sorry. What's your name, sir? The guy that you were talking to, Lamont. What's your name?
Talking about space.
What's his name? I don't know. John?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask you this question. Okay, let me ask you this question then. What do you think? Do you believe that? What do you think is the reason behind why you see much more scoring in today's NBA than, let's say, in other eras? What do you think?
Right now, I think it's the combination of things. I think it's the rule changing, it's spacing, and all that put together. And now they're mastering the pick and roll. They're just mastering the game. Like Lamont said, it takes a few years. But now it's like it's been going up like the past like 10 years. Like it's just been steadily rising.
And
the 3-point shooting.
No in this league.
Hold on, let me get this.
I didn't say anything about It's kind of harder to play defense. Like Lamar's right. It is kind of harder to play defense right now because before there's so much space in it. The defender has to cover so much space. They got to run to the 3-point line, run back, run over there. That's why there's so much mileage in the game now. It's a lot of mileage a defender has to cover in today's game. Okay. Back then it's like it was like mid range in the paint, like it's shit like that. But
okay, well let me hold on. Let me ask you another question. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Do you understand what illegal defense was back then in the 80s and in the 90s? Do you understand the concept of it?
Yeah, but most of the teams didn't follow that shit.
Okay, well listen to this. I will tell you this off the rip. The 90s defense was perhaps the most trashiest defense you will ever find because the fact of the matter is the NBA instituted illegal defenses to pretty much handicap many teams. The only person that benefited from those rules was Michael Jordan because he had the ability to go one-on-one isolation most of the time, and you couldn't trap him because they would have required to play zone defense to stop him from penetrating.
They try to trap. They try to trap Jordan all the time.
No, it's not. No, that's not true, bro. That's not true.
They did it in the Jordan rules.
I have a majority of Jordan's games in my laptop. I watch it every day.
Okay, tell me the Jordan rule scheme.
Jordan rules is the niggas being violent, bro.
That was more definitely trapping. Because that was more
niggas playing football.
Nah, Jordan never got trapped.
Jordan rules. There was nothing. There was nothing in the Jordan rules.
Hold on, you guys.
There was nothing in the Jordan rules about trapping Jordan. That's a lie.
Hold on. Okay.
Let's pull it up. It wasn't about trapping. It was about mostly helping.
Okay, I'll pull it up. I got you. I'll pull it up.
Yes, pull it up.
Go ahead, Lamont. Pull that up. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, just because you don't say the word trap or
they
trap
were
or
just
nothing,
playing
but we
football with Jordan. That was not no trap.
We know what it was.
What you mean? If you don't say the word trap, if you say they trapping, there's what other word for trapping is it?
No, right. But like collapsing the paint.
Bro, what do you that word ain't on the Jordan rules.
Do you even know?
But I'm not saying specifically that word, but I'm just saying collapsing. That's one of them.
Okay, here's the Jordan rules.
Once you collapse, you could trap.
Here's the Jordan rules. Here's number one. Here's number one, right? Number one on the wings, and I'll put it on the screen so you don't say I'm capping. Let me save it real quick.
Put it up, Lamont.
In the 90s, they wouldn't. In the 90s, they wouldn't let
Brandon,
teams
hold
play
on, Brandon.
the way
I'm gonna let
the
you go here in a
Pistons
second.
played with the Jordan rules.
Wait, is that Brandon Katz?
That's Brandon.
Hold on, Brandon. I know you long-winded, Brandon. So give me a second. I'm gonna let you go. Lucas talking. You're not gonna stop. All right, hold on. Here are the Jordan rules right here. Here are the Jordan rules right here. So Jordan rules, and this is as described by former Piston coach Brendan Malone. All right, so it's not me,
Brendan Malone.
All right, so this is what we're going. Number one. Oh, hold on, there it is right here. I had to remove. Let me remove this banner real quick. Number one, on the wings, push him to the elbow. Don't let him drive baseline. Now, this is a unique strategy right here, y'all, because in today's game,
okay,
I would say about 80% of coaches, and there's some NBA coaches that don't, but about like Dwayne Casey doesn't. But in today's game, about 80% of coaches practice no middle defense. So this was a unique strategy because it says on the wings, push him to the elbow, which is a lot. So this right here, this strategy tells you right here that the Pistons didn't believe Jordan was gonna be willing to pass to open guys, because the sending a guy to the middle of the floor is the most lethal part of the floor, because it literally opens up almost.
Yeah, Lambier basically said that.
John,
yeah,
right. Well, the Bulls didn't have good shooters around.
Come on, John. Let me break this down. I'm gonna let y'all cook. I'm just trying to break this down for the people that don't understand the game. Okay, that's why I said when I look at this, like this is described by a coach, and I'm just trying to tell you guys what had to have been going on in the minds of the coaches when they are saying allow him middle. We're going to push him middle as opposed to driving baseline. All right. So most teams today force baseline. They'll send the help from the weak side baseline. This strategy is unique because they're letting them go middle. Tells me right there they did not believe in Jordan. They either didn't believe in his playmaking, or they knew he wasn't going to be a willing passer. He was always going to take tough shots. This is number two. When he's on the top, at the top of the key, this is going to be the most difficult spot to guard on a basketball court. At the top of the key. Why is this the most difficult spot to guard?
And they would double team him at the top.
Hold on. You cannot double the top of the key. Hold on, SFM. Don't give people stupidity. Remember, we have an offense called Spain, because teams like to trap our four-corner offense from the corners. I run Spain, and we run our pick and roll from the top of the key because you cannot trap the top of the key.
Okay,
hold on, man. I'm breaking this down. Y'all can't interject if you're gonna interject with stupidity. I keep telling y'all that. Quit interjecting with stupid shit. You cannot trap the top of the key. It's too hard. Teams don't do it. Come on, y'all. Don't interject with something stupid. This is just basketball 101. So when he's on top, what do you do when you're at the top of the key? I always tell my players, hold the fort, because there's really not a lot of help for you when you have a guy attacking from the top of the key. They're telling guys, influence him to his left. At this point in time in Jordan's career, he didn't have a strong left hand, so they were probably influencing him to his left. Now, I believe that they were influencing him to his left, not because he couldn't go left. I believe his percentages shooting, pulling up off his left hand weren't as high. So his percentages probably were a lot lower when he went left. So some people are right to left shooters. Other people are left to right shooters. You have to scout that out. That's probably something they picked up in the scouting report. And it says right here, it says when he got the ball in the low post, trap him from the top. Now, do we understand what that means, y'all? So when he got the ball in the low post, you had to converge on him. Now, you could do this in this era, and the traps would have to come from the centers like we see in this picture, Lambeer and James Edwards, because the players that they were guarding weren't floor spacers. And because those players, most of the players that they were guarding were going to also plant it into the paint themselves, they don't have to go far to go trap, to leave their man and go trap Jordan. Also, the trap on Jordan makes sense because, again, Jordan maybe at this point in time in his career not the most willing passer to some of the players that he had.
So they were trapping him, right, Lamont? Okay.
Yeah, they trapped him in the post.
Okay, Lamont.
Hold on, SFM. You just said
they got physical with him and they trapped him.
You just said they were trapping him at the top of the key.
Okay, Lamont.
Now, I want to ask you, SFM. What basketball ever in your life have you been watching where you got people trapping at the top of the key?
Lamont, man, you can't make me see crazy for what I seen. Man, I seen, man.
Bro, when
the man used to got the ball, they used to try to double team him to make him go left.
Bro, that's not what the Jordan rules say.
Lamont, bring up the film.
That's not what the Jordan rules say.
Okay, we gonna have
Jordan rules say. The Jordan rules say. The Jordan rules say he's not getting trapped until he's in the post. You talk about he getting trapped at the top of the key whenever he touches the ball. That's a lie.
Yeah, when he touched the ball, it was time to double team him soon as no, that's not a lie.
That is a lie.
And look at the fourth quarter.
Okay, can we pull up the film? You want to pull up the film, SFM?
We can look at fourth quarter film.
Do we want to look at the film,
SFM? We have to look at every game.
I don't even. I can't even recall any of these games.
So you said
I can promise you they weren't immediately trapping him when he touched the ball. Now we can make a wager on that. I haven't even watched the game. We can make a wager on that.
Yeah, no. Jordan wasn't that good of a three-point shooter, so there was no reason to trap Jordan at the three-point line at all.
No, because you could have sticked one man in front of him. That's the whole point in the fourth quarter.
SFM, you want to make a wager on this? You want to make a wager on this, SFM? We can pull the film up. I haven't even watched a lick of the film.
We're gonna have to look at every game of those fourth quarters. Every game of those fourth quarters. Yes.
So let's look at every game of those. They were treating Jordan like Steph Curry on the 3-point line, y'all. That's what they was doing.
You could have stick one man in front.
Yeah, let's watch the 92 and 93 next year.
Hey, the man that had the worst 3-point shooting contest all time got trapped at the three.
Hey, listen. You don't know basketball. It wasn't about the 3-point shooting. It was about so he can't get. Listen. It was
Jordan couldn't shoot threes at all in the 1980s.
Listen, can one person talk to y'all? Y'all retarded motherfuckers. It was about not letting him get to his hot spot. Stupid ass person.
That's not what the Jordan rules say.
It was about not getting to his hot spots. You couldn't.
Lamont, pull up the footage and let SFM break it down. He needs to break down the footage.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on, SFM. What game should we pull up, SFM? You tell us.
We every game, man. Fourth quarters.
No, what game?
Fourth quarter.
Every game.
Every game. We go to every game. Every game.
Okay, yeah. What year did they play the Pistons? What year y'all want me to type in?
Man,
they played the Pistons. They played the Pistons 3 years.
Let's talk about the year.
Okay, give me a. Let's go to Brandon. No, Brandon.
I mean, I don't care. I don't even know what SFM is debating.
No.
Let's pull up the 92 Knicks versus Bulls series.
No. It doesn't make sense to pull up the last year. Because that year Isaiah was hurt. The Pistons were old the last year.
Give me when they were the bad boy Pistons. Give me a year where the Bulls played and they were considered the bad boy Pistons.
He was the bad boy.
I would say 89 to 90 would be a good year.
Okay, so 1989.
That's when they beat them.
Bulls versus Pistons. All right, let's go.
That's when he beat them, right?
I'm gonna pull up the first game that I see.
Next year.
No.
Next year.
No, the Bulls did not beat them that year.
It wouldn't make sense to pull up a game where he beat the
I got a game, y'all. I got a game. Let's pull it.
Hold on,
SFM. We got a game. All All right, let's share my screen. And look, y'all, I haven't watched this game. SFM said he might have watched this.
Let's
game.
go to the fourth quarter.
No, we gonna watch the. No, we gonna watch the game.
Fourth quarter.
We'll watch the game.
That's what we go.
Watch him getting self-cooked right
This
here.
nigga want to hit a timestamp now.
And we'll go to the fourth quarter.
No,
too.
it's not a time step. It's to show you that this win.
Okay, y'all, look. This is the full game. 11-7-1989. Pistons.
Oh, that's a regular season. He probably bodied.
Don't matter. You think they wouldn't?
Man,
bro.
come on, man. Stop.
Okay, hold on. Let's go to any.
Bro.
Hold on. Let's so towards the end of the game, I would assume this is around the fourth. I'm just gonna click on a random spot, and we just gonna.
Oh, they trying to kill that boy.
It's like somebody hurt right there. That's a dead body.
All right, that's Horace Grant hurt. Hold on, let me forward. These 90 players always getting hurt and stuff.
Yeah, Grant had a lot of ankle.
It was a hard foul. Was it a hard foul?
Oh, that was brutal defense.
No,
that
nah,
was
he stepped on somebody's foot.
Damn, he looked like
foot.
Anthony Davis rolling around.
Nah, he played way more than Anthony Davis. He played way more than Anthony Davis.
Did he lead the game like Anthony Davis?
Horace Grant was the most underrated player on the Bulls team when they won their first 3 titles.
All right, hold on. Let me fast forward to when they're actually playing.
Grant was an elite defender.
Oh, I agree. He was. Let's see. I want to see these 3-point line traps from the Pistons.
It's not even the playoffs, man.
3-point line drops. Who the hell?
Pull up the playoffs since you want to play.
Let this play. Let this play.
They're not going to get stupid in the playoffs and start trapping them. And if they're going to test something out like that, they'll do it.
I said when he touches the ball too. I didn't just say.
All right, let's see. Hold on. I guarantee you, Jordan touches the ball on this possession. Let's see. Trap. Is there a trap coming? That's. Oh.
Sorry, motherfuckers. Them niggas is sorry.
The microwave.
Jesus Christ, these games are these games with a lot of fouls. Every time we watch these old games, it's foul damn near on every possession.
Well, we see that a lot sometimes in today's games, but it depends on the flow.
Not like this. Okay, here we go. Right here.
It's less fouls in today's
Jordan got the ball. Oh, Jordan got the ball.
Oh, look, he's not guarding. It's a double. It's a double. The double he said that never happened. Okay.
Bro,
the first play of the game, you said that. Stop it, bro. I told you it's bullshit. Jordan was in space. Stop it.
All right, let's see. Oh, it's probably gonna be a foul on this play.
Yeah, this Pistons team is 100 times better than anybody LeBron ever played in the East.
No,
that
is not true.
I dare you to tell that to his face. You wouldn't.
LeBron played the Pistons.
Where's Jordan at?
All the way right there to the right.
Yeah.
Bad defense. They ain't playing no defense. I'm just gonna say it like that, since that's what y'all would say.
But you should have picked a playoff game, though, Lamar. That would have been better. But
it don't matter. Who cares?
It doesn't matter. Any game.
Yeah, I mean,
what does it matter?
Paxton is really the only consistent shooter the Bulls have on the floor with Jordan right now.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you about spacing.
Yeah, but the legal defense gave more space.
Give Jordan 4 shooters, and let's see how much Jordan scores.
Yeah, but getting 4 shooters is the hard part. You don't just if you can just get 4 shooters, don't you think the Lakers would just go get 4 shooters and put them around LeBron? It's their hard.
Okay, give him the shooters that LeBron had. I don't care. It'll be better than the shooters he had back then.
You act like you can go to YMCA and just get some shooters.
Man,
y'all.
No, I'm saying the Lakers shooters right now is better than the shooters Jordan had. That's what I'm talking about.
And yeah, so but I mean that's not saying much.
That's saying a lot. That's spacing.
I agree there.
He had more spacing. LeBron had more spacing.
I don't want to say that.
I just wish Jordan played
if I have those shooters around.
Bro, hey y'all, how much basketball have we actually seen? There's been so much stoppage of play, man. This is crazy.
Now there's been more. That's what I was saying. There's more fouls back then than now. I don't know why people keep saying there was more fouls now. It's not true.
No, it's definitely more fouls back then.
It's more fouls back then. Yeah, because it was more congested. They go in the paint more. Now you shoot more threes, so it's going to be less fouls.
All right, let's see. Let's get Jordan the ball. Hold on, Jordan's not even in the game right now. Oh, there he is. He is. Okay, Jordan on the post. Is the trap coming? They should trap right there. They sent the trap. He still knocked that down.
They did set the trap.
It's in the double.
But he
Wasn't a hard
posted up.
trap at all.
You had to. They posted up. You had to. But I would never.
This is the old Bulls Stadium before they moved to the United Center.
Man,
Yeah.
man.
Right.
I would never send a trap from one pass away though.
Team.
Oh my God.
I know it's tiresome for you, Lamont. I can stand this all day long.
Bro, these games be so slow, man. There's another foul right there.
You know what Ticket TV would say? How dare you say that shit? You pussy.
All right, hold on. Here we go. We got action right here.
Basketball is.
Jordan with the ball. Is there a trap on the 3-point line? No. Trap in the post though. They sent two when he drove, which is smart.
He was never. He don't be at the 3-point line, especially this year.
Was to not let him get to his spots, man.
Bro, no. Bro, you said they were trapping him on the 3-point line.
Man,
if you were trapping Jordan on the 3-point line, you're wasting your time. Jordan himself said he wasn't interested in
it was
threes.
time as soon as he caught the ball, man. No matter if he was like at the 3-point line, above the 3-point line, man, they would double him, man.
Okay. We'll see. We should see it. This is the fourth quarter.
What the playoffs though? This ain't even the playoffs, man. You pulled up the regular season.
Yeah, well, one thing, Jordan was overrated defensively. Jordan was a good defender. Jordan was never as good of a defender as all of his All-NBA teams would have you believe. Pippen was always a much better perimeter defender than Jordan.
That might be the first thing we ever agreed on.
He wasn't, bro. No, he wasn't.
There you go. That's a better take, and I agree.
Okay, hold on. Y'all want to play out? Okay, so hold on. Let's go to this one right here. Okay, I got a game right here. Is this the playoffs? Bulls at Detroit.
You have access to all the games?
Not all, but some.
Make the NBA great again.
You should go to the 92 playoffs, Bulls versus Knicks.
No, this is a regular season game right here. Let's see. Let me see right here. Here's a player. No, that's not a full game. I need a full game.
Yeah, the team that Bulls struggled with the most in the regular season was Houston. They never saw them, obviously, in the finals, though.
That's because Houston had shooters. The Bulls' biggest weakness.
It was because Houston had a rim protector and good perimeter defender.
Well, I'm saying the one weakness of the Bulls' defense was they did give up. They allowed a higher 3-point percentage than normal.
Do you got any 1989 playoff games?
Yeah, but that wasn't why the Bulls struggled with Houston. The Jordan never saw elite rim protectors in the finals. The Bulls played great power forwards like Barkley, Kemp, and Malone, but the Bulls never played a team in the finals that had a rim protector remotely close to Olajuwon.
I agree.
What about in the East?
No,
there were rim protectors in the East, but not like Olajuwon.
Okay.
You had Alonzo, but the team defense was bad.
So in the East, he wouldn't get some more, though, right?
I mean, Houston had an elite perimeter defense, and they had elite rim protectors. The only good rim protector the Bulls saw, and he was not remotely close to Olajuwon. Phoenix had Mark West, but Mark West was nothing compared to the top rim protectors of his day.
I said Alonzo Mourning. Listen. I didn't.
Right, but the Bulls only played Alonzo when he was young in Charlotte.
I said through the East. It's 3 rounds.
Then they played him. Then they played him in
the East on the way to his championships. Who did he see in the East that was elite? There was elite block.
Nobody.
Elite in the interior. How many?
Nobody.
Yeah, the Miami team. Miami didn't have the firepower to beat the Bulls either. I mean, Tim Hardaway wasn't the same after he had some injuries when he was earlier in his career. Miami didn't have the firepower to beat the Bulls even when they had Alonzo.
So he did not see Shaq as well.
Oh yeah, he did.
No, Jordan played Shaq twice.
So he shot 2 years and he shot Shaq.
Hey, let me give a shout out real quick, y'all, before we keep going.
Alonzo Mourning.
Let me give a quick shout out real quick, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all keep cooking. Let me give a shout out to salute to Herm. Herm says every era has its pros and cons. 90s and now are similar. That's what Herm says. And then we got
the 90s is not like now.
That's what Herm says. And then salute to Chris. Chris says He says been watching these streams at work. It's been a lot of fun talks, man. Salute to Chris in the Cash App as well. Appreciate you guys supporting the channel, man. Coming through.
If you listen to Herm's takes, I'm convinced he still thinks he's living in the 1990s.
I don't know. Herm been coming through with some. He been coming through with some heat lately. I usually get on Herm pretty tough, but he been solid lately.
Yeah, Lamar, what's the player comp you compare to Jordan right now? A player comp.
I don't think there's any.
I don't think there's any. Okay.
If I'm being honest, now people can joke around and say DeMar DeRozan, but if we're being honest, the only comp,
I think the one player whose style is closest to Jordan's. I don't think this player compares to Jordan, but his style is closest to Jordan would be Shea, because Shea's not a 3-point shooter. He's elite mid range.
I would say if you combine Shea and Anthony Edwards together, that would be the closest thing. But you would have to combine them.
Yeah, because Shea doesn't have the athleticism. That's the only problem. Yeah, he doesn't have
Shea's not a very good 3-point shooter. That's his one weakness.
Because Shea has great touch around the rim with that shot. Yeah, and that's what Jordan had. And
then that good mid range, but he doesn't have the athleticism. Yeah, if he had the athleticism, he'd been a good player comp.
Yeah, we later have to combine those two players to get Jordan, which is actually saying
it's not
a lot
a perfect comp, but Shea scores in similar spots on the floor to where Jordan did. Yeah,
I just like their touch. Like Shea, I don't know. It's like everything he shoots, because he shoots it so soft. I feel like everything's going in when he's in the mid range. He don't miss much. Like I don't get it.
His mid range is crazy.
So yeah, I mean, you got to give him his props there. I mean, like I said, the closest thing we ever seen to Jordan is Kobe.
Yep.
I mean, even Kobe was.
I think Kobe was on. Kobe was on. Listen, you can say what you want. He is, but he was on another level though.
He was on another level. He was on another level than Jordan.
Like
that was.
And we talk. No, I'm just talking about skill. Like stop it. Like stop it. Stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. I'm with Jordan. I ain't against Jordan.
Yeah, Kobe didn't have close to the vertical or athleticism Jordan did, but he had the mid. He played similar to Jordan in some ways.
Nah, he plays everything Jordan could do. Kobe did. Like that's.
Hold on, let me ask Brandon, because Brandon said something that I've gotten a lot of flack for saying, and this came after watching a lot of Jordan. And the first thing I said was, I did a video on this. If y'all look through my catalog, I did a video like 2 years ago where I said, after watching, I believe Jordan's defense is overrated. I said that like 2 years ago. I did a video. I'm trying to pull it up. Why did you say that, Brandon? Because I noticed that as well. How do you think he got so many all defensive teams?
Well, I think there's a lot. Obviously the NBA wanted to build the league around Jordan. That was part of the reason why they put the illegal defense rules in. Jordan's the GOAT in my opinion. But the NBA still did things to help benefit Jordan, like the expansion teams and the illegal defense rule. And there was a lot of politics. There's always politics with the MVPs and the all defensive teams. But when I watched Jordan play defense, there were certainly a lot of series where Jordan got cooked, like in the Indiana series by Reggie Miller. But the thing about Jordan's defense was he gambled a lot. He was always out of place because he was gambling, going for steals. So when people cite Jordan being at the top of the league for steals, well, he was gambling a lot. He was out of shape. He was out of position. Pippen was the perimeter defender who was usually guarding a team's best offensive player more than Jordan. Jordan liked to gamble a lot, but Jordan also didn't have the size of guys like Pippen. Jordan didn't have the same defensive versatility that bigger players like Pippen did, and he definitely was out of place with his gambling. He also he struggled in multiple series guarding some of the best offensive players too. To me, Jordan was a good defender. I don't see Jordan as an elite defender though.
Hold on. We had SFM say something. SFM, you just said something. You said gambling is not a bad thing.
Gambling is not always a bad thing at all. To get
okay. When in basketball has gambling been a good thing?
When in basketball has gambling been a good thing?
Yeah. To me, it's a bad habit. My best player right now, my point guard, that's his biggest flaw. It's hard. We got to get him to stop gambling. Why do you feel like gambling is not a bad thing?
So there wasn't at times that clutch steals have been made to win games.
Okay, but you don't have to gamble always to get clutch steals. You can sit in front of your defender, work as a team, get tip balls, loose balls, be the first to get to 50-50 balls, and then you can get steals.
Okay, has it happened?
What?
Oh, well, a person they get a clutch steal in the passing lane or something, and it turns into a key bucket. Yes, that has happened plenty of times.
Okay, but as Renegades is a good thing right here. Just the word gamble. When you gamble, you're putting something at risk. So when you gamble defensively, what are you risking if you don't get the steal?
You taking a chance. You taking a chance.
But what are you risking if you don't get the steal?
So I'm glad he brought up gambling. Yeah, gambling, you're right, but you got to take the chance.
Let me make this quick,
y'all. In gambling, you either gonna take the chance or you gonna lose reward.
Let me make this quick.
One other point.
Hold on. Let me Herm's at work. Let me let Herm go real quick because I know he's at work. I want to let him get his take.
The Bulls were better defensively in 93-94 without Jordan than they were with Jordan.
On, man.
Hey, brother, man, let Herm get the red carpet real quick, man.
Herm gotta go.
When you compare defensive ratings in the 90s and now, the 90s was at a 107, and today's game is at a 112.9. But this is the thing that you can take the pros and cons with it. The 90s went through the illegal defense, which is true, but to kind of alleviate and cancel it out a little bit, they let them be more physical. They let them hand check the whole nine. So if you like more physical play, the 90s, you gonna be more better suited with the 90s. If you like schematics, if you like schemes and all that, today's game is more suited for that.
And that's
but the shot making ability of today's game, that's why despite of the defensive schemes that is put forth, those guys just make great shots. So, end of the day, you're going to see a defensive rating at a 112.9. In the 90s, it was more interior oriented. You had more big man that was basically, it was inside out game. So it wasn't a lot of guards that was basically dominant. The best players typically was your big man. The offense was ran through the big man. So that's one of the bigger differences. But when you look at it, it was great defense in the 90s as well. It's just that they had to alleviate to go through the illegal defense to get through that. They had to be more physical. They had to touch more and they had to hand check more. In today's area, guys do move better with their feet and they do schematically scheme better. But you got a lot of athletes now that just can make a lot of tough down shots. It comes with the pros and cons with both. So I don't understand why you guys been spending hours trying to argue with each other about which area is worse, because both of them in a way cancel. They have their pros and cons in there. If you like physicality, the 90s would probably better be. You probably gonna like the 90s more.
My question is about hand checking. You can only hand check. There's only a handful of players. You couldn't hand check everybody, especially the players that like the Tim Hardaways, even Mark Price at times when he decided to face up, Kevin Johnson, the guys that played face up and could get downhill and could attack you. There's no hand checking that. The guys that we saw getting hand checked were the guys that were slowing down, turning their back to the defender, trying to run offense, like the John Stocktons, even Magic at times, where guys would put that forearm and they would start to hand check. When Iverson came into the league in the 90s, there was no hand checking that. You stick your arm out and try to reach like Jordan did, and you're going to get left in the dust, right? And that's even Grant.
You could hand check players who played in the post like Jordan too.
No, well, yeah, you could, but I'm saying the hand check, it worked in the 90s because of a limited skill set, limited. So again, with guards, and I'm not taking nothing away from the guards because I feel like a lot of guards like John Stockton probably could have been face up, had Sloan open the reins up for all of these guys just to play their game. Stockton early on in his career was a really good scorer. All of a sudden, they prioritized getting the ball to Karl Malone, and all of a sudden, he's hyper-focused on running offense, and he's back to the basket almost every play with the ball, trying to get Karl Malone the ball. So when you got the guys that could face up, I think if the more guys you can hand check in the 90s just simply tells me either by scheme or by skill, these guys are you have to allow yourself to get hand checked because you ain't just gonna run out and go hand check no Iverson thinking that's gonna come in with good results. And he out there breaking your ankles with crossovers. He gonna embarrass you. So
hey, Lamont,
I think the hand check. I think the hand check might have been an indication of the lack of talent on the perimeter.
Now, but to respond to what you said, that whole '96 class, Lamont, that was a whole slew of elite guard play, like the Ray Allens, the Steve Nashes, the Allen Iversons, Stephon Marbury's. It was no hand checking guys like those guys.
Stephon Marbury was not elite.
No, yes, he was.
No, coming out of college, he was elite.
Marbury was
not in the NBA. Was
you don't? He was elite.
Shooting efficient. In my opinion, I think. Oh, my bad. Okay, in my opinion,
yeah, you had guys. Yeah, Stephon Marbury, Steve Nash, and J.C. Kidd getting traded for each other every goddamn year until 2001. So I mean, they was pretty damn elite. It's just that Marbury, he kind of played himself out with attitude issues, and he just let his ego get in his way. Before skill, Marbury was killing Jordan. He was doing Jordan the same way.
Marbury was never efficient.
Yeah, that's how I know a lot of you guys don't watch the tape. See, I'm a mixture of I like all eras, but I'm a mixture of the physicality and the skill. That's why I always tell people the early 2000s is the best era of basketball ever played because it was a mixture of physicality and a mixture
no,
of
it's
skill.
not. Come on.
Yes, it is.
There were very few elite centers in the early 2000s.
Listen.
You just a dumbass.
In the 2000s, that's the greatest
You're dumb.
defensive era of all time.
The early 2000s and the East was garbage in the early 2000s.
It's not a debate. The 2000s.
That's cap because you keep forgetting that the Indiana Pacers before the Malice in the Palace was one of the best defensive teams in the whole goddamn league.
Yeah, and that Indiana team didn't even have a superstar on it. No, you're dumb. That Indiana team was not close to a great team.
What are you talking about? Ron Artest was on that team. Jermaine O'Neal was on that team.
Well, whatever. That team didn't have a good enough offense to win anything.
Right. I agree with that.
The Indiana Pacers are actually the favorite before the Malice in the Palace.
What is he talking about offense for? We talking about defense.
The Pacers was only good for a couple of seasons.
Yeah, he done. What is he talking about offense for, though, huh? Why is you discussing? We talking about defense. We talking about how
you're dumb. He said the 2000s was the best period of basketball ever.
Yeah.
The East was complete trash in the early 2000s.
No, he wrong. The whole 2000s is the best period of basketball ever. The whole 2000s.
Well, that's not what he said. So.
No, the late 2000s.
The greatest, the 2000s is the greatest era of defense ever.
No, from 2000.
And we know who came out as the king on top, Mr. Kobe Bryant. Mr. Kobe Bryant.
Kobe, man. It wasn't because of Kobe, man.
No. Kobe brought, when the zone first dropped, nobody broke down the zone.
There was more talent in the 90s than the 2000s.
Right. Hold on, y'all. Let me ask Lamont this. Hold on, Esteville. Let me ask Lamont this.
Lamont, who is fishing that zone? When that zone,
I'm finna get off for 5 minutes, so then I'm gonna ask Lamont this.
You know who Lamont?
What you think is the best era of basketball, Lamont, in your opinion?
Overall,
I say the 2000 between 2000 and 2010, the best era.
Overall, from individual to defense, which I think the weak offense might be his weakest point. I would say the 2000s from 2000 to 2010. Because I just think with talent wise, you had the individual players, you had some of the greatest teams, you had dynasties, quality teams, you had the rivalries, you had some of the best rivalries we've seen. So with everything that you need everything that you need to make up a great era from, I remember I wasn't even a Sacramento King fan, but I became a Sacramento King fan for a short period of time just because of how crazy their fan base was in Arco Arena. And so then you watching them battle the Lakers, that became a rivalry. And you watching Kobe blossom in front of your eyes, Shaq still dominant. You got a team like the Pistons doing it different than we've ever seen. Rugged offense was just all defense, and then you see God, man, it was just crazy. I mean, you had the Spurs still sitting there being the Spurs, and they was always a thorn in the Lakers' side, and you know, I mean, I'm talking about, and they had everything.
Then you had the young.
I take the 90s over the 2000s. The East was trash for most of the 2000s.
I don't care about either conference being trash. It's just I think the things that you need to make a complete era, like it's
stop it. Jordan.
So let's say the multitude of dynasties. There was only one dynasty in the 90s. That was the Bulls.
Can I ask you a question?
When you talk about great individual players, the 90s had the good individual players. But outside of that, I think that's where it falls short. I still think the East was kind of weak. I still say the East was kind of weak.
Shooting guard position way more than Michael Jordan ever had at the shooting guard position. Way more.
Can I ask you a question?
As a guard, period.
Yeah, but the centers in the 90s would shit on the centers in the 2000s.
They probably, but not with the zone.
So who was the face of the league between that time, between the 2000 and 2010?
Kobe, Mr. Bean Bryant.
No, they actually didn't need a face because they had
Kobe, Mr. Bean Bryant.
No, the one thing that they didn't have, and I could give you to your top flight, is they were still seeking a true face. I think they wanted Kobe to be the face, but once can't remember when the incident happened, but once that incident happened, he definitely couldn't be the face. So again, they had to ride the coattails of great teams, rivalries, dynasties. And I think because they didn't have a face and they weren't hyper-focused on one player or one team, it made everybody much greater. So we saw the best of the Spurs. We saw the best of the Lakers. We saw the best of the Pistons. We saw the best of a lot of different teams. The Sacramento Kings, we saw the best of them. And the league wasn't hyper-focused on pushing one team or one player.
Players.
Then you had the great class.
Don't say players. Don't forget players.
Way more.
Yeah, but for almost half of the 90s, both the East and West were elite. The East was trash for almost the entire 2000s.
Listen, man, stop it, man. You had D Wade, LeBron, Carmelo,
Kobe. D Wade had too many injuries. D Wade got hurt in 05. D Wade had injuries, and then D Wade didn't have very good teams at the end of the 2000s before LeBron came.
Literally in the 2000s, you might have.
Stop it, man! I can name 34.
I mean, you got Dirk. Come on, you had the Miami Heat run with Wade. I mean, like it was just you had a combination of so much.
Yeah, but you also had two of the worst teams to ever play in the NBA Finals made it in the 2000s. The Philadelphia team in the 2000s and the LeBron team in the 2000s. Those are two of the worst teams to ever get to the finals.
Man, they had the 6 man of the year.
I think the New Jersey Nets teams were worse than those two.
So you telling me a team that got an MVP, a defensive player of the year, and the 6 man is one of the worst teams of all time? Oh man, we need.
Three players don't make a roster.
Look, what happened? Hold on. This is what happened. The only reason, SFM, to keep your answers short, the only reason why the Sixers look so bad with all of that is because they were going up against a dynasty Laker team. This might have been one of the best Laker teams of all time that they had to go up against. So it's not like they
best.
What I'm saying is it's not like they were good at the wrong time. Because any other year, any other version of the Lakers, they might have stood a chance. They just went up against, like SFM said, the best version of the Lakers we had ever seen.
But that Philadelphia team is by far the worst. That's the worst offensive team to ever get to the finals by far.
It's kind of like when Seattle made the finals versus the Bulls. You just made
that Seattle team was good. That Seattle team had a lot of talent, and Sean Kemp was a special player that year. But that team had a lot of talent. That team had Detlef Schrempf. They had Hershey Hawkins. That was a good Seattle team.
Hershey Hawkins was a shit. I don't want to hear this shit.
Hershey Hawkins better.
No, Hershey Hawkins was solid. But that Sean Kemp had a special season that year. Gary Payton was elite defensively. Detlef Schrempf was good. That was a good Seattle team.
They were one of the biggest finals underdogs in NBA history.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, they when that series went to 6, and look, Jordan's the GOAT, but the NBA helped Jordan. The NBA helped Jordan out a lot in Game 6 because after Gary Payton got physical with Jordan and Seattle won Game 4 and 5, the NBA brought in the Jake O'Donnell crew to officiate Game 6, and they did not let Payton get physical with Jordan in Game 6. The NBA had Gary Payton in foul trouble in the second quarter in Game 6. They weren't letting him play physical defense against Jordan after Seattle won 2 games against the Bulls.
So you saying it was rigged?
No, it's not rigged, but it's like the real world. There's politics. Not everything's 50-50. Jordan got calls just like most superstars get called. Jordan's the GOAT, but every dynasty needs three things. They need great players, great luck, and they need some help from the officials too. Tom Brady got calls, LeBron got calls, and Jordan got calls too. That's the NBA. There's always
That
politics.
was the weakest team Jordan faced in the finals.
This motherfucker can't stay healthy, man.
What happened?
Vanderbilt just went down.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I don't. I
forgot that game was on. I need to turn it on.
Yeah, I mean he just went up. But Brooks pushed him in the back though. He landed funny. Probably on that bad hill.
Man, that same.
Sometimes with them heel injuries,
Right.
when you like re-aggravate it, it hurts really bad. But then when the pain goes away, you back to normal. Like them heel injuries is tricky.
Yeah.
So it could be.
Hey, can
Yeah. The other thing about the 2000s is there was some disgusting officiating in the 2000s with Wade in 06 and with the way they officiated the Lakers in the 2000s, and that marred that era too.
Yeah, can I say something? Just
Go
watching.
ahead.
Can I watch just watching basketball from because I may be the oldest one on the panel, but just watching basketball from like Dr. J down to Magic and Bird and Jordan, watching MJ blossom. It's just like what bothers me is when we have to try to tear down, history. I watched MJ play and just watched how MJ dominated the league. And it's not like those jokers were just allowing MJ to do what he wanted to do, but Mike was just doing it. And see, we'll separate the great players from,
with assistance from the league.
Right. When you look,
The legal was a big.
I'm going in a different direction though, because what I do, that I look at dedication. When I look at Kobe and I look at Mike and I look at LeBron, I look at the work they put in on the off season. A lot of these cats, not to say that a lot of them don't do that, but there's special players that actually just make themselves great. I watched MJ. Somebody said that MJ couldn't go left. But I watched MJ just evolve into just something. And then when he and I remember as a youngster when people used to say, they say that when MJ developed that fallaway J, that he was going to be unstoppable, and he worked and worked, and when he finalized that jump, it was just like just watching poetry in motion. But my thing is this with the league that kind of bothers me now with the younger American players, and I emphasize American players, is because the American players are allowing these foreigners to come over here and just dominate, and that shit would have never happened in the 90s. They wouldn't have had that.
The 90s did happen. Just started. Hold on. It did happen. Hold on. When you had Drazen Petrovic, because international players didn't come over here as much, but when they came over here, international players still cooked. Drazen Petrovic might have been one of the only people that treated Jordan like he wasn't God. That man used to go right back at Jordan. Right. So when you talk about, remember, if Arvidas Sabonis came over here in his prime and he wasn't restricted, because remember, he had to go do something with the military in this country, and he had to come over here when he was a 30-year-old rookie. A lot of people say if he would have been able to come over here in the prime, Jordan would have had some competition as being the best player in the league.
And Manu Ginobili too.
Again, there were a lot of
early
rules.
2000s.
There were a lot of rules that, remember, teams, a lot of NBA teams weren't scouting overseas yet, and only the Bulls had opened it up. But when overseas players came over here, when they hit on one of them boys came over here and cooked. Drazen Petrovic, unfortunately, he passed. Arvidas Sabonis just came over as an older rookie. He was cooking. So it's not like they didn't come over here and cook. They was cooking.
Yeah, but the overseas players were not great. I mean, there was Tony Kukoc came from Croatia. Kukoc was good, but he wasn't great.
Are you telling me if Arvidas Sabonis, no, hands down, the best international player of all time would have became over here in his prime, he wouldn't have cooked the league?
Best international? Yeah, he's not.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying most of the international players who came over in the 90s were good. They weren't great.
Yeah,
but you weren't getting
the league. The league wasn't global. They was trying to get the league global. It took years. Now all these kids are growing up with training and stuff, just like Luka did and stuff. So they're way more right now. So it makes sense why they're better now. You can't compare the international players today to back then. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not comparing them. I'm just saying most of the international players in the 90s weren't great, other than Hakeem, and Hakeem came into the league in the 80s, obviously.
Yeah, that's my point.
And see, though, so when I asked the question about who's the face of the league, it's just like, we just want to overlook Shaq, and I just don't know why we do that. But when MJ was out, man, Shaq was doing his thing, and they don't, and I understand the way that Kobe evolved, and what I mean, but Shaq was the man. He was a freak of nature, man, and we just overlooked
Jared
Shaq.
Vanderbilt ejected. What the hell he do?
He hit Book upside the head a couple of times. I told you, they would. Didn't I tell you he pushed him in the back when he went down, and Vanderbilt took his arm back a couple of plays later, and hit him with a forearm, and then when the refs blew, he just smacked him upside the head right there.
I gotta see that replay. I
gotta see the replay. It just. But like I say, he pushed him in the back.
Hold on, let me see. Oh, that was weak right there.
Right.
Oh, he poked him.
Right. They had already called a technical. But did you see the forearm to the chest?
Yeah, I saw the forearm. Man, that was
right.
Man.
This is strong league y'all talking about.
No, hold on. What can the player? Hold on. The player did the action. The refs made the call.
Right.
So is he soft? Or is the ref soft? Because the refs blew that weak ass call.
The refs is soft as fuck.
The refs is super soft.
Bro, these refs, man. And then the thing is, the only thing that bothers me about the refs is they're not consistent. Because one game they'll let that go, another game they're ejecting people. I just want them to be consistent.
I hate that shit.
Right.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Why Cleveland played so? Oh, Mobley came back. I'm about to say, why they play so good without Mobley?
They have better spacing.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, Cleveland's lineup is absurd. They can't play Mobley and Allen together. Cleveland needs more shot. Cleveland needs to be smaller. They need better shooting. They need to choose between Allen and Mobley. Allen's a better player than Mobley. I mean, Allen's not a shooter, but he's an elite athlete. Cleveland can't play Mobley and Allen together. They don't have enough spacing.
Okoro with them, so you'll have Okoro, Allen, and Mobley, all three of them.
Yeah, Okoro. They need a.
Yeah, I mean, Okoro is complete trash offensively. Okoro's a solid defender, but he's horrible offensively. Cleveland needs more shot creators.
Rockets in the zone.
They just need to.
Rockets in the 3-2 zone on LeBron.
Right.
Damn, he made him airball that three.
Sign my boy Money, let him cook. That's what they need to do.
That was foul.
The Wolves better not lose to OKC again, bro. That's stupid.
Yeah, OKC just lost to the Pistons, man. That's crazy.
It happens. But this is a matchup. This is a matchup. This is a matchup.
Oh, the Lakers lose to the Pistons, bro. They talking about trading everybody, man. That's how it is, man. The Lakers, man. They fan base is wild.
Sometimes you just lose to rate. Like the '96 Bulls lost to I think expansion. Like that shit just happens randomly on an 82 schedule.
I mean,
that should happen.
I don't know. I think the Pistons. I don't know. I think the Pistons might make that move for Zach LaVine. I think they might do it, but he got hurt again. That's why I think they're not doing it. Salute to Young Africa in the chat. Let me drop the link and get a few more y'all in here.
You think the Wolves are going to make noise in the playoffs, or you think they're like?
I believe so. I mean, they have their weaknesses. I think sometimes offensively they can get stagnant, but when the team can defend the way they do consistent, if they can just keep defending, I think they can get to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, the only problem I have with them,
I don't think a team whose best player is 22 can make noise in the playoffs.
Their offense is little trash. That's the only they just get.
But they defend.
I just don't understand. Maybe because Edwards is young, he turns the ball. I don't understand how Edwards and Towns pick and rolls is not unstoppable.
The Lakers literally just let. I think Taurean Prince might be one of the most overrated defenders in the league because he just lets people walk by him sometimes. I'm talking about just walk by.
That boy Sengun is going to become a monster, bro.
Well, see, Lamar,
the Lakers are lucky Morant got hurt because the Lakers would have had a lot more trouble making the playoffs if Morant didn't get hurt. Memphis would have been better than they were. That's one team they probably won't have to worry about to get a playoff spot now.
The whole Memphis squad got hurt. Their whole starting lineup was hurt.
Hey, Lamar, this is when they really need another rim protector right here.
Who are you talking about? The Lakers? Yeah, but that's what I said. I said I would be if I'm the Lakers. But see, the problem is the type of rim protector they need is just not on the market. Like they need a Jakob Poeltl type guy.
Right.
Is AD not playing tonight?
Yeah, he is. He just checked back in.
Oh, that boy Cam Whitmore been playing good lately.
Yeah,
he's
they,
good.
He's been.
Who's y'all surprise player of the league this year? Give me to me. Surprise player.
Sengun. Who else? Surprise player.
Which one? Sengun's a good choice.
Who's a surprise? Who's been doing good this year?
Oh, AD just got turned the ball over.
Oh, Jabari too. Jabari in the same team. Jabari too.
Offensive rebound in the Rockets.
Halliburton for me.
Wait, who? Who you said?
Halliburton.
Oh yeah, Halliburton.
The Rockets are just playing hard right now.
That's what it is. The Lakers don't play hard.
Do you see this? Do you see how their effort just changes on a night in, night out basis? Like, who is this guy that just scored that layup? Who is that?
Right.
I think the player to me that's exceeded expectations the most has been Karl-Anthony Towns. Everybody talks about Edwards, but Towns is shooting 50-40 this. Towns is shooting 50-40 this year.
I don't think he exceeded anything. He's been that good.
Right.
People just
he hasn't been 50-40 like this most years. And Towns has played solid defense this year too. Towns has never defended before this year.
No, I don't think. See, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Say that.
I think with Minnesota, because they look night and day from last year with almost essentially the same players.
Yeah.
I think once you make up your mind to be a much better defensive team, I think you have to have, and I talked about this with the Lakers. You have to be connected. You have to be able to communicate. And then you also have to be willing to sacrifice.
Right.
And so one of my biggest problem with the Lakers and why they're so inconsistent, because I think they have so many divisions in that locker room that they're never going to be a consistently good defensive team because they're just beefing, too many beefs in that locker room. And I don't think you can be a good defense in the league when I feel like, when I'm getting the sense that some of your players don't like each other. I
think one of the things about the best defensive teams is they tend to be teams that practice a lot, like Thibodeau's teams, Miami's teams, and LeBron's well known at this point in his career for hating practice. He just doesn't like to practice a lot between games. And I think that's a big part of the reason the Lakers aren't as good defensively this year.
Darvin Ham tried to say they can't practice due to injury, which I don't buy that.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
I don't buy that. But I mean, defense is hard. Like we work on, like when we were supposed to practice today. I gave the guys a day off, but whenever we practice, I'm always working on some element of defense, whether it's pick and roll defense, whether it's closeouts. It's like you got to do something because offense is like I told our guys the other day in practice. I said we do not need to work on offense. I said you guys know the plays. Not about to run through the plays over and over with you guys again. Well, we got to work on defense every day, and that's what saved us. We just had a trip to Cali, and we went crazy. So that was all defense.
Right.
Well, he's 39. Well, I don't like using the age excuse for LeBron. Ain't nobody saying 39 when he dunks on somebody. So don't say 39 when they getting their brains beat in.
He turned his
one more point about Jordan and defense is the Bulls' best defensive team in the 90s was the 93-94 team with Pippen that Jordan was not on. The Bulls' defensive rating was better with that team than any of the teams in the early 90s that Jordan was on.
You know what I think hurt that 93-94 team? They lost Jordan, but they didn't get any real replacement for him. I feel like if you replace if they're able to replace that void that Jordan left with any decent player like a Mitch Richmond or somebody, I think they beat the Knicks. But they just lost Jordan 30 points per game and had nothing but I think maybe Randy Brown or somebody to replace him with. So when you lose,
I mean there were players like Tony Kukoc who played a bigger role, but they didn't bring in anyone with that kind of new one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like that's why I never judged Pippen off that year. I still give Pippen a lot of credit for that year because 55 wins, losing to the Knicks, who was out to get the Bulls. That was a hell of a year.
You know what he averaged? You know what did Scotty average that year?
I think he might have averaged 22, something like
22, 8 and 8 or 7, something like that.
Still,
that's a lot in the 90s too, kind of.
I mean, it was crazy what he did that year without Jordan. Like 55 wins.
22, 8 and 5.
Like, you know how many teams in the 90s when they would lose their best player? Like, The San Antonio Spurs lost David Robinson for 1 year and turned into the worst team in the league. Like, if you lose your best player, you're not supposed to be good like in the 90s. So
yeah, the Bulls did struggle the next year before Jordan came back. They were barely the 8th seed when Jordan came back the next year.
But
they were
wasn't it
good
because they
93,
lost
94, but the Bulls struggled 94, 95 before Jordan came back.
Hold on, when did Horace Grant leave?
He left that year.
95.
Right. Orlando.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
he
I'm
went
saying.
to Orlando.
Yeah, so I think they were struggling that year because they lost Horace too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and again,
Yeah.
when you think about it, no real replacement for Horace. They just lose him.
But part of it was the first year after Jordan left, the Bulls were determined to show they could win without Jordan. They didn't have the same energy the next year either.
They added Kukoc too, but they lost B.J. Armstrong in '95, though. I think.
Boy, the Lakers are getting cooked right now. They're down 21.
It's awful. It is because they never punch
Houston, I'm telling you, Houston's gonna be a problem the next few years, man. They're gonna be a problem.
Hold on, look, like I'm watching their offense right now. Like, look at how Houston's playing. Yeah, I see how Houston's literally zoned up towards AD. They don't really care about Torian Prince just knocked down a 3, but they're gonna live with the Lakers shooting threes.
Right.
AD touched the ball. They have 4 people in the paint.
Do y'all think MJ would have been a better defender without illegal defense?
Yeah, all the teams in the 90s would have been better defensively.
Yeah, everybody be better because you can do more schemes. You can do, but the thing is, most of them they never really follow the rules. They
followed it. The refs, it was kind of like what we were talking about when the refs.
It's like the 3-second rule right now. Like people, if you watch every game, somebody's in that paint for 3 seconds. Every game, every single game.
But we've seen in the finals, like with the Bulls in Utah. Well, I watched the Bulls get called maybe like on 4 possessions in a row illegal defense. It was crazy.
That's what I'm saying. They got caught 4 possessions in a row because they're used to doing it. And then when the refs probably like today, you know how refs someday they just feel like calling some shit.
Well, what Stallone would do is Stallone would again. That's when he started that weird strategy of putting like Ulster tag on the 3-point line, and when they were illegal, he would be yelling it out. Look, they're illegal, and like he was just literally like calling it out.
But that's what happens.
Yeah,
with the
Jordan struggled to shoot in some of the Utah series. Jordan only shot 40% against Utah the last year when they beat Utah in the finals. I mean, Utah didn't play the way a lot of Western Conference teams did. Jordan did well against Western Conference teams that played fast and wide open, like Phoenix, but Utah played much slower. They played much more controlled half-court game, and that made it harder for Jordan. He wasn't getting out in space as much.
I think Prince is hurt. Did stop flight. You watching the game?
No, he's still in.
No, I'm just saying. I don't think he's healthy. Because did you see the way old boy just blew by him for the layup?
Oh, this is ridiculous, man.
AD just missed the layup. Rockets on the break. Damn.
This Rocket squad, man. Telling ya.
Bro, I don't
They
know.
don't got that.
I would be surprised.
Yeah,
if they get this lead back
Boston
in.
should have kept Udoka. I mean, Udoka's one of the best coaches in the league. Boston should have never let him go.
How's that guy looking?
You know why? You know why they had to let him go, Brandon?
Well, they let him go because of politics. Yeah.
Well, that lady, like I when I did it, I read the up on the story. The lady was basically threatening to like sue and do a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Basically, just cause a whole bunch of drama internally and in the media. That's why the Boston even came out in the first place with the information because she was threatening. Like when it happened, it was their intent to keep it in house, but she was making such a big deal about it because she's the one that got caught, and she was trying to make it. She got caught up. She was trying to play victim and make it seem like somebody wronged her. So she started saying, I'm going to go to the media and say X, Y, and Z.
Or anything?
And so what Boston did was that's why Boston had that press conference, which was kind of odd. And they just outed themselves before she could out them. And they knew.
I mean, there were also reports that she was married to someone in Boston's front office, too.
She was.
No, she was.
That's 100% fact. She was.
Did they release her?
Basically, what happened? They had sex. Then I guess they stopped. And then, but Ime kept on like trying to make past that.
No. That was a lie too. This is what happened. When I did it. What happened was she was talking to Ime on the phone in front of a Ring doorbell camera, and her husband was listening in, you know, and so he heard everything that they were saying back and forth. So he caught on to the affair off. She kind of exposed herself. But so when she got confronted, she broke down and did the little crybaby thing, talking about, oh yeah, he's just bugging me and harassing me. And so she tried to lie initially about it. And so he went to the organization because he was under the impression that Udoka was just harassing him. At this time, he didn't even know that they had done anything. It wasn't until when he went to the organization, he was like, the head coach is harassing my wife. You keep making these inappropriate advances on her. But then when they talked to Udoka was like, hold on. He was like, this is all consensual. Here's my text messages. Here's everything that's been going on. And they were like, yeah, this is what we've been doing. So Udoka's the one that was like, no, she lying. We had something going on behind the scenes. And so she tried to lie about it initially. She got caught lying when Udoka had all the text messages, and it just got real messy because she tried to play a messy game. It even got to one point where she tried to make the allegation that it was unwanted. Like some of this stuff could have been sexual assault. But yeah.
I mean, what Udoka did was stupid. It wasn't illegal. What it was stupid. But I think Boston still could have worked it out and kept him. I mean, he's 100 times the coach Missoula is.
The reason is because she could sue. She could sue. But Lamont, I get what you're saying. So she got caught and she put those crocodile tears and made up shit.
Yeah. So what happened? So she got caught when he confronted her about the conversation. She said the conversation was just him making unwanted advances. So he just was like, because he works for the team. Then he went and said, hey, the head coach is making unwanted advances to my wife. Something needs to be done. They confronted Udoka about it, and Udoka was like, hold on. It's definitely not unwanted. We done X, Y, and Z. This is definitely consensual. And he showed his text messages. So then it flipped the script back on her. They told him, hey, my guy, your wife just out here in the streets just like that, man. She just like that. And so it just made it a big mess. The woman made it even messier by denying it and then making more allegations on top of it and lying. And it was a situation where it was almost impossible not to let him go because in the optics, if they would have fired her,
it's because it's really because of that guy, the husband. That's the reason they had to.
I mean, Udoka was stupid for what he did too.
The husband was innocent in all this.
Go after Brandon capping ass. He lied about something. Brandon lied about something.
What are you talking about, Herm?
How you talking about
Herm's on fire.
How you talking about the young teams not have success in the playoffs? Don't you know, dumbass, that the 2006-2007 Utah Jazz had a deep run? They made it to the Western Conference Finals with a young Darren Williams. See, you gotta do your
yeah. My point is that no, you're missing the point. My point is if you look over 60 years of NBA history, you can always find outliers or exceptions. It's very, very rare to find a team that makes a deep run in the postseason when their best player is 22. If you go through 60 years, you might find one team. It's an exception.
How was Dwight when they went to the finals?
Yeah, he was young.
LeBron went to the finals at like what, 22, 21?
And Dwight Howard went at like 24 or 25.
Yeah, there's a big difference between 25 and 22.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, I get your point. You're saying like the younger. It is true though. Like normally young.
I don't think Minnesota has enough offensive firepower in the playoffs either. And the other thing is Gobert has gotten exposed in the playoffs almost every year on the perimeter too.
No,
I think Minnesota's a good team, and I think they'll be a contender in a year or two. I don't think they're ready yet. Though.
They did another anomaly too. I forgot. I don't know why I used his most recent bias. But the Atlanta Hawks with Trae Young was 22 years old, made it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, that team was not that good. They only got to the conference finals because Ben Simmons couldn't shoot free throws. And that Atlanta team has not won a playoff series since that year.
As a young stud, made it to the Western Conference Finals too as a young player.
That is true.
And the East was the East was nowhere near as strong as the West is this year.
More recently, Brandon, these young teams and young players been making deep runs in the playoffs. So it's not like Oklahoma City can't do it. They got a great chance of doing it. It won't be surprising.
OKC's not. I mean, only Shea.
It's not impossible, but it's very rare a team whose best player is 22 makes a deep run in the playoffs. There are exceptions, but they're exceptions.
The only problem with
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
The only problem with OKC, they need to get their weight up. Them niggas, I can see them getting fucking out rebounding the playoffs crazy. If they meet up with, like, let's say LeBron and AD, they're just gonna fucking eat them alive on the boards and just big body them. That's their only flaw. The rest, they got
Shea's only 195 pounds. He's going to struggle with some physical defenders. Kawhi bodied Shea when they played the Clippers. Kawhi dominated him the final 5 minutes of the game.
That was like 5 years ago. That's before he was a superstar.
No. Kawhi dominated Shea just a week ago when they played the Clippers.
Hold on, y'all.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the
these playoffs, y'all. It's not gonna be about age. It's not gonna be about experience. It's gonna be about matchups. Who's gonna match up with who, and that matters. So when you get certain matchups, Indiana Pacers, if the Indiana Pacers play Boston in the first round, it's a great chance Indiana may upset. I mean, not Boston, but the Milwaukee Bucks. Indiana matches up with the Milwaukee Bucks. It's a great chance.
Indiana, exactly. I agree with that one.
So it's all about matchups, y'all. It's not about.
Hey, y'all need to watch.
A chance to beat.
Hey, y'all, look. This game right here. Because based on what we've been talking about all day, this Houston team, this game is going to be a great game to watch about when you have bad floor spacing, how teams will defend you. And they literally are sitting 4 in the box every time. They don't care about the Lakers shooters. They got 4 in the box.
They don't respect them.
They don't respect them. And I tell you, if you don't have respectable shooters out there, teams will not honor it. In this era, they're gonna make. And now AD just got a tough and1 because he's AD. But how many buckets can he make like that consistently on a 4-man in the box type of ordeal? So
that's a fabulous money. And also, brother, just to cook you even more, the goddamn Boston Celtics is 2018.
You're saying there are two teams. First, the West is loaded this year. So when you're citing teams like Atlanta wouldn't do shit in the West this year.
I'm telling you, another team that's been doing it since 2018.
Atlanta wouldn't even make the playoffs in the West this year.
Jason Tatum was 18 years old in the Eastern Conference Finals, man.
Hold on, real quick.
Right, and Herm, the East was complete trash that year.
Yeah, real quick, I have a question. Just because I agree about the young teams, there's been teams that have had success, but do you really think Chet is going to be fine in the playoffs this year if OKC?
It depends on who they match up with. If they match up with Jokić, and these big ass players, they're just big body him. He needs to get in the weight room and do something, because when AD and Jokić catch him, I don't know, bro.
I know, but the playoffs are still different.
OKC is this year's version of Sacramento. They're too young. They're not going to do anything in the playoffs.
It's not about them being young. It's about them not having. They're just skinny. It's a weight.
No, it's both. I mean, Shea's never even been in the playoffs before.
He's been in the playoffs, but he was not a superstar back then.
All right, Shea's nasty though.
Yeah, he's never been in the playoffs with OKC. Yeah,
he'll be fine. She'll be fine, but I'm just curious about Chet because he is super young.
Their biggest weakness is rebounding and like getting big guys. They just need somebody big.
No. OKC's biggest weakness is they don't have a consistent second scorer. I mean, Jalen Williams and Chet are not going to be reliable against top defensive teams.
Well, my thing is, I like her saying, is the NBA's changed, and what's changed the most is that the playoffs is really highly contingent on matchups and health. So if I feel like if OKC can stay healthy, I think that might give them the best opportunity, because they still do have one of the more unguardable players in the league. Like, that's a great start in the playoffs where the game gets slowed down and you need to get buckets out of nothing. They do have a player that's essentially unguardable in the half court, which is
nobody's gonna let Shea beat them at the end of games. They're gonna double and trap Shea all game. They're gonna make Chet and Jalen Williams hit shots, and I have no confidence in them to be able to do it their first year in the playoffs.
I think I have confidence in them. They can hit shots.
Yep, we'll see.
They have a good squad.
It's just small.
No, I think OKC will be relevant in 2 to 3 years. I don't think they're ready this year.
But you keep forgetting.
They're relevant now. They're first in the West.
Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, Sacramento and Memphis were the 2 and 3 seed last year. The regular season and the playoffs are completely different.
Memphis was injured, man.
Hold on, Brandon.
Yeah, Memphis never did shit even when they were healthy in the playoffs.
But Brandon, this is what you keep forgetting about OKC. They've been showing you spurts that Shea could actually play off ball, and which that would help him as well to get easier buckets. You seen Josh Giddey been actually running the offense and being
Josh Giddey has shot like shit this year.
No, it's not about that. So it's different ways that OKC could use SGA to get easier buckets, so he doesn't have to have the ball to get buckets. That's what's being displayed this year.
They're going to live or die on the development of Jalen Williams. If Jalen Williams keeps growing and if he can continue what he's doing into the playoffs, I think he will be the X factor as far as how far they go, because they're going to really need him to be dynamic so the teams don't load up on Shai.
I mean, Shed completely disappears offensively for long stretches, too.
I don't know if he disappears.
I think Jalen Williams is a monster.
He disappears. I mean, Shed can't score inside yet. He's not strong enough.
You see the Lakers let them.
I agree with that. What about
Hold on, what'd you say, Top Flight?
I say you see the Lakers let them put 78 points up in the first half.
Bro, hey, look. What I'm saying is, this is the weird conundrum about this Lakers.
There's no defense.
No, hold on. The Rockets are playing defense today. Right. The Lakers aren't. That's the big thing. So you are right. Defense still exists because I'm literally watching the Rockets put on a defensive clinic versus this Laker team. They're stifled.
Hey, Lamont, let's talk about the Cavs and the Strippers. How the Cavs is overwhelmingly kind of a bad matchup for the Clippers when you actually look at it. I think the Cavs.
Who are you talking about?
Giving a team like the Clippers a hard
time. The Cavaliers. The Cavaliers look like they hit their stride. It looked like they just needed like a couple months.
Cavaliers just needed to get healthy. I think
the chemistry.
They need to move on from
the Clippers didn't show up. The Clippers beat Boston. They didn't show up for this game. They beat Boston. That was their big game. They don't give a fuck about Cleveland.
Well, that's what separates
you can say all that,
because if your motivation is to be a champion, you got to win games like this as well. So that's
but it's the regular season. An older team like the Clippers is not going to play hard every night. That's just the way the NBA is.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That's the NBA.
That's not bullshit, but that doesn't make it like true.
No, that's bullshit, man.
No. That's not bullshit.
It's not bullshit. I mean, that's what the NBA is. The Clippers goals are title.
Just beat the OKC Thunder, bro. Shit happened.
Hey, but Brandon, you killed MJ about that. You killed Michael Jordan about that. If you know that, when you figure out
I can't hear anything you say.
I said you killed Michael Jordan about that when he take games off.
Bro, he got Michael number 1 all time, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm saying when he talking about Mike's defense. He was killing Mike about his defense.
I can't hear anything you say.
I can't argue with somebody still got Michael Jordan still go regardless. Because you got to explain. You can say he can say all the criticism, but he got more to say good than bad. So, I don't know, bro. I think he trying to fit into the stream.
No, I have Michael Jordan as the GOAT. I'm just saying, if you look at for any player or team to go 6-0 in the finals, you do need some luck. And the one piece of luck the Bulls had in the finals is the Bulls never played a single team that had a top rim protector because they never saw Houston in the finals.
What about in the East though?
Yeah, but if you look at the teams in the East, okay, no. So if you look at the teams in the East, right. So if you look at the teams.
Whenever we talk about dual championship, you have to bring up the road to the finals.
I agree with you. But so if you look at the
give me the first
Boston losing to New Orleans,
it's the postseason.
Right, but if you look at the East, the teams in the East that had rim protectors, like the Knicks with Ewing and Miami with Mourning, they were good teams. But they didn't have the firepower on the perimeter. They didn't have the shooting on the perimeter that Houston did.
You said elite. You talking about the interior, bro. You ain't saying nothing about the perimeter.
I'm talking about both. Because Houston didn't just have an elite rim protector. Houston also had good perimeter defenders like Maxwell, Ellie, Ori, and Houston had very good shooting
Africa,
with
you
Kenny
need to
Smith
get
and other
you
guys
need to
too.
get this
And they
guy
had
Brandon
Drexler on the
an education,
94-95 team as
All
well.
right, Brandon,
Hold on,
I
hold
actually
on.
want to talk about both because I deny what you said about the interior. I proved that he also faced
Hey, hold up. Hey, I want to say this to
interior
Lamont,
defenders
right?
in the playoffs, bro.
Yeah, what up?
And
What up?
he just keeps seeing
Yeah,
finals. That's how you
Jordan shits on LeBron, but I mean, he's still not a perfect. There's no perfect player.
Hey, man. Y'all be going back and forth on this, but let me say this about the scoring, right? Interesting conversation you brought up about the scoring. You know, I got a theory, Lamont, right? I got a theory I want to run by you, and the theory is that the overpowered scoring that we
Hey,
see
mute your
today.
background if you got like fire trucks or something in the back.
Yeah, that's SFM, bro. Like what's happening
No,
in the
that's not
neighborhood,
me,
bro?
nigga. That's
Okay.
not me, nigga.
It sounds like a police
This
guy.
nigga young Africa.
Okay.
Go ahead, though,
Right.
Africa.
So I was gonna say my theory is right. Why the scoring is ridiculous, right? Like you put up 13 in the last 13 months, more 60-point performances than in the last 60 years in between the certain decades that you talked about, right? I blame this, and I think the source and the reason why is Michael Jordan. Yes, Michael Jordan. And not in the way that you think. We should blame Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan fans should be mad at Michael Jordan, not mad at the rules, not mad at the offensive schemes, not mad at the defensive non-physicality. They should be mad at Jordan. Why? Because what did Jordan do in the 90s? What did I see? What do I understand at the 90s? Legal defense gets cooked, resulting in 6 rings. Right? I don't even need to get into the detail. Gets cooked. And the first perimeter player in terms of leading a dynasty in NBA history becomes Michael Jordan. Cooks the illegal defenses. What do they do in the early 2000s? We implement a zone defense to balance the offense and defense to allow defenses to guard these elite perimeter players. To give them a chance, Lamont, because illegal defense don't give you a chance, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so that happens. And then the early 2000s, a lot of guards stopped playing like Jordan. But what do they not have at that point in time? They don't have the floor spacing necessary
guys
to
like
attack
T
the zone.
Mac and all
Yeah, let
that.
them
Hold
get
on. They don't have the floor spacing necessary to attack the zone, which results in low scoring, high defensive games, and a lot of ISO pull-ups that imitating Jordan, but they don't have the same defense to go up against, and they don't have what we have today in the modern era. So what happens in the evolution of that is you begin to have stretch bigs, and you have floor spacing players. What happens after that? Now you have a deep offense that is able to minimize the effectiveness of a defense. Then the stretch bigs assist what? Guys like LeBron James coming to the NBA. Guys like LeBron James that now can carry an offense, not on scoring alone like a Kobe Bryant or a Michael Jordan, but that can carry an offense with playmaking as well, which means whatever you do on offense, defense, I can minimize that with my playmaking ability, or I can beat you with my scoring. You can pick. But all I need is adequate floor spacing to attack whatever you do. So I feel like the source of what we see today goes back to Michael Jordan. So I'm wondering why people ain't mad at Michael Jordan for what he did to the illegal defense era of the 90s to create the modern era of offense.
What?
He did great.
I think that's some of the most cabinet shit you know said in a while.
No, hold on. You know why? You know why it makes sense. You know why it makes sense. This is why it makes sense. So, if people obviously players are also always going to take from what they saw growing up as little kids, and they're going to try to replicate that. Obviously, so there were a lot of people coming in 2000s who all looked up to Jordan. That was the, starts with Kobe and a lot of the other guards.
Only one could play like him.
I know. Hold on one second, SFM. I don't care about that if one could. I think what I'm saying is they all took that element of being an aggressive type scorer from the perimeter. Now, like what Africa talked about is they're all trying to replicate Jordan, but then they're replicating them in an era where the league has taken the handcuffs off of defenses and said, okay, go defend with the zone. So these guys still want to replicate the scoring of Jordan, but to do that, they not only have to, they now have to take that same aggression and scoring mentality, but they have to be able to expand it out and do it from the three-point line as well. And the problem, I think, what Africa is saying also is everybody is wanting to play that style, from the guards to the shooting guards to the small forwards to the power forwards. Now you got even centers wanting to approach the game with that same mentality. And so now you have players at every position trying to be Jordan-esque scores, training to be like. Remember when I talked about training? When you look at these guys training in the offseason, they're working on primarily offensive moves in the mid-range, how to counter, back to the basket, double teams. When you get hacked, like they're working on so many offensive moves. Defenses are going to be extremely limited with regards to how you can stop them. I think Africa's right. The unleashing of the 2-3 zone or unleashing the zones actually made these guys better. It forced them to be better players.
Made positions, Herm, that weren't traditionally shooting positions like the power forward position.
I blame him more on Mike.
Now bigs have to be able to shoot because of the zone.
Exactly.
Now I blame him more on
Mike. You can't even get a job in the league if you can't shoot.
And Lamont, what do you do when you have that? Now you have a player like a LeBron James, not a Kobe Bryant who couldn't play, but wasn't asked to play because he had a 6'2" Derek Fisher initiating offense, right? Instead of having guys like an Odom that could have been better to initiate the offense.
LeBron had to do that because he couldn't do all the other things.
Hold on, y'all. Can we go one at a time, y'all? One at a time.
What I'm saying is the evolution of the game is multi-layered. It's not just in the players. The coaching has evolved. The actual understanding of your point guard doesn't have to be the offensive initiator on your team has evolved. You don't need Derek Fisher to bring the ball up. You don't need that. You don't need guys like that. And so when you have that with the floor spacing of the power forwards and the centers, and then you have players like who's 6'8", 6'9", LeBron James that can initiate offense and beat you with the playmaking. Now you have an evolved offense.
Bro,
now you have the Luka Dončićs, right? Now you have guys like Luka that can drop 70 pieces on 33 shots because they can attack you in so many different ways. You can't really lock
LeBron can't do it because he ain't got the skill set.
I'm not
yeah, but I think you're overrating the influence of Jordan because the view that you could win a title with your best player as a guard that changed with Magic and the Lakers and Isaiah with Detroit. The view that you didn't need to have a big man to win a title, that view changed in the 80s, not the 90s.
Magic was a big bro. He was a big point guard. Don't act
like
Magic
was never looked at as a big. He was a point guard.
He was a big dude. What are we talking about?
And the Pistons won 2 titles built around Isaiah as well.
But I think
Magic was a big
Africa. I think
Magic was an anomaly. He wasn't.
Magic was a point guard. He was not a big in that sense of the word.
The problem is Magic didn't have a game that kids wanted to replicate. Right? Like
I don't agree with you. I think Magic's behind the back passes. That was appealing to people.
Brent, hold on one second. What I'm saying is we all been in gyms, and some of us been in gyms in the 90s and the 2000s. There's nobody in any gym ever has been out there saying Magic or doing anything Magic related. Like we hear Kobe. We hear the Jordans. Okay. We hear those moves.
Well, yeah, because most of these kids never watch Magic play.
Hold on 1 second, Brandon. Hold on. The whole point in this is saying Magic at 6'9" is not duplicatable because of his size. Kids are replicating Steph Curry because most kids are going to grow up to be 5'9" to 6 foot. And you can replicate that. And you can replicate shooting threes. So now every kid is shooting threes like Curry. All right. The crossover like Iverson as a small guard, you can replicate that because Iverson as a small guard could hit people with crossover. They're working on that. But Jordan, even at 6'6", had some things that were replicatable by some. And because of the fandom around him, people were going to replicate him anyway. It didn't matter. So I don't think Magic had anything that anybody was going to the gym saying, I want to work on my behind the back.
No, that's not that. No, I don't disagree with you. That's not what I was arguing. No, that's not what I was arguing. I don't disagree with that. I was responding to Young Africa saying that Michael Jordan's the one who changed the game and the way it was played in the 2000s. I mean, prior to Magic Johnson, nobody thought you could win a title with your best player as a guard. Magic changed that view, Bird changed that view, and Isaiah changed that view. So that view, let me finish. So what I'm saying is that the view that you could build a team around a guard, that changed before Jordan. It changed with Magic and it changed with Isaiah. I'm not talking about kids.
That wasn't my point. My point was the offensive revolution of today could be attributed to a huge part of Jordan's legacy of the 90s and his scoring prowess, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Right, but I'm saying I think you're overrating the role of Jordan because the shift in the NBA from centers to guards that started with Magic and Isaiah. The NBA was already changing to a guard league before Jordan.
This is why, Brandon. Because Brandon, you're talking about how Jordan's impact in the NBA. Africa's talking about how it impacted the minds of the kids going into the NBA. It literally checked the kids that are watching, the kids that are
I'm not talking about the kids
are turning into the next generation of basketball players. They are wanting to be Jordan-esque. They are wanting to take that same approach scoring wise. But the problem is that style, that the style that Jordan had no longer could be efficient because of zones. So if they wanted to keep that style up, they have to expand it now to the 3-point line. Bigs now, if you want a job in the league, like everybody, this even bigs, you listen to some of these bigs talk, Jordan was their role model. Like the Kobe's were their role models. Nobody's walking around talking about Magic was the role model. Steve Nash was the role model. Jason Kidd was nobody's role model. Everybody is Jordan or Kobe.
Yeah, no, that you're right. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the NBA was already shifting to a guard league in the 80s, and then the 90s continued that. But Magic and Isaiah really started the shift from the NBA to teams being built around big men to guards. But most kids today never watch Jordan play. Most kids today know Kobe and they know Curry. They don't know Jordan.
The league shifted. So what do you need?
I talked about the generation.
What do you need to beat zones? You need to space the floor. So generally, when teams go into zones, you want to put more shooting on the floor. So the league changed the direction away from bigs by saying we're going to allow teams to start running zones, and teams were going to answer that response by adding shooters. And this is where we had the development of more small ball teams. Even though there were small ball teams before, more and more teams took that approach, shooting more small ball, more versatility. And so they took that approach going into the 2000s because the league changed the rules. So I don't want to say it was because anything but
but it was already changing before then.
I don't think it was.
Yes, it was. The best teams in the 90s were built around guards. They weren't built around big men.
Oh, hold on. Mock Dream. He says, my role model was Steve Nash. And I feel sorry for you. You must have been on the bench.
Yeah, but most kids today don't watch Jordan. Most kids today, their role models are Kobe and Curry, not Jordan.
Who did Kobe mold his game after?
Exactly. Come on, Brandon.
Yeah, but I mean, you can always go back further. Most kids today didn't watch Jordan play.
Who did Jordan mold his game after?
Hey, young Africa.
Yeah, I mean, you can always go back. Most kids today did not watch Jordan play in the 90s.
All these guys molded their games after past scorers.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, no, I don't. I mean, it depends on the type of player you are. I mean, Curry did not model his game off of Jordan. Kobe modeled his game off of Jordan. Curry did not. And Curry is far more influential than Kobe with kids today.
Curry is one of the few that started a trend.
Right.
So Curry created a trend that now hundreds and hundreds of kids are now following. So this is why people say, "Oh, kids today are shooting too many threes." Blame Steph Curry because Steph Curry was the innovator of that.
No, I think you're overrating Curry's importance.
Hold on.
Once analytics came into the league, the NBA was always going to move to 3-point shooting.
Curry's innovation from the 3-point line. Oh, go ahead.
He says, Straight Duvall says that's false. My kids in the 80s definitely wanted to be Magic. And he was one of them. Look, y'all. Again,
at that time,
you will be hard pressed to find a whole bunch of kids that's in the gym talking about throwing a pass, talking about Magic. That's not happening, bro. Still, I gotta stop.
Even in the NBA,
we're talking about the masses. We're not talking about the one-offs.
Yeah, no, I'm saying Magic started the shift in the NBA away from big men to guards. I wasn't talking about kids, but the move to 3-point shooting was inevitable once analytics got into the game. Whether Curry played or not, the NBA was going to move to 3-point shooting because that's what analytics is. D'Antoni built his whole system using analytics in Phoenix, and D'Antoni built a team around 3-point shooting before Curry was even in the NBA.
Even Curry shooting, when you talk about the value of his 3-point shooting and why it was able to become so high value, comes back to my original point of how the game evolved. When you go from zone defense, from illegal defense to zone defense, you already at that point increase the value of 3-point shooting. They just didn't realize at that exact point in time of how valuable it was, but it was already instantly more valuable. And then it becomes more valuable and more evident through time. Curry becomes the guy that innovated it because he took it to such a volume that it became obvious how valuable it was, and it was trending that way.
No,
as you said.
D'Antoni was the first one to put an offensive system in built on 3-point shooting, not Curry.
Once again, coming back to why they changed the zone defense rules is because of Jordan. And when players want to be high-scoring perimeter players and you get cooked with the illegal defense and you go to zone, and now you have to evolve the game. And the game evolves with the mentality of a Jordan. Look, players never stop wanting to be Jordan. The rules of the game change, so players had to evolve their way.
But the NBA was already moving towards being a league built on guards in the 80s. The best teams in the 80s were built around guards, not big men. And when you talk about 3-point shooting, Mike D'Antoni was the first person to put an offensive system built in on 3-point shooting, and Curry wasn't even in the league when D'Antoni put his system in. Oh, and by the way, guess who the GM was in Phoenix when D'Antoni put his system in? It was Steve Kerr. And Steve Kerr put in an iteration of D'Antoni's system in Golden State with Curry. All Steve Kerr did was put in a slight variation of the system that he saw D'Antoni use in Phoenix that was built on 3-point shooting.
Hold on. But look, Brandon, Steph Curry is not Steph Curry because of Steve Kerr. Steph Curry was evolving into Steph Curry when he was at Davidson doing unbelievable things.
But he went to another level with Kerr.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, hold on, y'all.
Steph Curry was like that because of this.
Bro,
but Curry was not the same player with Mark Jackson.
Hold on, y'all. Look, y'all. When we talk about Steph Curry, if you didn't watch him at Davidson, then you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Right. This man was a one-man wrecking crew from the 3-point line. Remember, a lot of people didn't believe that those shots he was making was sustainable, and he did it for multiple years. He led them to deep runs into the tournament with it. And then even going into the NBA, people questioned that style of play would work. Right? There were people they were saying he's too small. It might not work. He's not strong enough. And then Curry came into the league once he got through the injuries, because that was really the only thing holding him back early on. Once he got through the injuries and he came into his own, he went right back to doing what Steph Curry does, which was light people up from the 3-point line at a clip that we had never seen. The only thing Steph Curry did,
nobody was talking about Curry changing the game until his unanimous.
The only thing that Steve Kerr talked about was
Curry went to another level with Kerr.
Come on, Brandon. Hold on. Only thing that Steve Kerr said was, because Steve Kerr even said, this is not nothing that Steve Kerr did. He just basically said there was one game where he saw Steph Curry take a crazy shot, and he said from that point on, he says, I have nothing to say. Shoot whatever you want. I'm going to let you be the decider of that. There's sometimes that's how you got to be with some players. You just have to take the handcuffs off of them. There's no special offense that they run. There's nothing, no magical form. Steph Curry, he just allowed him to play his natural game. This is who he always has been. I don't know why y'all trying to act like some coach turned them into this.
Lamont.
Come on. No. Y'all got to stop trying to yell and overtalk. You got to stop lying. Right. And we're not going to let you sit here and try to give Steph Curry's greatness and the trend that he started, and you trying to give it to Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr didn't innovate shit. That was all Steph Curry, and he actually started it under Mark Jackson. He was just dealing with injury. He started it at Davidson. So again, it ain't because of no Steve Kerr, because Steve Kerr ain't done it for no. Remember, Mark Jackson was the one that said this is the best shooting backcourt in NBA history before it even happened. It wasn't no Steve Kerr. So he saw it before it even happened. This is how you know it was them independent of any coach. He was going to be this irregardless of any play, any coach, any system. This is just who he was. And kids are now following that trend because Steph Curry's game is replicatable because he is a small guard, just like most basketball players who play the game today. Not everybody's going to grow to 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". And Steph Curry's could potentially go down as having a bigger impact than Jordan and Kobe because of that. Because he he is more relatable than the Jordans and Kobe's, because Kobe at 6'7" and Jordan is 6'6" still is not relatable to the masses. Kerr is more relatable. But don't be giving the credit to Steve Kerr. He didn't unleash shit. That was all Steph
okay,
Curry.
but Steph Curry never had a season with Mark Jackson like he did in 2016 when he was unanimous MVP. And again, Steve Kerr put in a completely, even Steph Curry. And Steph Curry liked Mark Jackson. He connected with him over religion. And even Steph Curry said Mark Jackson did not run an offense. He didn't call plays. So look, Steph Curry was a great player before Steve Kerr came, but Kerr's system took Curry to another level. Curry never had a season like he did with Steve Kerr when he was unanimous MVP when he was playing with Mark Jackson.
Systems don't make players. Players make the system.
Right.
No, but systems can maximize players.
No, they don't,
Mark
man.
Jackson wasn't maximizing Curry. Steve Kerr
Systems
did.
don't make a player. Player makes a system.
No, but systems can maximize players.
You can give. I promise you, you can put Steve Kerr. You can give him a good young shooter, and he in that same system, and it's not going to look like Curry. Promise you.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that.
Draymond.
I'm saying that in Steve Kerr's system, Steph Curry had better spacing than he ever did with Mark Jackson. Curry played at a higher level with Curry than Jackson, in part because he had a better system.
Thompson and great shooters on the floor.
He had Mark Jackson had Thompson too.
And he had already said this is the best shooting backcourt in NBA history.
Right, but that backcourt went to another level with Kerr.
Bro, see, it's so easy to say that they went to another level when they fired Mark Jackson right before that duo hit their prime. Right. And then now Steve Kerr gets all the credit for everything Mark Jackson.
Well, it's an awfully big coincidence that they suddenly hit their prime when Kerr came in.
They turned 26, bro. Curry gets to 26, 27 and hits his prime. That's what happens in the NBA, bro. What do you mean, bro?
No. Curry hit his prime both because of his age and because of the system. Again, Steph Curry liked Mark Jackson. Steph Curry said Mark Jackson had no offensive system, and Steph Curry liked Mark Jackson.
He want to give it to Steve Kerr so bad. This had nothing to do with no Steve Kerr.
I don't think Steve Kerr is anything special as a coach. I don't think Steve Kerr is a great head coach at all, but I do think his system benefited Curry a lot.
They fell into Draymond starting when David Lee goes down, like activating the offense. Like they fell into a lot of things. A lot of luck is attributed to that as well. It's not just Steve Kerr, but coming back.
Yeah, but again, Mark Jackson would have never played. Wait, you're missing the point. You're cooking yourself. Mark Jackson would have never played Draymond Green at the center because Mark Jackson didn't want to play small.
We ain't doing that. Look. I ain't finished. I ain't one of them, Brandon. You just cutting dudes off.
Mark Jackson would have never played Draymond Green at the
five. Look. The original point of what I said that brothers are trying to run away from, right? Brothers have tried to talk so much about how Jordan is so influential to the NBA, right? And then now, when I talk about his influence directly impacting what people perceive as a negative offensive revolution in the NBA, people want to minimize Jordan's influence when it comes to scoring. But when they talk about LeBron and his scoring, it's 10 scoring titles, one of the greatest scorers all time, Jordan hands down. So I want to say this. When it comes to even Curry, and you talk about scoring guards on the perimeter, Jordan has a part to play in that too. Jordan has a huge part to play in this era. And so when we talk about the scoring being maximized and revolutionized at this point, and people trying to blame defense over what happened in the 90s, I'm wondering why the players and the people that hype up Jordan and his scoring do not blame him for the current situation of the offenses in the NBA. I'm stumped.
Because Michael Jordan was never a great three-point shooter. He didn't play remotely close to the way they play now. But again, when you talk about Mark Jackson, Steph Curry liked Mark Jackson a lot. And he said Mark Jackson. Steph Curry liked Mark Jackson. And he said Mark Jackson didn't call plays. He had no offensive system. Mark Jackson was a good defensive coach, but he was not a good offensive coach.
Hey, Lamar, salute. Hey, salute everybody on the panel. I just had to Lamar, that's something you said, had to challenge that. You said the players make the system, and that's the system that basically the Warriors is running only Steph and, the crew, Clay or whatever. But didn't the Kings steal their whole system and doing well at it?
No, Kings run a completely different system. The Kings
run the same system.
They don't run the same
Phoenix
system.
was successful with the system with
Brandon,
Steve.
He was asking me the question. God damn, shut the hell up.
Hey.
Hold on. My question is, okay, so what The Warriors run a split action offense. The Kings offense is built around the Princeton system. Two completely different systems. Again, highly effective. Nobody really even thought the Princeton system could really work at a high level in the NBA, but they're two different systems and they're not the same whatsoever. Because they play so fast, you want to and because Mike Brown came from Golden State, everybody just wants to assume this had to be the same thing they were doing in Golden State, and it's not. It's Princeton. Just go look it up. The Warriors do not run a Princeton system. They run a split action offense. Two different things. So again, Mike Brown is a defensive coach. The offensive guys that he brought in chose this offense. Probably not Mike Brown. So you really can't even give him all the credit for the offense because he's the defensive guru.
Nah, they run a bunch of pin. They do the same.
Okay, hold on. Let's just Google it.
Down screens.
Sacramento doesn't have the same shooting Golden State does.
Oh my God.
Right. Yes, they do. Hold on.
Hold on. Hey, John. Let's just Google it. What offense does
GX and Chat GP2? GPT.
Kings run under Mike Brown. Somebody
who got that background?
I gotta kick people. Mango, fix your background or I gotta kick you.
Lamont, but as you start that up, I just want to make a correction. It was actually Allen Iverson who was the quote unquote small guard that inspired kids of the youth to believe they could still make the league. His style of play also influenced the implementation of the zone. Yeah, so I just want to make that correction. It wasn't Steph Curry. It was AI.
Who was Iverson influenced by, Sturdy?
AI was influenced by Michael Jordan.
Okay, so this is what it says right here, you guys. It says Mike Brown utilizes a Princeton offense, the same offense that Rick Adelman used that made the Kings contenders in the 2000s and when he coached the Lakers. That's what he runs. This is not what Golden State runs. They do not run a Princeton style offense. Now, with the right personnel, like we saw in the Rick Adelman, it could be a high
5-point. They run the 5-point. How they had just how they got Sabonis and Draymond.
Hold on, the 5-point is Princeton. The 0.5 is Princeton.
And you talking about what a 5?
Bro, what the Princeton offense? You guys listening to John? I want y'all to Google the Princeton offense.
Can I
no, John. Because again, I'm not allowing stupidity to take over the channel today. You got to stay on mute or get out the stream. Because Princeton offense. The first principle in the Princeton offense is you need to designate the point. It's called the point of your offense. So when he said the 0.5 offense, that's how you know it's the Princeton offense because he said 0.5. So he knows it's the Princeton offense. He even said the 0.5 offense, but now he's just trying to dance around it. Now you need to go Google, John, what the Golden State Warriors run. It's something completely different.
I just Googled
Okay, so what do the Warriors run? What do the Warriors run?
I just Googled Sacramento and we read the same thing. I didn't Google.
What do the Warriors run?
I didn't Google the Warriors.
Okay, now Google
I'm talking about Sacramento and the same way they have bonus. The point.
It's not the same.
Draymond.
Let's pull up a video, you guys. Let's just pull up a video to help him. So Sacramento Kings, the Princeton offense, we're gonna pull up their chin series. Okay, hold on. Let's just do this. We're gonna pull up the video, not just me talking. Let me share my screen. Let me move this banner. Okay, what does it say the name of this video is? Sacramento Kings Chin Series, NBA Princeton Offense. This is not my video. This is from Half Court Hoops. Okay. You're the one that said they run the same thing. And then we're gonna go look up what Golden State runs. So let's play this. Oh, let me make it big. This is their Princeton offense, you guys. Now, I want to ask you guys, do we see split actions? Do we see any split actions happening? No split actions are happening. That's a Princeton cut right there.
This the only play they're showing.
No, they're showing multiple plays. It's not one play. And Princeton is a system that you can run various plays out of it. So this is something called their chin series. So you can run your chin sets out of the Princeton offense.
Yeah, that's definitely not Golden State.
This is not the split action offense that Golden State runs.
What year is this?
Oh my God, man. Just look at the players on the court. You should give you an idea when this happened. This is when Blake Brown. This video was made 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
4 years ago.
And they run the same offense.
Okay, Lamont. You playing? Okay.
Okay, let's just hold on. We're gonna type in Mike Brown, Princeton offense. Look, how did it just pop up? Okay, let's just click on Mike Brown's Princeton offense. Right here, inside Mike Brown's system, dissecting the Sacramento Kings offense, right? It's because right here, NBA TNT rips Lakers Mike Brown's Princeton offense. That was he was running it 11 years ago. It says right here, they ripped him when he ran it with the Lakers, right? But hold on, all of a sudden it works. B-Ball Breakdown did a whole video. B-Ball Breakdown is elite with this. This was a year ago. They're going to break down his Princeton offense. This might be better since it was more recent. It's going to be the same thing. Princeton don't change.
Mike Brown actually talked about that. He said one of the biggest things he learned from his departure from the Cavs was to try a new offensive set.
Let me play the audio with this so he can hear the audio because I want him to learn this right here. I don't people. That's crazy. Hold on. Let me add the audio with this because B-Ball Breakdown be doing some elite videos. All right, here we go.
Era when the Kings were one of the best teams in the NBA. The Kings are channeling the ghosts of basketball past by running an offense designed by Pete Carrill, the famed Princeton offense coach who just so happened to bring his concept to this very same team, giving them the kind of offensive success that Sacramento hasn't seen since, until now. Carrill created this offense when this song came out coincidentally, and to combine this kind of movement and passing with the incredible skill level of today's player, you get the kind of pleasing basketball that would make the coaching legends of yesterday applaud. So let's break down how it works. The basic action is for the big man to dribble towards the wing, who then cuts to the basket, followed by a handoff to the player coming out of the corner, who can then get into the middle for the floater. If the center makes the handoff into an earlier pass, it just becomes a pick and roll and a 2-on-1 against the opposing center. They find this action out of a lot of different initiations. Here is a skip pass to the top. Herder recognizes the formation and immediately cuts backdoor. Keegan Murray cuts into the handoff, and if the defender goes underneath, he's pulling for the three. Let's not forget the initial backdoor cut, putting a lot of pressure on the defense with the spaced out weak side and no help rotations. A great solution to stopping this is to deny the handoff after the back cut. Well, that triggers another back cut, and Trey Lyles gets to show off his athletic ability. More options that can be done is read and react. The backdoor cutter can stop and set a screen for the corner man before getting the handoff. And if that's denied, then another backdoor cut, and the basic action continues to flow as the handoff leads to an open three.
Yo, Lamont, you can't play this video.
Bounce play in reversal, you get another stable.
I can't be. I know the dude that runs the channel. He's not going to flag my video.
I'm just making sure. My bad.
So look. So now we're going to take it to the Golden State offense. Okay. Golden State.
That's a genius offense. I can't lie, bro. The amount of options.
The only problem is it's extremely difficult to run because you have to have guys that are really, you got to have a good passing big. You got to have guys that are willing to pass, and it works primarily because it's a bonus. Remember, it worked with the earlier version of the Sacramento Kings because they had Diva.
Yeah, you got to have, like, honestly, most complex offenses, like, you need a necessity to have multiple playmakers. So Honestly, it's ironic we're going through this, Lamont, because actually Gil and Kingdom's going through this. There's that same stuff, the defensive impact, the 3-2 zones, and they asked one of the questions was, what's the most difficult offense you had to learn? It was the Princeton.
Okay, hold on. So 2 years ago, he did a video on the Golden State Warriors offense. Let's check this out, y'all. Watch this.
While the NBA is filled with plenty of individual brilliance, and fans like nothing more than to see a superstar execute an individual move to perfection, it's the coaches who enjoy the symbiosis of ball movement, player movement, 5 players moving together like fingers on a hand, sharing the ball with a joy that reminds us of the possibilities of the game itself. And it's clear that the NBA is the jealous girlfriend, Steve Kerr is the boyfriend, and his incredible offense is the hot woman walking on by. It's important to note that this analysis is all about the process, not the result. So we can put aside the fact that the Warriors ranked 16th in offensive rating. They ranked 5th in generating wide open three-pointers, and perhaps their solution is to shoot even more of them. Last night against the Hornets was a prime example of how good this offense could be, especially against a Charlotte team that has struggled mightily on defense so far. Let's start with the Warriors' bread and butter, the low post split. The basic idea is that the ball penetrates the defense with the low.
What did he call it? He called it the low post split because they run split actions, but we're going to keep it playing.
Post entry pass, and the passer screens for the shooter above the elbow. Because this is a perceived mismatch down low, the defense doubles, leaving Draymond open on the backdoor cut. This forces the rotation and a kick out to the shooter in the corner, who makes one more for the wide open 3. They utilize a quick step-up screen to establish low post position for Bjelica, and this time, because the shooter was the guy feeding the post, this split screen turns into a flare, leading to another wide open three-point shot.
Another split screen.
Steph brings it up to the right wing, but sees an advantage with Draymond on the opposite block, so the reversal sets up another low post split. Payton forgets to screen, but Poole not only gets open, the pass lures his man out of position. Middle penetration forces Hayward to step up. Rozier is late sinking on a nicely timed backdoor cut by Wiggins, and they get the layup. Where this offense becomes so hard to guard is the organic use of these same concepts. Like this feed to the corner is the same as a low post entry. Draymond screens for the shooter at the elbow to get Poole open, then short rolls, as if this was a ball screen, and had the pass not gotten deflected, you can see how easy this 2 points would have been. I love this one. After Poole enters to the low post, you can see his man sets up to defend the split with Curry. So Poole reads this and just relocates to the corner for a wide open 3 on a simple pass out. What makes Curry so hard to guard in this action, despite them running it so often, is his ability to freelance out of it. He reads the defense and backdoors instead of using the split screen. There might have been a chance at a lob.
I think y'all get it.
Yeah, Lamont, you need to get your NBA video coverage license, man.
And I said this. I told this nigga it was I told him what the Kings run.
They run Princeton.
I told you what the Kings run. So I don't get the point of you playing the video.
Okay, no, hold on. You said they do the same thing as the Golden State Warriors.
Okay, and
they don't. It's completely different.
You wasn't watching, bro?
I caught a little bit of it.
Yo, John, you funny, bro.
I caught a little bit of it.
But now, like even though Mike Brown came from Golden State Warriors,
I was wrong, man.
Because John, like he said in his interview, like one of the biggest changes to his post philosophy, he wanted to keep the defense, but like he wanted to change up his offense because he wasn't running this with the Cavs with LeBron's first stint. They didn't have personnel to, so he understood adapting with the times. You can run more complex offenses like this, and that way took with him. So you brought the Princeton with him to the Kings. And that was the biggest. If you go back, that was one of the biggest right about what him and Kobe was going back and forth about. The fact that Mike Brown was trying to run schemes that Kobe didn't think the team's capable of running. Like, get the dude out of here. You don't know what you're doing.
So, story. Why
But you know, Kobe,
you were trying to
Right.
the origins of.
No. I was correcting. I was just correcting Lamont saying that Steph Curry was the first superstar to like give kids that notion that a small quote unquote normal sized guy still make the league. That was
I don't know if he said first. Did he say first? I think he just said he's the modern example today of that. I don't know if you said first.
And that's the thing. Like I want to say, because I heard y'all was going back and forth for that. Is generation influence is based off what kids are seeing for that day of. So I'm not going to say kids of the 80s didn't look up to Magic and Bird. That's just inaccurate. So that's how kids of today look up to Steph Curry and Devin Booker, Jason Tatum, because that's who's playing today. So that's how that works. It's not.
It was more like it wasn't replicatable. Like what Jordan did was able to be replicated in the 2000s and after that.
And that's and I was going to say too.
Outside of like LeBron, Luka, you can't.
Really you can't replicate.
No, but you can't replicate you can't replicate Jordan's athleticism or any of his physical advantages of any of that. But you can replicate what Lamont said earlier, how kids or how people get what impressions that person leave on their game. So a guy might not have 6'6" or have athleticism with Jordan, but they understood Jordan also have understanding of fundamentals. And like y'all mentioned before, exactly. Like I mentioned before, the fact that he was Jordan was the first aggressive scoring shooting guard of the time. That's what Jordan was. You didn't have no guard before him was putting up that many attempts to put that much pressure on the defense for scoring prowess. That's what Jordan revolutionized the game in. And so him able to do that in a league that had multiple talented bigs, that even made it more impactful, like y'all said earlier. So like it's like,
would it be accurate to say today's scoring is a reflection of the source could be attributed to Michael Jordan? What we're seeing today?
You could, but I like to be more accurate with it by saying it's any dynamic offensive player that person sees of their time. That's what I think. That's why Bird and Magic stood out, because there was more dynamic players of their time. Same thing with Jordan. Same thing with Kobe. And I want to make this clear. That's what make the 2000s so great. It wasn't just Kobe. It was AI. It was T-Mac. It was Vince Carter. All these guys had huge influence on the youth coming up because they were dynamic offensive players.
And that's why about the influence being continuously your modern influence, but it evidently to me, Jordan is the precedent to all of this, though. The modern day precedent to what has occurred in the last 30 years.
I know, and after you missed it before, because early on I said I think I have a theory. It's like it's just how the game is advertised, because this is how I mentioned the game is mostly advertised through dynamic offense. That's what it is. So you when you go back and watch games of the 80s and 90s, look how the commentators are talking about the game. They're not really trying to break down the actions or the sets of the defense. They're more so telling what happened defensively, and they getting focused more of their time on the offensive end. When reality,
the beautiful move, the fade away, all that. Yeah.
Exactly. So that what leaves the biggest impression, because early on the stream today, people were saying that defense isn't played today, which is completely false. But people only get that notion because, like I said, it's the way the game been advertised. Defense is not on the forefront of advertisement when it comes to especially the modern basketball. It just isn't. So people think it's not being played today. And to your point of Jordan influence, look at a guy like Brandon Miller said, who was his GOAT? Paul George. Why? Because coming up, Paul George was a dynamic offensive player. And that's what it is. Like
the young rookie.
No, so
I'm
you're
not
right about
denying the modern day.
No, we got Otamo. He says today's league is softer than netball.
No, and I was just finna respond to 30. I do agree. Defense is played today in this modern era. I don't agree with people like there ain't no defense. I don't agree with that. But I also don't think I don't think the physicality is there. Like that's proven.
What do you mean? What do you mean the physicality is not there?
The whistles always being blown every damn play.
This was blown more in the 90s and 80s.
So I just think it was definitely more physical, like in the 2000s era. Like,
by
what do you
mean like a congested paint where
what do you mean more physical? What is physical defense?
Physicality.
I think the offense got more of an advantage physically. That's what I think of when I hear it. When I think about physicality,
But what are you calling physicality? What are you defining as physicality?
Who gets more of a leeway to initiate contact?
Right, physicality. Just because you like let's say you go on the perimeter, just because you might bump somebody a little bit, everything don't need to be a whistle. Like every single thing is a whistle. Lamar, you know what I'm talking about.
True. There's
you know what I'm talking about.
There were more fouls called in the 90s than any other era of basketball.
More people complaining about the refs not and officiating now than ever before. You hear more people.
I think defenders are adapting to being less physical too.
You hear more coaches.
What do y'all mean less physical?
I'm going to tell you, you hear more coaches. You hear everybody complaining about the whistles and the referees. They're officiating more today than ever before. That's a fact.
Because there's social media now. Like
that's because we got
social media in the 90s to complain about shit.
I think that's because we got play by
play.
You complain about everything now. Like everything you see, we see it in real time. Like that's why you hear about the refs more. Like
we got replays.
But you never heard.
Hey, hold on. So you're talking about a league, right? Where just this past year they implemented new rules that helped the defense in the no flopping, right? James Harden's free throws have significantly declined because the rule that allowed him to foul bait is now gone. So again, let's not act like the NBA hasn't seen some of the flaws in some of their rule changes or the way the game is being ref, and they're not making changes that now give the defenses more tools back. Because the NBA clearly saw if you start stripping defenses down like they did in the 90s with illegal defense, it's going to compromise the league. They just added rules with regards to flopping, with regards to foul baiting and things of that nature, which help the defense defend better. Which, remember, they even had a thing now where if it's minimal contact, it's not a foul. We've seen that happen in some of the challenges. The ref will say minimal contact, and the challenge was either successful or something to that nature. So we say that it's softer, but I'm seeing more physical games than before. With the rule of verticality, that's physical, right? Now the defenders don't have to stand there, they can also jump as long as they're vertical and things of that nature. Now there's always been the rule that hand is ball, right? So people's hands is always getting slapped. So that's part of the game. So I don't know what part of physicality is missing. What physicality?
One week the league is soft, the next week everybody crying about
Lamont, you know what it is. You know what it is. Like when people say physicality, they think of the advertisement of hard fouling. That's what they think of. In reality,
that's not what I think of though. I think
what do you think of?
In reality, that's what I'm saying. Reality in today, so there's more physical action, but like a lot of people don't pay attention because it's off the ball most of the time. Most people pay attention where the ball is at. That's the truth. But there's a lot of physicality going on with the back screens, with boxing now. Like, there's a lot of physicality in the game, bro.
I disagree, but
hold on. What do you think is physical? Like break down physical.
Well, y'all haven't explained what y'all think is physical.
Name me some physical defensive players that actually is physical. Like
Draymond Green.
That nigga bitch suspended. You talking about the flagrant foul? You talking
about you're talking about the foul.
See what I said, Lamar?
You're talking about the foul.
1 minute.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on, y'all. I'm saying I'm only talking about Draymond Green's defense, not the fouls.
And I'm telling you right here, playing physical defense doesn't mean flagrant fouling. It's two totally different things.
Are you saying Draymond Green's not a physical defender?
Yes, I do think he's a physical defender. I do.
Okay, so that's one. Okay. Anthony Davis. Physical defender.
No, I don't think he's a
How is he not a physical defender?
Because when he plays against guys like
how can you be one of the best defensive players in the league and not be physical?
I'm telling you, no, because when he plays against a guy like Embiid, every time we see Embiid bullies AD, and there's nothing he can do.
The best scorer in the NBA, that's who you're measuring it against.
Okay, so the thing is,
exactly.
Are you saying he's not a physical defender if he can't hold Joel Embiid to 20 points?
Embiid is not the best scorer in the NBA.
Embiid is definitely the best scorer in the NBA.
Nigga just scored 70. Like, what are you talking about?
He's a two-time scoring champ.
Luka just scored 70.
No, hey, y'all getting off track. Y'all getting off track.
We're going off track. Yeah, come on.
Hold on. Hold on. So
we just seen niggas score 70.
Is Marcus Smart is a physical defender?
Yes.
I'll give it to Marcus Smart. Yes. Yes.
Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday, Dylan Brooks, both. Yeah, the physical defenders.
So that's 4.
Jaren Jackson.
No.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
No.
Pat
What?
Bev.
Alex Caruso.
Yo,
Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday. What about Drew Holiday?
He already said Drew
I think he
Holiday.
said Drew. I think
No
he
to
said Drew.
Giannis, bro.
Okay, hold on. We
This
got
dude
Jimmy
said
Butler.
Giannis not physical.
We got Jimmy Butler.
They named 4.
We got OG Anunoby. We got Rudy
Yeah, Jimmy
Gobert.
Butler's a fact. Yeah.
Nah, Rudy ain't
Bam,
physical. Nah.
Bam.
What about Bam Adebayo?
Patrick Beverly. Facts. Patrick Beverly.
I'll give
Patrick
you Bam.
Beverly's another physical defender.
Bam Adebayo. I'll give you Bam.
Okay, so you
How
named a
does
lot of
Bam physical and Giannis not physical?
No, I'm
Explain
gonna give you another guy that's physical. Gary
That's
Payton
fine.
II is physical defender. Yes.
Yes. What?
What are y'all talking about?
Shit,
Yes.
What's his name? Alvarado from New Orleans is a physical.
Brooks from Milwaukee, physical defender, one of the best in the league. Bam Adebayo, physical defender. Aaron Gordon, physical defender.
Would you say Vanderbilt from the Lakers? Would you say he's kind of
Evan Mobley, physical defender.
I'll give you Aaron Gordon. That's 7.
What you mean 7?
Bro, he's saying some of the guys we name are physical defenders, but reality
how about you tell us the physical defenders that you think are
y'all name it, and I'm just agreeing.
What I'm trying to get from him is what is his definition of physical defense?
That's what I'm saying. You got to give your definition, John. You got to give your definition of what you think physicality is.
So y'all remember how Tony Allen is a prime example to me of a physical defender, and he's a guy.
What is
Tony
physical
Allen,
defense?
He's one guy.
No, I don't want examples of players. I just tell me what physical defense is.
Man, you can't make me say what I'm saying. I'm telling you what it is. So listen to what I'm telling you.
No, don't tell me players.
No, that's what you told me, and I was
He's
trying
one
to tell
guy.
you.
Yeah.
Cut me off.
No. He's just trying to name players. Tell me what physical defense
You
is.
keep cutting me off. Why you keep cutting me off?
Because you keep naming players. Like, so for example, if you guys ask me what is physical defense, you know what I'm going to say? Chucking cutters when cutters dive through lanes, right? Tagging guys on the rebound, on the box out, right? Always finding bodies, right? When you chase over screens, always getting back attached. When you hedge, making contact, when you hedge hard and recover. Things like that. That's physical defense. It's not fouling. It's within the rules of the game, but you're showing a level of physicality that's within the rules. A lot of times physical defense is happening right before your eyes, like with a guy like Matisse Thybulle, but he never will get credit for it. Right?
I like Matisse Thybulle.
Again, I don't think y'all even know physical defense when you see it.
I like Matisse Thybulle.
They probably only think it's on ball only. They don't even take into account the off ball shit.
As a defender.
When I think about physicality, I'm thinking about who get the advantage because it's gonna always be physical. Basketball, a contact sport. So whoever gets the most advantage to initiate that contact, to me, is where the physicality.
Contact is not always advantage defense. Sometimes if you make contact,
that's what I'm saying.
There's certain offensive players that you have to play with space. Like a Kyrie Irving, you can't go get physical with him. He gonna drop you to the ground. You have to play certain guys in space. So certain guys you can't be physical with, or you're gonna get barbecued. So
that's not what I'm saying.
Can't always be physical.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, when it comes to initiating contact and stuff, I think offense has a lot more of an advantage to initiate contact.
No.
For rules.
No. When defenders initiate contact, the only thing you're doing with a good ball handler is selling where you're at or where you're going. You're tipping the defense. It's almost the best defenders in NBA history, like the Pippins, are the defenders that can play in space and without contact, because then they can always beat you to the spot. But the guys that are like to run up and be physical, that's the number one sign, especially on the perimeter, that you're dealing with a guy that's not confident defensively.
That's one situation.
That's not one situation. Guys that like to run up and be physical on the perimeter are generally the guys that know they can't defend and stay in front of you with their feet. So what they try to do is,
I'm saying that's only on-ball defense, though.
And Lamont, didn't they take out the
there's
offensive
a lot
player
of
jumping into
we can talk about every element of
a lot
defense.
of off-ball stuff.
Okay, so when I asked you what is physical defense, you tell me what physical defense is.
I'm saying I think it's less physical. I think
what's less physical? What are they doing now? What are they doing in the past that you couldn't do now?
Like I said, it's always going to be physical because it's a contact.
What are they doing in the past? What did they do in the past defensively that you cannot do now?
More offensively.
What did they do in the past defensively that made it more physical that you can't do now? And please don't say hand check.
They made the freedom of movement rules.
What did teams do in the past that was more physical that they're not doing now?
I said the rules lean in favor towards offense when it comes to physicality. So it's
In the
the
past,
balance.
what are
leans
players
towards
doing in the
offense.
past that was more physical than what you see today? What is more physical?
What you mean? What our players
That's
are in the
because
past?
the league.
The
No,
That's
offense
because
is more
Let
physical.
them finish. Let them answer. Let them answer.
Let them answer. Let these niggas show their work.
For example, a lot of people like to say you can hand check in the 90s, right? Hand checking to me is not physical. Hand checking is what you just naturally do when a defender turns his back and is dribbling with his back to you. You put your forearm on his back. That's what you do that anywhere on the court. And they still do it in today's game.
But let me help the bro though. But he did say something about freedom of movement, right? So back in the day, you're allowed to hold, grab, bump more. You're allowed to body your the opponent up more. You're allowed to
hold and grab
movement. You're allowed to stand in their way, off ball screens. You're allowed to impede the movement way more than you can today. That does affect the offense.
Hold on, we literally just watched Jarrett Vanderbilt in a game against the Warriors get body checked off of a screen. So Steph, no, it was not illegal. The refs called it. The refs said it was clean. No. The ref said it was clean.
Yeah. The ref
That's what I'm saying. It's a lot more illegal.
Oh, hold on. So it was a legit screen, wasn't it? It was right in front of the refs.
It was a Golden State screen. That's what that was.
Yeah, that was a Golden State screen.
Look,
it was a moving pick for sure.
Hold on.
Things
Y'all
like
can't
illegal
cry
screens
about.
is what-
You
is
see,
what
you
I'm talking
can't
about.
cry about. You can't call foul when you see a physical play. You just have to say it's a physical play. By Draymond
it was
Green.
definitely a physical play. Definitely was.
So don't cry foul. Oh, it should have been a foul. No, it was a physical play. And he wouldn't have done it if he didn't feel it was outside of the scope of the rules.
If you watch Draymond, it kind of looked at the
He been doing that his whole career. He been
hold on. Oh, he been doing it his whole career. I thought it wasn't a physical game.
Like kicking dudes in the nuts. That's not physical. That's flagrant.
No, we're only talking about the legal basketball plays where the whistle's not blown. You guys just said Draymond Green been screening like that his whole career, but thus meaning he's a physical player and the league allows physicality.
Kicking people in the nuts and all that.
You run to the non-basketball stuff like just to deflect. You guys just admitted he been screening like that his whole career. That's physical. And then when I talked about it, that should have been a foul. You're crying for the foul now. So what do you want? You want more foul calls or do you want physicality? Which one?
I want a balance.
He was talking about
y'all want. It sounds like y'all really want more foul calls.
I want a balance.
So his thing.
I want the offense and the defense to be able to be as physical as each other.
But he talking about offense, but they took out where the offensive player could jump into the defender.
But what he's interpreted as balance. What he's interpreted as
when
balance
the offensive player
is
kicks his feet out now, it's an offensive foul, right?
Facts.
That helps the defense, right?
But
that helps the defense.
It's not the rules, Lamont.
They didn't used to call that in the 90s. When Reggie was sprawling his feet, kicking his
Reggie
feet.
Miller.
They wasn't calling that in the 90s.
Well, yeah, that's why they made the rule for Reggie. But like the thing is, Lamont,
So they was letting
It's not
Reggie
the
get away.
rules.
So is Reggie? Reggie was just getting away with a whole bunch of offensive fouls. The defense
Oh yeah, Reggie did a lot of dirty. Reggie was doing a lot of dirty stuff off the ball. We're not gonna talk about it. Well, I'm saying it.
So did the offense not have an advantage then when they was allowing Reggie to kick his flail and do all that silly?
That's
1,000%.
Imagine getting kicked in your dick for playing defense.
What the brother's saying, in terms of balance, the thing is, we're getting there. No, it's never going to be an absolute balance. But I think what he's saying is the personnel hasn't caught up with the offensive talent yet. These guys' talent from 1 through 5, there's 10 guys who are versatile players. They're you rarely see teams that have 3 or 4 guys that only can do one thing. So the thing is, the defensive personnel have not yet to catch up to quote unquote make the game appear more balanced. In order for the defense personnel the league needs, the majority of the league has to have multiple 6'7" to 6'9" guys who will switch on multiple positions defensively. That's the only way you can quote unquote catch up. It's not the rules. It's the personnel. It's getting there, but it's not there yet. And that's consistent. That's consistent with every major rule change in NBA history. It took time for the offense to catch up to the zone in the early 2000s. Then it caught up to the mid 2000s.
I don't think any of this has anything to do with physicality because players
No,
will
I don't either.
always,
I don't either.
players will always find a way to be physical with
matter what.
any rule change that's made. They're always going to try to find a way to cheat the system, to do something. That, like, there's still a lot of jersey grabbing in today's game. There's still a lot of pushing going on closeouts and things of that nature. There's still a lot of dirty stuff that goes on that the rest that, again, Kobe even talked about how he would get away with certain fouls just because he started studying certain angles where the refs just couldn't see certain things. So he knew we get here, I can go do this. I can do X, Y, Z and get away with it because we know the refs ain't got a good angle on this call. So players study these things. They know how to be more aggressive, when to be more aggressive, take the cheap shots when they're there, how to annoy offensive players. They do all that stuff. It's just in today's game, offensive players have become so great. They can nullify a lot of these little tricks, trick bags, little tricks.
Let me ask you, Lamar, then, if you was a coach, right, in the NBA today, right, and we move on from the physicality, right, and Luka's playing 5 out, they got Grant Williams at the 5, right, and they're spacing the floor, everybody 5 out offense, right, Luka at the top of the key. How you defending that? I'm letting Luka do Luka 1-on-1.
Guard everybody else.
I'm guarding everybody else. The main thing is I'm going to take my most I'm going to take a good defender who is expendable. So, for example, I'm not taking my best defender, but I'm taking a guy that can hold his own defensively, a guy that can be a physical defender. I'm going to allow him to guard Luka 1-on-1. Obviously, you still got your natural help principles that will come into play, but I'm not about to overcompensate to everything Luka does. There might be situations on certain places of the court where I might decide to trap, but for the most part, the goal is turn him into a 1-on-1 player. Let him, if he's going to score 50, but we're going to get this win because ain't nobody else going to score shit. That would be my strategy. And that was the Golden State Warriors strategy against Nikola Jokić. So a lot of people said Nikola Jokić was cooking Draymond. It was intentional. Jokić, get your 30, but you ain't getting 10 assists.
Right. Guard everybody else.
And Draymond Green said, we studied when he has under 6 assists per a game, they lose at a high rate. So their goal was, let's stop everybody else. Go ahead and get your 30. But people will say, oh, Jokić cooked Draymond. No, it was built into their strategy. Go ahead and do you. We're going to guard you with one player, but you're not about to pass this ball around and get everybody going on us.
So he scores 5 straight possessions to start the game, and you staying with that defensive principle right there.
Yeah, because remember what Bill Russell said. This is the greatest defensive player of all time when I did my research on him. Bill against Wilt Chamberlain said, you know what I would do some games? He said, I would just let Wilt get the first couple buckets of the game just so he can feel like he got it going offensively and he wouldn't be a willing passer. Go look it up. Bill Russell even said that. He said, I'm going to let you get the first couple of buckets just so you can just keep shooting the ball because you're not going to beat us by yourself. So this is an age-old strategy, especially when you're dealing with such elite offensive talents who are also gifted. Wilt was a gifted passer, could lead the league in assists. Jokić as well. So again, when you're dealing with these otherworldly talents like a Jokić and even guys like Embiid, sometimes when he decides to pass, you just have to pick your poison. You just have to live with that strategy.
Phil Jackson was the same way.
Bill Russell and Wilt, they had a space in those.
Hold on, let go James Keenum cook real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, Phil Jackson used to do the same thing because Robert Horry said that's why the Bulls couldn't beat the Rockets because Phil Jackson never believed in double teaming. He let Robert Horry get cooked by Tim Duncan. He always used to think what Lamont is saying. One player is not going to beat us. So you got to play defense. I think the thing about this whole defense and the idea of physicality comes from rules changes. But the idea that the league never had a rule for pushing and grabbing and holding, like that's always been an NBA rule. That's always been a basketball rule. So the first 13 rules was you couldn't push, use your elbows, use your hands. You couldn't push somebody with your body. If you go look at the plays in the 60s, Wilt Chamberlain wasn't posting up and backing people down. Like that stuff that came on gradually later on in the NBA when like Lamont said, where you're not physically able to stay in front of somebody, so they let you use your hands a little bit more. When they let black players play more. When the ABA players started coming in, they started letting hand checking come in, and they had to re-emphasize the hand checking rule after 1978. So it's always been rule changes when it comes to the NBA. People just don't understand it. And in fact, there's more rule changes to help the offense in the 90s than any other era.
Like the hand checking rule, which was the most commonly called foul in the 90s. A lot of people like to say this 90s defense was built around hand checking. That was the most commonly called foul in the 90s, the hand checking foul. I could pull up videos where you can literally hear the ref call hand checking foul. He would literally say it, hand checking. So when people say hand checking was allowed in the 90s, it was not. When they changed that rule, they re-emphasized the hand checking rule in the 90s. They did it again in the 2000s.
Hey, Lamont, would you say hand checking is overrated?
They have a hand
element?
signal. The referees have an actual hand signal when they call it for an actual foul. It's like you know how they have an actual signal for hand checking. It's been there well before the 90s. So hand checking has always been illegal. You've never been able to hand check.
But would y'all say hand checking was like an overrated element? So I guess to a player playing defense, because we hear hand checking be used a lot. Like,
it doesn't work. It won't
It's the
work.
way. It's the way people say. It's the way people use hand checking. Like Lamont said, like hand check. Even when you go back and watch those games, Brandon, it's like they've been hand checking when guys turned their back. So now guys who have better handle, who better shooters, who better, and most importantly can shoot off the dribble now better. You can't hand check someone face up. You saw it with 2000 when Jordan tried that shit and AI crossed the shit out of his ankles. It's dumb. When you hand check somebody that's face up, you're shifting you're off balance already.
No, but
So
I mean, Lamont's a coach, right? When you're a coach, if you're teaching defense, you're not telling them to put your hands in front of you, right? Nobody teaches you to put your defense in front of you. When I was playing defense, I was a big man, so I was always told to keep my hands straight up, because if I put my hands forward, I'm liable to be called for a foul. And it's the same thing on defense. You keep your hands to the side, you move up and down actively, but if you have your hands out in front of you, you're going to get called for a foul. That's what Harden used to always get the rip through for, because you're putting your hands out in front. That's a foul. You're going to get called for a foul. You can't play defense like that. That's not how you play defense. You play defense by hands. You're keeping your hands active and your feet moving. I've never heard somebody saying I can push you to play defense.
But coming back to my question real quick, like Lamar, you're saying you're going to play a great offensive player one-on-one on the perimeter, right? And today I say you can still get beat doing that. Imagine you start the game.
Well, if you're talking hold on. So in today's game,
you're getting foul trouble. Your offense has to take it out the basket now and start in the half court. Like shit's.
But we're talking NBA.
Real quick.
But remember, you're talking NBA. How? If I'm a coach in the NBA, that's how I would have to do it. If I'm in college, it would be different. If I'm in high school, it would be different. But if you're talking NBA, you almost have to take that strategy, because you're dealing with elite level players, and some of the gimmicks and some of the things you would try with college players where you might have less talent surrounding the best player and you can get away with it. You cannot get away with it in this NBA. Everybody's elite. And so you have to, at the NBA level, you just have to say, this game, I'm picking my poison. This is the poison. This is what I'm living and dying with right here. And so sometimes in certain games, you watch your favorite team play, you're like, why they keep allowing this? Why they keep allowing that? Well, that's just the built-in part of their game plan. They're going to live or die with that this game. That's what when you're dealing with so much talent on the offensive side of the floor, that's really the only way you can coach, unless you just got crazy defensive weapons like the Boston Celtics, and you can go out there and defend with the Drew Holidays and the Derek Whites. You got Al Horford, who's still elite, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and you got guys coming off the bench that's pretty solid. Most teams aren't built like that. And so most teams have to go with this strategy.
Africa, would you rather one player get hot or 2 or 3 players get hot?
If I was playing a guy like Luka, personally, I'm more of the philosophy. I'm no coach, right? But I'm more of the philosophy of try everything you can to limit Luka and make Tim Hardaway Jr. and Grant Williams beat you. That's what I'm trying to do.
Right, but even when Luka scored,
they're capable of it too. That's the thing. People like Tim Hardaway can go off for 30 on you.
They can.
He's a 6 man. He damn near 6
Yeah,
man.
that's with a 40 piece. GG, bro.
But after you got to do this, because I'm actually about to finish up a video, because I'm actually making a video about this, whether it's good offense or bad defense. And I was looking at the Luka game and the Embiid game. When you look at those games, they were going off for 20, 30 points in the first half, but they weren't really blowing the other team out. The other team was still in the game.
That's true.
Now, you know what I'm saying? So, but eventually, things changed up. They didn't, obviously they scored 120, 130. Those guys, their teammates eventually got involved more. But to start off the game, all those guys started off hot. Like if you go look at the Cat Williams game, I think he was 8 for 8 to start the game or something like that. And he had like 20 points in like the first half. The first quarter. Like you say, what do you do to stop that? How do you stop that? But you got to go look at the footage. They literally try different strategies. They blitz him. They play off him. They do a lot of different things. But it's hard, like you said, when you know the other guys, because the scouting report tells you Tim Hardaway can do something. There's other guys who can do that, and that's the thing. There's just so much talent in today's NBA. It's hard to see great defense in today's NBA because there's just so much.
For a big, I would say it's a bit different. Like Embiid, like you try and stop whatever you can from him getting the ball in the first place, right? But with a guy like Luka who gets it from the inbounds, you have to pick your poison. And so, do you allow his playmaking to beat you and his pass to Hardaway Jr. to beat, or do you let his scoring?
It's called doing your work early.
No, but Embiid could bring the ball up the floor. Jokić could bring up the ball up the floor. These guys, these big men, Cat could bring the ball up the floor now. These big men, Bam brings the ball up the floor now. They get the rebound and they run.
I feel like everybody has an Achilles heel. So KD kind of exposed, like a lot of people thought KD didn't have an Achilles heel until the Celtics exposed it. And they basically kind of exposed, if we do our work early, because remember when they swept them that year, they made Kyrie and KD switch roles. Kyrie was generally the guy that goes ISO at the top of the key, while KD would catch it at the elbow and work from there. They made them switch roles, and KD had the ball at the top of the key and a lot in the shot clock. And he's the one struggling to go off the dribble, attacking from the top of the key. And so they struggle in that sense. So defenses are going to do something called doing your work early. And it takes physicality to do this because you can't just not be physical. If you're not physical, KD's just going to walk to his spot and then walk you down. They're going to get him the ball. He's going to torch you. So it takes a level of physicality to stop these guys from getting to their spot when the shot clock's running down. So you have to do your work early, make them catch it in spots where they're not as efficient by understanding the scouting report. If they're weaker going left or right, you have to understand that. So these guys have to not only play good defense, they have to recall scouting reports on the fly. They have to incorporate all this information quickly. And then they have to deploy it very quickly. You know, you have a split second to make these decisions. So you have to make these decisions very quickly because you're dealing with elite offensive talent. So
why do you think Devin Booker
I didn't mean to say Cat Williams,
still
y'all. My bad. I meant to say Karl-Anthony Towns. My bad. I kept saying Cat Williams.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, why do you think like Devin Booker and Karl-Anthony Towns, aka Cat Williams, can score like 60 points and still lose? Be like, no, y'all go ahead and get y'all shit, but ain't nobody else getting their shit off. And even with
they're the only ones that lost. They're the only two guys that lost scoring 60 points. Everybody
right, but the other players who can facilitate won. And even in that Mavs game, the shit was still close. And Luka had 70 points, and it was still a close game. You know, so Africa, I would rather one player get hot than like two.
Hold on, why am I hating? Who's Lil Ralphie? Who are you talking about? He says I coach young 12-year-old brothers. Young Africa, why you say that?
That's to Ralph. No, because Ralph was saying some wild shit in the chat talking about because I said I wasn't a coach. I meant like I don't coach high level. I coach young brothers like on the youth level, right? And Ralph questioning my coaching card, you know.
Bro, coaching on any level is hard. And I'm gonna tell you the hardest basketball to coach is the hardest basketball to coach has to be by far women's basketball.
Why you say that?
Oh my God, man. Oh my God. Because I'm just watching them. This is why I've said I don't know if I could coach them. You have to be so technical. Because the women's game it's because with men, I can coach a lot of read and react, and I can let these guys just go to work and just pure athleticism, skill, just go to town because that the pure skill takes over. But in that women's game, every now and then you might run into that women's player that kind of plays like a dude and just can do whatever, like the Maya Moores and whatnot. But for the most part, you're dealing with a lot of players who I'm talking about plays got to be pristine. Execution got to be on point. And then you got to understand with the lack of athleticism, you got to be able to understand what types of plays would be most conducive to their lack of athleticism. It's tough right there. I would struggle with that.
Like the kids how to press like full court press right now, and it's real hard. They don't get it. They don't get how to trap the ball handler. Like still,
I would say teach zone first, and then zone press, because zone presses are just an extension of the zone. So like when we ran our 1-3-1, we ran our diamond press, we would always drop into 2-3 zone. So teach zone and then just stretch it out.
In youth basketball here, they don't allow you to play zone in youth basketball. They don't allow
oh shit. Yeah, they do that some places out here. They do that. They do that in some places out here. So you must be coaching some little kids.
Yeah, they're 12. They're like 11, 12 years old, and so yeah, it's youth basketball.
Yeah,
Until
youth
you're like
bas-
16 years old, you can't play zone. Like
Yeah, they do that out here too. Some
Oh,
places.
so wait a minute. So once you find like one shorty that's just like really, really good, you in trouble. Like, what do you do? How do you stop him?
yeah, facts. That's why I'm trying to teach him how to press, bro. We gotta stop him from getting past half court. That's what we gotta do.
You have to trap him at half court, something like
Yeah,
that.
exactly. We
But
gotta press.
once he does that, your whole defense is broke down. Once he breaks,
Oh yeah,
that,
it's cooked.
yeah.
If he gets past the press, we cooked. Yeah, man, it's done. It's done. It's done. So,
But
yeah.
to get to the point, I joined the live when Young Africa was saying something about, people talk about today's NBA, but don't want to blame Michael Jordan for it. Everything that we've been talking about is really Michael Jordan's fault as far as today's NBA.
I've been trying to say that.
About being soft and the physicality and being offensive based and guard driven. That's all Michael Jordan.
Wait, no, Jordan the GOAT though. What do you mean?
Go to what?
Basketball.
Go
I'm
to
willing to debate
Philly?
this. 6-0. 6-0.
6-0. That's interesting.
He's trolling.
I know that. I know that.
I will agree with Jordan. I think Jordan is the greatest marketable basketball player, but I give him that. That's one thing.
I wouldn't say that.
You say remarkable stuff?
I still think
No, I
Steph Curry. Steph Curry's the most remarkable player I've ever seen.
No, not remarkable. I said marketable. My bad.
Marketable?
Yes.
That's why a lot of people say he the GOAT. Like just how the NBA marketed the nigga back in the day. I think that's why he won a lot of his awards.
I don't know if Jordan is the most
for the 90s and that era, because again, a lot of the things that we would down players for today, if we knew what Michael Jordan was doing back then, we wouldn't be praising Michael.
He would get destroyed in this era.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, he said it himself. Jordan said like
is Jordan marketable or is his brand marketable? Because
Jordan's definitely marketable.
I
ain't doing that.
I don't think
it's him.
Because there's kids that talk about the Jordan brand but never have seen Jordan play a lick.
No, that's this generation, Lamont. You can't, bro.
Okay, so what are you so you saying he was the most marketable?
Didn't he have a commercial with Michael Jackson or some shit?
Because I don't think he's no longer. I don't think he's no longer the most.
I think only reason I say still is because his marketability had the biggest impact on the league. That's why I'm saying
no.
But
I'm
that's
saying
why
right.
he's so marketable that you don't even. He's actually a brand. Like you don't. He
No,
doesn't-
the name. It's the name. It's
But
not
that's
him.
what I'm saying. But he created his aura. Him
But
being
it's
who he
his-
was
but it's
is
his
what
name,
created
though.
that, and that's what created that. That's what it was.
Okay,
What made
but that's
people
like
buy the
saying,
Jordans?
Hold on, that's like saying, like for example,
No, it's the culture. The
For
culture.
example, the owner of Sam's Club. Is it him or is it the brand?
The brand.
Yeah, but Lamont,
I'm
what
saying
made those
Jordan.
kids
I'm
buy?
saying
Hold
Jordan.
on. What made those kids buy
Because
the
there's a whole
Jordans
bunch of
back in the day?
companies who the name and the brand sells, but nobody cares about them, even though it's the same name. I think youth today no longer care about who Jordan actually is. Because Jordan
I agree.
himself, you can't just stick old Jordan right now on a commercial thinking you're going to convince these kids to buy something. But the Jordan brand itself does. And they use other athletes to market the Jordan brand now to keep it selling.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right,
know
but
about that.
Yeah, no,
all he
that's a
does
fact.
is
Like
all he does is
most
recycle the
kids-
same shoes, though.
Yeah, most kids buy Jordans because it's part of the fashion culture. A rap,
Well,
they
that's
want
what
to
I'm saying,
pay
but
rappers
they're
say they
buying,
do it. Like,
but they're buying the brand, not him.
yeah, they're
Right.
not him. I agree. But
Sturdy,
what I'm saying,
that's
Lamont-
now though. That wasn't in
No,
1990.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Sturdy,
That's what
let me ask you, Lamont, this. If Magic takes that Nike deal, but Michael, is it the same impact? Marketability wise.
Is it the same marketability?
No, he didn't.
I don't think so. Because here's the reason why I say that, Joey. I'm not saying. The reason why, because at the end of the day, Magic still shared that spotlight in the 80s with Bird.
Didn't they had a Chuck?
So no matter what,
Jordan had to share it
No,
with
no,
both
no.
of them.
no, who?
Jordan had to share it with both of them, and he was still.
No, I'm talking about the 90s. John, I'm talking about the 90s. You know what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about the 80s. I'm talking about the 90s.
But I'm talking about if Magic takes that Nike deal where he gets the first signature shoe, he gets the stock deal, the same exact deal that they threw at Jordan, they threw at Magic Johnson. If Magic Johnson takes that deal, does that Magic Johnson brand take off like the Jordan brand?
Could he fly like
I don't
Jordan?
think no. I don't think it take off like Jordan because, like I said before, Jordan had the spotlight to himself. David Stern made sure of that. The rest of the mainstream media made sure of that. To the 90s, it was the Jordan show.
No, but Sturdy,
in the 80s, it wasn't just. It was a different culture.
No, you're missing the point. Listen, Nike did. I think Nike told him something. He had to sell like 1 million shoes in like a year or something like that, and they sold 1 million shoes in a week.
But James.
Something like that. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like that. Like Michael Jordan literally changed how companies like Nike and them saw team sport athletes. Prior to that, it was boxers, tennis players, golfers.
Yes.
That was getting the deals. Jordan showed them that you can actually market your brand through an actual athlete that plays for a team sport, and he took it to another level.
No, he did. That is true.
But that's why David Stern decided to do what he did with Jordan in the 90s. If you're telling me I have a rookie guy that wasn't even my first overall pick sell over 1 million shoes in a week, what do you think I'm going to do if I'm the commissioner of the NBA?
No, what I'm saying is that's their marketing strategy then, and it worked. But I'm saying Jordan did a good job of making his brand so big that just it's the brand. Like when Jordan, 50 years from now, when Jordan's probably no longer here or relevant, probably be old and decrepit somewhere, his shoes will still sell because the brand, and they're going to still continue to use other athletes to propagate that brand. They don't still use Jordan's face to still market the brand. They're using the Zions, the Lukas. I think Luka's now Jordan brand. They're using other athletes.
Ain't nobody buying no damn shoes because of Zion or Luka.
Hold on. You know how many of my players wearing the Lukas Jordans?
How old are your players?
Are they sponsored by
18, 19, 20, 21.
Are you sponsored by them?
Yeah, our team is
sponsored.
Hell.
That's what I'm saying.
Y'all talk about Jordan.
Hold on.
Got a nice squad, man.
Hey, go James.
Hey, number one is a very nice player. I like number one. He's passing ability. Very nice.
Hey, go James. Was anybody trying to pass like Magic, or were they trying to jump like Jordan?
How do you know that? Did you see our jerseys?
Yes, I put that in the comments. Oh, wait, I put that in the comments. The 90s players, majority of the 90s players were more influenced by Magic than they were by Jordan.
No, I'm not talking about the players. I'm talking about the consumers who were buying these shoes. Did they want to pass like Magic, or did they want to jump like Jordan?
Oh no! Again, that was Nike's brilliant strategy. Was that the shoes is what made Jordan. So that's why it was such a brilliant strategy, because Michael was doing things nobody ever saw, and they were claiming it was because he was wearing their shoes. That's why people today still tell you, when I'm wearing Jordans, I feel special. Hold
on. No. Nobody hoops the Jordans no more. Basketball players don't wear the actual Jordan shoes.
Well, they don't really work on the basketball court. Like, they break down very easily.
It's like one nigga. That's PJ Tucker. He's probably the only nigga that's PJ
Tucker. That's because he's sitting the whole time. He needs his feet to become.
Oh, Lamar, you nasty.
Yeah, that's nasty work.
He in the rotation. Don't do that.
I don't know if y'all noticed that. You can't really ball in MJs. Them shoes are not really good to ball in. They are hard.
No, they're not.
What are some of the best shoes to ball in?
PGs.
Converse flat tops since the beginning.
I want to get a pair of them.
Any low top LeBrons?
No low tops.
Actually, yes. Actually, low top LeBrons is good. Yeah.
Why do people wear low tops so much?
These right here. These might be my favorite.
It's for ankle mobility.
These want to be one of my favorite to hoop in. These low tops.
You got to put you on the big screen, Lamont. We can't see.
Yeah.
Put on the big screen.
These right here.
Okay.
These one of my favorites.
LeBron low tops, Steve.
These right here, these might be one of my favorites.
I broke my ankles like twice playing basketball. I couldn't see myself playing in those low tops. I can't. Wow.
What about that?
Now here, hold on. Here's some low tops that you can't hoop in. These might be some of the worst low tops.
Who's that? Kevin Durant?
Well, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin
Durant.
They feel horrible. They feel like he let a Chinese company make his shoes, and they just
Isn't that what Nike is? They really
them LaMelo shoes look hard as shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, that's what they is.
The Pumas are tight.
He's another good one to hoop in.
Those are the Browns.
Is it LeBron's?
Yeah,
they're LeBron's.
Yeah.
What about Kobe sneakers? Were they like that?
They were, but
I got a pair, but they're not in here, are they?
So you got no Jordans, Lamar? You don't have no.
Yeah, I got some, but you can't hoop in them. Like
you walk around the street in them.
Yeah, I don't think
that's real talk, bro. Like you can't hoop in Jordan.
You can't hoop in Jordan, man.
Like these right here. Imagine hooping in these.
Ankles start bleeding and shit.
Wait, they look nice though. They look nice.
I mean, they are, but you can't hoop in these, man.
No, I mean, the thing about this, right? It's true. Michael Jordan has stopped playing for over 25 years, or for about 20 years now. They can't find nobody else to sell like Michael Jordan.
Hey, young African.
They can't bring up no shoes for him.
Don't hoop in these, man.
Oh my God, what are those?
Oh, what are these?
These are the self-lacing joints. Like you press the button on the side.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Are they the future ones? The future
No,
ones?
they self-lace. You got to sit them on the charger to keep them charged. They're not charged now.
Oh.
So you just put your foot in and they lace up on your shoe.
Are they tight when they self-lace or not?
No, it is. It feels good, but the thing is, like something's wrong with these shoes. We're at the bottom down here. Like it's like a spot right here that, like when you step on it wrong, it's slick and you will slide.
Oh wow!
I got dropped for game. Bro, I got dropped for game because of.
Oh, you see how you blame the shoes, Africa?
See? And that was the marketing tool right there. They told you if you was wearing Jordan,
like Austin Reeves, it should have stayed down.
Hey, hold on, everybody on the panel, have y'all gotten dropped playing ball before?
Everybody has.
No,
Okay.
not
That shit.
me.
Hey,
I was
listen.
in the interior. I was a big man. So I
Hey,
never had to
listen,
worry about
that shit felt so against my will because I'm like, wait, why is he going that way? I'm going this way. What the fuck? Hold on. Like, I tried to grab dude and everything. It was over, bro.
Oh, don't grab him. It makes it look worse.
Hey, Shirley, I'm trying to get my
foul. Yeah, don't foul.
Nah, because we were on concrete with it. So I'm like, wait, hold on. I tried, man, it was done.
Yeah. No, I've never fell, but I've been crossed over. Like he definitely disappeared on me.
Never got
So talking about the scoring today, when I'm looking at the scores, right? Only there was like how many games? Like 6-7 games, and only 2 teams failed to score above 100 points. You know, you got a lot of 130s, 120s, 110s.
Now today's just a better NBA. Everybody can shoot better. You can't leave nobody open. It's hard to play defense, man. They're running guys off the 3-point line. They're doing a lot, man. These guys are just good shooters, and it's just hard. They can shoot off the
outside of honest with y'all need
6, 7
they need,
guys. What else?
Yeah, they need that's it, Africa, bro. Like you need. I'm not gonna lie. You need aliens to defend these days, there, bro. Guys too good. That's real talk. There's nothing like, and Lamont Gilbert said this multiple times. Like, there's nothing the defense can do in terms of practice wise to advance themselves to a rate the offense is advancing themselves. It's just you at a complete disadvantage. The only thing you can compete with, you can be better at studying film. You get better at understanding players' tendencies, but you just gotta have a physical attribute to be able to keep up with these dudes, bro. Wemby is a problem and going to forever be a problem because he got an 8-foot wingspan.
Didn't we see like a step towards the solution last year in the playoffs when Miami played Boston and they played a very complex zone that was constantly changing in one individual possession, constantly morphing and changing.
They got exposed against Denver.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a great offensive player with amazing team.
They had an offensive system. Yeah, go ahead, John.
No, that was because that's how you break down a zone with great passing. You have Joker. You know what I'm saying? That was always killing Boston. You get into the playoffs where teams are really cranking down on you defensively. They really have your game plan strategized. Teams know what you run. They know your plays. Everybody knows each other's plays. It's how you execute and how I stop you from executing. So they had problems executing because they never really had a good ball facilitator. Now they have one. It's going to be a different deal. You see, they all getting their shots easier this year. They don't even have to. They're not even trying hard. They're just playing great basketball because they're moving the ball more. Ball movement has always been the best way to play basketball. I mean, you as a coach, you should know that. Africa and Lamont knows that too. Ball movement has always been great.
That's why the Spurs were so effective.
Yeah.
Well, they say there was a stat that came out said if you just reverse the ball one time, it like increases your chance to score by like 65% just off one ball reversal. So.
Because you're shifting the defense. Like the whole objective of the defense to be set and stick with the matches that we're game planning for. But once you start shifting, making the ball forward, doing proper cuts, doing more reversals, you're messing up the matches the defense wants to attend. And once you shift the defense, now you're getting guys out of rotations. It's a problem.
I think that's what made Curry so great. His off ball movement, his willingness to like actually move the fuck around. Like That's what makes it so hard to guard his ass. You be tired by the time you get in front of him.
Steph's not the first person to do this, so don't make it seem like Steph invented something new.
No. What I'm saying, is,
on the basketball court.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, we give him a lot of credit for his shooting ability, but I don't think he gets enough credit for his off-ball movement.
But no, hold on. Go James. Go James is right.
He doesn't get enough credit for his shooting off the dribble.
Well,
that is
no.
his true deadliness. He can shoot.
It's a lot of guys that have moved off the ball well, but there's a lot of teams that don't have guys eyes up, willing to make them quick passes on the fly. So I think that's why you got to credit a lot of Steph's success
to Draymond.
You're gonna have to always connect Draymond, because if you look at his numbers when Draymond's not on the floor, I mean, it's not the same, and that's just the truth about it.
Or Livingston.
And Lamar, you said that guy got a case to be the GOAT. Man, got with it.
No, he still does. It doesn't. That doesn't matter.
A lot of influence talk.
No, so Johnny, like Africa is perfect, but it's like,
let's not go down that road.
I don't know, because it's the title of the stream. Kevin Durant.
Before we get to that, Vermont, you want to have some fun tonight? Because I really wanted to do something with Chat GTP with you about my criteria.
Yeah, what do you want? We can't. I'm only gonna be live for I could go for another 10 minutes though.
Okay, now forget about it.
So we might have to do it on the next one.
No, we can do it. Go ahead.
Let me make this quick. So basically, it's related to the title of the video, Kevin Durant being GOAT discussion, right? And Lamont's case is to transition. Anybody in the top 10 has some sort of a case to be the GOAT. I'm saying that's not the case. There's levels to everything. If just because you're in the top 10, don't necessarily mean you have a case to be the GOAT. For example, Lamont has Steph Curry in his top 10, but as we all know, Steph Curry has no case to be the GOAT.
How can you say that though?
Brandon, what's the case? Once again, what's the case? Give me the case.
If hold on, listen. Here's the case
not
right
what
here.
I said.
How many players have played in the NBA all time? Hold on. How many players have played in the NBA?
Almost 5,000.
Hold on.
No, hey Johnny, this is what I said. Hey Johnny, I said whoever your top 10 is, and there's some people that have Steph Curry in their top 10.
Yes,
I said everybody in your top 10 has a case, albeit small for some, as a case to have GOAT consideration. Now, you obviously your number 1 is going to have the strongest consideration. 2 is going to have the next strongest, and you're going to go 3. But there's, albeit small for some, like if you have Curry at 10 and you have other guys like Shaq at 9 or whatever, however your list shapes out, if you're in that top 10, I feel like a case can be made for all of them. Just some guys have a stronger case than others.
Facts.
And the guys that have the strongest case generally fall at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The guys with the weaker GOAT cases are going to fall at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, no. The reason I laughed was because 30 said that's exactly what you just said. That if you're in your top 10, whoever's in your top 10 has a GOAT case, and he just repeated what you said, but without refuting exactly what you said. So so if you have Stephen Curry in your top 10, and for you there's a GOAT case for him, but you don't have Kevin Durant in your top 10. Correct?
Out of 5,000 players.
No, what I said about the stream though is I said the way
that's not how that works.
The way Kevin Durant explained it. Right. So I said when you think about it, I said when Kevin Durant basically said he thinks he should be in the GOAT conversation, it made me think, are we flawed in our approach to how we view players today? Because I've even said in the past, I feel like players today have to do 4 to 5 times what players of the past did just to crack the top 10. Right? Like when you look at a guy like Steph, there's still a lot of people saying he can't even be in my top 15. He can't be in my top 10. And it's just like, well, how much more does he got to do? Like he's literally done more than what most people in the top 10 have done, plus some. He's definitely done. As far as accolades, he's done a lot. He's done a lot.
It's not just the accolades.
And not even just the accolades. Not even just the accolades. Not even just the accolades. Impact to the game, redefining the way the game is played. His legacy is never.
That's impact to the game.
Well, I'm saying when you
that's impact.
When you combine everything,
if you add impact, you can't take him out of the top 10. If you use impact, I can't argue that thing.
That's the only way you can put him top 10. That's the only thing he has top 10 merit is
Sturdy. How can you say a player that's in the top 10? Let me elaborate. Player does not have an
I'm about to elaborate.
See,
so he doesn't have top 10 accolades. He doesn't have top 10 longevity. He doesn't have a top 10 peak of an all-around player. He has top 10 impact. That's it.
Hey, Johnny, what I said at the beginning of this stream was,
get him sturdy.
I said in the past, players could find their way into the top 10 in a myriad of ways. It wasn't in the top 10 just because you had X amount of accolades, and this is what gets you there. And I use Oscar Robertson as an example. He, for the longest, until guys like LeBron and younger players came and bumped him out the top 10, was primarily in the top 10 because of his statistical accomplishments with the triple-double.
He was recently in ESPN's top 10 like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is because the man had a career like Russell Westbrook. They did a lot of losing, missing the playoffs. It wasn't until the end of his career where he got the one chip, and it wasn't even a triple-double season. He wasn't the best player on the team. Yeah. So what I'm saying is he was in the top 10 primarily because of changing the game at his position, a guard that can score, averaging triple-double. But people said, this is a great player. This is a great career. This is top 10 worthy. And they had him in the top 10 just for that alone. But then when you see a guy like Russell Westbrook today, who's eclipsed what Oscar did tenfold, he can barely crack people's top 50. Right? And all they're doing is, all people would do with Russ is make excuses as to why he can't be great. Because they say he didn't win championships, because now we have the new Jordan standard. You have to be perfect in the finals. Right? So people move themselves from really evaluating great basketball players, but they put these weird standards on them, like 6-0 in the finals, which is, to me, has muddied the waters in these conversations, because guys like Oscar, they're always going to go down. They're going to lose. And see, Oscar's getting diminished because people have to diminish Russ because they don't want to elevate Russ over some of their favorite players. So they have to now devalue what Oscar did just to keep Russ down, even though what Oscar did got him in the top 10. So it is, but that's the conundrum that people are in.
After you saw that elite pivot Lamar just did, bro.
I said this in the beginning of the stream. I said this.
No, you did.
Nice footwork.
Hey, wait, Sturdy, he used a gather step on us. He used a gather.
He did a triple pump. He did Anthony Edwards. He was stuck on his pivot. He was stuck out of nowhere. He hit the back. He tossed the ball off the backboard. Got his own rebound. I respect him. Lamar.
Sturdy, you was on Sunday show. You watched a little bit of our show. If you got a chance to watch the whole thing, we conversated about this, and I stated this at the show, and I'm gonna state this now. If you have Stephen Curry in your top 10 or anywhere in the GOAT conversation, I don't see why Kevin Durant can't be there. He's more He's more accomplished than Stephen Curry.
Right, but the only niggas that try to diminish Steph Curry are LeBron fans at this point. Like, and it's the same thing with KD. No, listen, I'm a Bron fan. I hate the nigga too. But what I'm saying is the only reason that y'all go out y'all way to diminish them because he put belt the ass to Bron.
No, Brandon. I'm not a LeBron fan by any means.
No, Sturdy, that won't for you. Sturdy, that won't for you.
Kobe can't beat LeBron. That's why. The only person who could have beat LeBron was this little light-skinned boy, and that's why they praising him.
He didn't beat LeBron. Let's stop finessing this, man.
Thank you. Although he had to go run and get the KD guy that y'all don't want to put.
What did the record say? What does the record say?
No, the record.
In the finals head-to-head. What is the record?
With or without KD? With or without KD?
Hold on. 2015 is the only one I'm like, all right, cool, because Kyrie in love, but still, he still won.
Hey, y'all, but see, the thing is, that only matters if you sitting here weighing championships as the primary element that gets you to GOAT status. I think LeBron James.
That's the nostalgia.
Without the championships,
I agree.
Right, even with the loss, I think the losses is what adds to it. He got to the finals 10 times. How is that not great?
That's more relatable to me.
We need to make a no rings episode, man, where we just not include rings, just no rings episode, and really measure players by what they actually did.
Well, that's what they used to do. That's why Wilt was up there in the top 3 for most times, and that's why Oscar could do it.
Yeah.
Too.
Is that why you got Steph over Hakeem though? Like I don't understand that though. Like I don't get that.
No, I got Steph. Hold on. You know why I got Steph over Hakeem? And I said this. And I said the primary element to my top 10 is dominance. And I feel like Steph Curry has been more dominant than Hakeem Olajuwon.
That's a ridiculous.
And when and the reason why,
I think
is
Lamar
because
has a good point there.
Hakeem Olajuwon was a loser. The man hated his team. He quit on his team. See, I don't like quitters. So again, my bias towards quitters. I don't condone people that quit on the game, and you got to get suspended by the league twice because you didn't faked injuries.
But Michael Jordan's your GOAT, though. But Michael Jordan's your GOAT.
Hold on. Where do you got Kobe ranked? Where do you got Kobe ranked?
Will not like this criteria.
No, retiring. No, hold on. Hakeem, if Hakeem would have retired, I would have gave him a pass. He didn't retire. He stayed out there faking injuries.
Oh, Jordan!
This is new to me, Lamar. This is new to me. What did Hakeem Olajuwon do?
Hakeem got suspended twice because he faked injuries because he was demanding a trade, so he would fake injuries. When his team was busted and disgusted, he was losing in the first round, couldn't win nothing. So so he demanded a trade. The team wouldn't trade him, and so he started faking injuries so bad. It got so bad, David Stern had to suspend him. He did it twice and got caught.
No, that's a fact.
I think you went to the closet and went and got that narrative bag sturdy.
No, see, these are the stories that 90s fans won't tell you. They know it. They all know it, but they'll keep it in the shadows, acting like these players was loyal to their team.
Hey, Johnny, because Hakeem was a different person before he converted to the Islamic. So like,
No, but wait a minute. Hakeem Olajuwon lost a lot in the first round. That's another thing they like to blow past his career. Like,
but isn't this the 6-0?
One of the reasons why is because he didn't even want to be in Houston. He was quitting on his team.
But when did he get suspended? In the 80s, the early 90s?
I think it was
early 90s.
Yeah,
it was both. One in the late 80s, one in the early 90s.
Talking about multiple suspensions.
Yeah. He did it twice, got caught.
Well, hey Johnny, hold on. Will Lamar not tell you? Will Lamar not tell you?
You just gave me a gem, Lamar. You know that, right?
Don't do that, Lamar. Don't do that.
No, hold on. Hey Johnny, He's not telling the whole comment. He's not telling the whole story.
I got a couple videos.
He's not telling the whole story, Johnny.
What's the whole story, Sturdy?
The whole story was like, one, Hakeem was not the only player that tried to get his. It was the bad 90s contracts. Y'all know those slave 360 contracts back in the day.
10 years for $3 million.
He was just trying to get out of there. That's all that was, Johnny. They wouldn't trade him. They wouldn't. Was a bunch of things, Johnny. That's why Lamar being against the G. You nasty.
Don't matter.
That's why I don't like talking about the 1900s.
Quitting is quitting.
I don't like talking about it.
When Jordan quit twice.
No, Jordan retired.
No. They said he quit after he three-peated.
If you retire, you're waving a white flag.
Hold on. What did Jordan say? What did Jordan say in 1998, Lamont? If he didn't quit, what did he say?
I can't remember. What did he say?
No. Sturdy. Quitting is quitting is in game 7 when you stop shooting the ball, like when your team just blew a 3-1 lead. That's quitting.
Rebranding. Is quitting can also be quit? Is quitting can also be I'm not playing for this franchise unless I have the coach I want. Is that a form of quitting? Coach can
listen, hold on. Listen, I hate that you making me.
When the season in the middle of the season. Y'all know about 1989 Game 5, Michael Jordan not shooting the ball? Because
I was going to say I had that in the back pocket. I was waiting for Lamont to say something.
No, I only know about 6-0. I don't know.
You know Michael Jordan requested a trade once too.
I never knew this.
Yep. Okay. Rebrand, you know this?
No. That's what I'm saying. I didn't watch that nigga.
There's a lot of players in the 90s.
The 1900s.
They all claim that these guys was loyal. These guys was out here demanding trades, trying to get out of Dodge. Ewing, but the only reason why Ewing never left the Knicks is because when he saw that CBA and he was similar to Horace Grant. When Horace Grant left the Bulls, his first year with Orlando, he had to basically sign for a minimum deal so they could get his bird rights. And then that next year, he got his big payday. He didn't just leave. Ewing did not want to take that significant pay cut and to allow the new team to get his bird rights.
Same thing with Jordan. Jordan was going to go to the Knicks, but he would have took way less than what they were offering.
Wait, not go to his ops.
Yes. Jordan was booked. It was a done deal.
I saw a clip.
Said, no, Jordan, I'm giving you $30 million.
Yeah.
Nah, go Jay. You got to do a space on this one because I never knew this.
I got a clip with Isaiah Thomas saying he wanted to join up with Jordan. He said if Jordan would have came here, we would have accepted him with open arms.
No, but
Yeah,
Lamont, you
no,
got to hold on, Lamont. You got to
Brandon.
be lying because they tell us that these '90s players and '80s players didn't do this. So you have to be lying, Lamont.
No,
I don't
they
believe this.
no, they couldn't do it. The rules didn't allow. If the rules had allowed them to do it, they'd have been team
They would've
jumping
done
just
it.
like everybody else.
Because the way they talk about the '80s and '90s players, you would think that everybody wanted to
Bro,
shoot each other.
bro, basketball-
Niggas wanted to slap each other's moms.
Basketball is basketball. When you at the YMCA, dudes a team jump in a minute just to get back on the court.
In
Bro,
fact,
basketball is
the
basketball.
CBA
Magic
deal of
and Isaiah was
'99.
kissing each other and
The part of the '99 problem was players was upset because they were tired of those deals. That's why after that lockout, they
got
started doing
paid.
the 4 or 5 year deals. That's
What was
Pippen
Jordan
got
deal
paid,
like 7
Malone
years,
got
$3
paid.
million?
Huh?
Jordan got what, like a 7-year, $3 million deal or some shit like that?
Jordan's first deal was like 8 years for
That
like,
was
something like
ridiculous.
$5 million, and then he got an extension like after the 5th year, something like that.
But I guess back then money was like that was a
I
lot
think
of money
about this.
back then.
Magic signed the $25 million 25-year deal with the Lakers, I think in the mid 80s, something like that.
Yeah,
That
what was the number for it though? What was the
$1 million a year, $25 million for 25 years.
But you got to think though, back then,
But back then that
$25
was
million was like
enormous. Yeah, that was enormous. That was a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
Scottie Pippen's $18 million 7-year deal was considered a big contract. It was. And he
I
just
remember when Michael Vick signed that $100 million deal, and niggas thought that was like earth shattering, and now we see Patrick signing 500.
Now, what happened was with the NBA was players like Iverson came in the league and rookies started to make more money than the veterans, and that's when the players and the owners started seeing a problem because they was like, man, we're paying all these rookies to come in, we don't even know if they're going to pan out. That's when they changed the deals up and stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, Go James, why you think it's not enough videos on like these Jordan going to the Knicks? Because I never knew about this. I never knew about the
Because it's the
1989 game.
1900s. It's the 1900s, bro. Like it's 2024. Like, what do y'all want us to do? That was 30-something years ago. How? I mean, it's not easy.
Well, the information is hard to find too.
No. What I'm saying is
newspapers
and
stuff.
a lot, yeah, exactly. And then what's they call it, the Mandela effect, where history is being changed in our eyes. They're literally telling us.
Because what I'm saying is we don't see the video. I'm not talking about the news articles. I'm talking about like just YouTube videos. We see all the YouTube videos
Because it takes research to go do those videos.
All right, let me tell you why. This is the truth.
A lot of people don't want to do research.
Because real basketball fans are not as obsessive as Michael Jordan fans. Who sit there and take their time looking up a bunch of stuff that have nothing to do with basketball just to keep Michael Jordan's name relevant. Us real basketball fans sit down and watch basketball and just appreciate the game for what it is. We don't have time to go make up narratives.
Hold on.
Somebody, hey, hold on, y'all gotta get this one shut down. Y'all gotta get it shut down.
I appreciate
it. But
shout out to
GCU,
tonight,
man. You got a nice squad, Lamont. I was kind of
hey, Africa. I'm gonna try my best to get the last 2 games because that last game we played yesterday was crazy.
Good game. All right, I'm gonna check.
I'm talking about. We ended up winning. We ended up winning 76-73.
Tweaking website, but
yeah. Because
we trying to watch.
I'm in Africa. I'm gonna tell you something that was going on, right? So you know how when you go into the Baller TV app, right, you can see all the games, right?
Yeah.
But somehow when it came to the GCU games for the last 2 days, like because we won the game Saturday, we won that one by like 30. We smacked them up, got them up out of there. They was broken spirited when they left. And then that game, when we played the top team there, both of the games got cut off. The game Saturday got cut off at the 26-second mark, and the game Sunday got cut off at the 48-second mark. It's almost as like they intentionally cut the games off because the team, especially the team we played yesterday, because they had 2 guys, post-grad guys that's really, really highly touted, supposed to be getting recruited. And I'm talking about they don't like. I feel like they don't like. Yeah, they don't like a lot of film of them because. So what happened was during that tournament they had a weird rule. I actually like this rule, right? But the team we played yesterday had a 7-footer, and they have a rule where if you get a tech, the other team gets 3 free throws, and it counts for 3 personal fouls.
What?
Yes, so if a coach gets a tech, they get 4 free throws, and the other coach gets to pick one of your players to get ejected.
What the fuck?
So it's a rule that's designed to get people to shut up talking to the refs, basically.
That's they doing too much with that.
But hold on. So what happened was they big man going into the second half, they 7-footer had 2 fouls. He scored a tough layup. One of our players grabbed it. He like slapped the ball out of their hand. Ref teched him up. Boop, tech. And then the ref was like, I forgot about the rule. The ref was like, how many fouls he got? They was like 2. It was like, yeah, number 5 is disqualified.
That's 3 on one possession. That's crazy.
Yeah. Because remember, this is a game. We're down most of the game.
That's crazy.
We got 3 free throws and the ball back. And then one of their players did something dumb again, and they got another tech. We ended up getting another 3 free throws. So the game went down. We didn't get the lead. We ended up tying it with like 50 seconds to go. One of our players, number 35, the guy that you like, he knocked down the 3 to tie it.
Yeah, he nice.
And then you know the athletic guy you were talking about, the guy who tried to boom
with the dreads.
He caught one. He caught one Sunday. 2 hands coming down the baseline. On the backdoor pass.
Okay.
Caught him 2 hands. Boomed him right in the lane.
Dang.
So when it came down to it was tied with about 18 seconds to go. We got the ball. Old boy, the athletic guy, they thought he couldn't dribble. They pressed up on him. He hit with a behind the back move. He drove, dumped it off to our big man, the white dude who gets all the rebounds. He scored it. He gave us the go ahead layup. And I think it might have been 7 seconds on the clock. But I got to get you that film because that game really tested us right there.
Squad is nice, man. Does that number 1, the kid who has number 1, does he start or he comes off the bench? He
started. He was the one. He was the guy. So he played with me. Remember when I showed you guys the championship game?
Yeah.
He was on that team, but that was 2 years ago. Last year, he actually was with the D1 team.
Okay.
And the D1 team, there was some issues with not wanting to give him like NIL or something. So he's back with us. And so,
he amazing passer, man. He a great playmaker.
Oh, yesterday, well, he went off. He went off though because he hit a big 3. We was down the whole game, so the comeback was nasty.
Hey, Lamont, you gonna get?
Lamont, can you imagine if the NBA? Implemented that rule, bro?
Bro, I actually liked it though. To see, I liked it because I knew it would get my players to stop talking to the refs. Once I told them the penalty for it, because sometimes my team gets too caught up in the refs, talking to the refs. And once I told them the penalty,
it's anybody get a tech. It's 3 fouls, 3 fouls and 3 free throws.
Yep. It's worse if the coach gets the tech. It's worse if the coach.
Just imagine that. Hey, yo, go ahead, kick Jokić out real quick. Like that'd be niggas.
That's too much power for the refs, bro. In the NBA.
No, it's not power. No, it's not power. I'm telling you what it does, because I watched it in effect, and I thought it would be bogus until. But what it did was it made people just play. Coaches just coaching players. Like it was a lot of plays where you could tell the players wanted to say something to the ref. They would just shake it off and just keep playing. And it kept the game flowing. I'm telling you, as crazy as the rule is, it actually worked. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, y'all.
And what about that first game where I was just gonna ask with that future college prepper and that last play, like you was laughing, like what was going on, man? That's the best shot they could have got off at that point in time. I don't know, man.
Well, they was down. They was down 4. I think they was down 4 at the time, 4 or 5.
Was it 3 or 4? I thought it was
because I think on the screen.
Oh,
it's at the score, but we made the free throw. We made it a 2-possession game, so all we had to do was not foul. So make or miss, it wasn't. They wouldn't have helped them anyway.
Okay.
What did you say, Johnny?
No, I was just saying that y'all not professionals. Y'all are technically amateurs. So y'all need to behave. They had to put those rules in for y'all, so y'all can behave. Y'all a bunch of wild.
Would you put that on the coaches though? Do you think the coaches need to do a better job at like curating that culture with their team? Like, yo, y'all can't be doing that.
Nah, man, it's a sport. We're competitive. You're messing up. Referees mess up just like everybody else. Bro, don't you snap on your players when they mess up? You snap on a referee too. You messed up, ref.
It's easier said than done. It's easier because human nature starts to kick in when you see a bad call.
Yeah.
So it's just like what the thing is, if you know the repercussions are significant, and the repercussions are essentially you basically coming out the game if you get attacked. Yeah. Not by choice, but by force, because you might be fouled out. So the thing is, none of the guys, nobody wants to come out the game because they didn't talk too much to a ref. So it just shuts people up and they just get to playing. I like
the only way that can work now is if the team internally gives incentives, right? I know it's a completely different sport, but I know with me, while I was playing football in high school, one day our coach was like, yo, I'm sick of this shit. Any penalty we get, y'all running an extra sprint for every yard that we get. And I swear to God, we played our cleanest game ever. Anything running up from the sprints, man.
Hey Herm, you don't want this smoke, Herm, man. Don't talking all that talk.
Oh, yeah, Lamar. Hey, can you please get these dudes? Lamar, can you please get these dudes a topic, man, real quick before you go, because they've been going at it back and forth in the Discord on streams like a couple weeks now.
Hey, salute 32 for that 10-hour room, man.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, shout out to you, 30. That was a long show.
Let me pull it up right here.
Yeah, I try to be better next time. I wasn't on my laptop. I was using my brother's laptop.
And that shit was fun though.
Yeah, it was good.
All right, boom. Here we go. So y'all need a topic.
Yeah. So Lamar, I think while Chu was up here, while you was going, I set up another debate between A. Johnny and True the King.
Oh yeah, Dr. J versus Bird.
Oh damn,
that's gonna be a good one. That'll be
setting
good.
True up.
He's trying to get. He's trying to get. Nah, nobody get. It's not no setup. I did. What up, everybody? I did this. I mean, y'all want to see a dead body? Y'all want to see a dead body? Listen, man.
Herm got all these niggas wanting to talk their shit. Yeah, this is crazy.
No, I've been talking. Listen, I brought Herman in this debate stage. Like Herm tell you that.
So you his pops. Okay, cool.
Nah, I ain't say all that. I ain't say all that though. I ain't say all that. But I did bring.
You should be claiming.
I did bring Herman to the debate stage. Herm said so. It's so plenty times. Lamar, listen, man. Hey, we Brandon. The whole criteria off this debate is based off me.
Oh. You've been saying too, you are the Bill Russell of FYF Sports. You
like these are facts. That's why Lamar ain't saying nothing. Like everything.
They too busy talking about who he was competing against though. Africa. That's why they give him his credit, man.
Hey, but guess what though? They doing shit. They try. Hey man, who was the first one to take multiple debates? Who was the first one to do all these? Like, come on, man, stop. Like, listen, man. Hey, man, listen. I paid the way for this, man. I'm the Godfather, man. I'm the like it is what it is, man. I'm the domino effect.
Hey, Johnny, I'm not gonna lie, man. When this man get that special sauce, that extra special sauce, man, he's dangerous, bro. He's dangerous, man.
Hey, 30, you got a battle coming up?
Hey,
what they sell what they sell there, man?
I don't know, man. I just know they had good food ratings. Go good. All you gotta do is go Google it, man. I never.
Hold on. Was that a real picture? That Lamont?
Yeah.
1,000% real. 1,000%.
That's not Photoshop. That's not Photoshop.
1,000% real.
Put it up again.
You ask Lamont.
That's the actual selfie.
I got it off his Facebook page.
I thought that was a Photoshop, bro.
He got it off his Facebook page, bro. Official.
That's Photoshop, man. That's straight Photoshop.
Put it up one more time, man. I don't think the people saw it.
That's Photoshop, man. Hey, listen, dude.
Who's debating again?
It's Herm in Africa.
Yeah, just give us a chat GPT, a solid topic, man.
Here, I'm typing it in now. Let's see what it kicks out.
Yeah,
I just realized all that talking I was doing, y'all could have came up with a topic. Like we do that too.
No,
right?
I don't, because Herm gonna finesse a topic. I don't want Herm to finesse a topic, so we're gonna just do it, straight.
Low ducking too, man. Low ducking too, man.
Y'all gotta just stop trying to, because that nigga always seem like he busy. Y'all just gotta start battling.
Hey, Brandon, you instigate this?
No start a new channel. No start a new channel.
Brandon, what's up?
You say what? Nah, bro. Listen, I like to instigate shit, man. I'm the Vince McMahon, man. Like
No.
Never mind. I'm not the Vince McMahon, as a matter of fact.
Vince McMahon got in the ring.
I'm Shane McMahon. I'm Triple H.
No. Rebrander. I got you. Yo, Africa, he has a good chance to be FYF's first and only Jim Ross.
What was the other guy's name? Bobby the Brain Heenan? Was it Bobby the Brain?
Yeah, it was Jerry King. No, Jerry King Lawler. It was him, Jerry King Lawler.
No, but Jerry
and Jim
King
Ross.
used to wrestle. He used to run.
He used to wrestle. Yep.
He used to wrestle. So but Bobby the Brain Heenan was like a promoter. That's what you are, like a promoter. You like Don King?
Well, you're a promoter, okay, Brandon.
Yeah,
Hey,
Brandon.
man.
Kobe Jordan trying to get these.
Hey, listen. And like you said, man,
he might be nice. He can get active. He like to talk a lot.
I mean, man,
is that the Kobe from the other night? The one that I exposed with Low?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exposed.
Okay, so hold on, y'all. So hold on, Africa. Here's your topic.
Okay.
You ready?
Oh man.
Here, I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
copy and paste it and put it in the private chat for y'all.
Oh yeah. I'll read it real quick.
This is the importance of player loyalty versus free agency in the NBA.
Damn.
It says, in the modern NBA landscape, players have increasingly exercised their rights in free agency, opting to pursue new opportunities and join different teams. This trend has sparked debates about the significance of player loyalty to a single franchise versus the benefits of free agency, movement for player empowerment, and competitive balance. Herm argues in favor of player loyalty, emphasizing its role in fostering strong team cultures, fan connections, and lasting legacies with a single franchise. Young Africa takes the opposing stance, highlighting the benefits of free agency, movement in empowering players, promoting competitive balance, and reshaping the league's landscape.
Hey, Africa, that's right up your league.
I'm not gonna lie, Lamar.
Africa, that's right up your league, bro.
You definitely got to copy paste that and put it in Discord or something.
Yeah. Player empowerment. I'm
that's true.
for player empowerment. That's cool. That's cool.
Wait,
That's cool.
how does GTP know these guys so well?
Yeah, because Herm actually caps it out.
Because it keeps a track of all the debates.
Okay.
It keeps a track of the rankings, and it keeps, and I tell it the topics, and it knows the topics we've done in the past is all on the same thread. So,
okay, that's dope.
So it just
Hey,
kind
make
of
sure y'all join the Discord too, though. That shit
Hey,
lit, man.
hey, ChatGPT even knows I'm a great one. ChatGPT even know I'm a great one.
Here, I'm gonna put it in the private chat, but I'm also gonna put it
Is
in.
Discord only on the computer or is it on
No, it's the app.
No, Lamar, drop the link. You gotta drop the link.
All right.
But even ChatGPT even knows I'm a great one, man. It takes on everything, man. It takes on everything, man. So hey,
how does it?
True said he the goat of this shit, man. He don't get his credit.
I'm just saying, Lamont did it a couple weeks ago. They asked ChatGPT, can Trudy King be back number one again? They said, based off my history, hell yeah. Those exact words.
He didn't say hell yeah.
Said hell yeah. Okay.
Now, hey Johnny, what they get mad at, Johnny, is when the debates are over and I'm describing who won or lost. They get mad at how I describe who won or lost.
Oh, facts. Your description has a lot to do with the algorithm. Don't
I'll say, like, sometimes if you get beat really bad, I'll just explain it as I saw it. Like if you got beat down in debate, but then they say it tweaks the decision.
So wait,
ChatGPT said it so. Every word matters.
I'm going up
Hold on, hey Johnny. You going against the self-proclaimed GOAT. There's a difference. There is a difference. But the point is,
hey, listen, I am the GOAT, man. I am the GOAT. I am
Sturdy,
the best.
do you feel like you got to bounce back though? Because you took the two.
Bounce back. Rebranding. Where have I gone? I've been the number one ranked guy for the longest to anybody. All these guys. Hold on, Brandon. Shooter King fell out the rankings.
Here, check this out. Hey, Johnny. I'm going to ask
his first adversity went to a whole nother vacation.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT based on, because I hold on. I haven't even done the most recent rankings from the last.
No, you have not.
Yes, you did. You just haven't changed it because we didn't have a debate night. Remember?
No.
The last debate night you attended, we only had one. Only had one debate. That's it.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't enter it.
No, you didn't enter it into the new debate. Hey, Sturdy, don't be trying to protect your spot.
Hold on.
Don't
Who won? Who won those debates?
Africa won.
I beat True. Herm won his debate.
Hold on. Let me put it in. Let me do it right now. We can do it right now, real quick.
No, that was on the fly. That was on the fly.
These are on Saturday, right? Saturday is the
these on Saturday.
Right now, Saturday. All right.
Okay, so hold on. Is this correct?
It was a unanimous decision.
So in the most recent rankings that I have, it has A Sturdy at number 1, Big Ox Bob at 2, Herm at 3, Locker Room 4, Jalen at 5, Nahari 6, Trudy King 7, Dev 8. This can't be right, can it? Was Dev ever
the most
8?
recent one? Check your community post. The most recent one you posted on community post. Yes.
Hold on. I put it in here. Hold on.
Yeah, it was 8. Yeah. These are frauds.
Yeah. The recent one had low in it.
You had one debate.
This one has low. This one has low in it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The recent one has low in it. The other ones don't.
Oh,
Hold on.
Lowe's in the top 10?
Did I delete it out?
Yeah. No, it's on your community post.
Go to your community post and you'll see
All
your
right,
most
let me go to
recent
my
one.
community tab. You're right.
Yeah, it's hard because you should do it right after the debates because you kind of lose the.
Yeah, you're right.
You lose the essence of what happened.
All right, hold on.
Because you remember, Lamont, you said that stream you was gonna postpone everything, because we had one debate that night.
Oh, we only did one debate that night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I packed up True and then locker room duck. You got to put that into the
Locker room didn't want to join the chat. Remember, locker room was to debate 2 people that day.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And then Jalen didn't show up for mine. Like a lot of people didn't show up that day, man.
All right, so hold on. Community post. Let's see what I got. So in the last rankings. All right, so it's gonna be easy to put the updated rankings in.
Yeah, it's not a lot happening.
Because locker room dish, we did duck 2 debates.
Didn't Herm debate that day as well?
Okay, so here it is.
Herm wanted to, but locker room didn't want to.
That's right. Sturdy, Bob, Herm, locker room, Jalen, Nahari, True to King, Dev, Legend of Winning, and Mac Def.
Yeah, that's right.
So I got to enter. Yeah. Hold on, let me put it on the screen. So hold on. Let me share my screen so we see.
Yeah, Herm won 2 debates that day. Yeah, he did.
Okay, so
because of forfeit. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what happened again?
I beat True. So you put in former number 1 ranked debater returns emphatically with a victory.
Hold on.
Hey, you know.
No, Herm. That
wait a minute.
The debate, the stream I hosted, Herm, that didn't count. That was an exhibition.
Okay, so hold on. Y'all got to tell me the matches that happened. Hold on, I'm gonna zoom in so y'all can see this.
Like I said, so
okay, so we've had another round of debates. Need you to update the rankings once again. What was the first matchup?
Former number 1. It was me and Young Africa.
Hold on, True to King versus Young Africa.
Mm-hmm. Former number 1 ranked Africa returns emphatically.
No, I don't. But it knows. Look, hold on. Look. The spread is the same. It knows that you used to be ranked.
No.
It knows.
I got you. I got you. No,
every word counts. You don't want to give me that respect. That's a
he won.
It was a unanimous victory, man. It was unanimous from the chat.
It was not unanimous.
So after a debate,
I
won the chat and the panel. That's unanimous.
He won 2-1. It went down. It came down to the special judge, man.
Hey,
did not come down to the special judge.
I beat Nahari 2 times.
No, you did beat Nahari. You beat Nahari.
Okay, hold on. What's the next one?
And locker room forfeit.
The next one was Herm beating Nahari.
Hey, no. Why are you putting the hiatus in there? See this? All right, go ahead, man.
And locker room forfeited to
hold on. Herm defeats Nahari. Was it close debate? How would we describe it?
I mean, it was decided by a special judge.
Nahari Sports Friends decided it.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't this the on the fly battle that they had?
No, that was the other debate.
Okay, what's the next one?
Hey, why
locker room forfeited?
Remember? Who was the locker room supposed to debate? Who was
unanimous?
Herm.
Hey, I'm on Discard.
He was supposed to debate Herm and Ox.
Hold on, debate the locker room. What did the locker room do?
He didn't debate. He was here and refused to debate.
He showed up and said, "No, I'm not doing it because the panel is biased or some shit."
Yeah. Even though he refused to debate. That's basically.
He showed up at the actual show and said no in the chat.
He came to work and not. He clocked in.
Double qualification.
He clocked in for work. He clocked into work and refused to do work.
Okay, hold on. What's the next one? I got locker room.
He was on strike.
Jalen did show for mine.
That's not cool.
Okay, so hold on. Jalen.
He didn't even.
You
want that victory?
Jalen versus A30?
Yeah, but he didn't show up for mine. No, yeah.
You want that victory, sir? You want that?
I don't. No, I told Jalen. No, I told Jalen we can still do it. Like,
but the thing is though, man. Same time, man. Listen, when you start preparing for debates and people not showing up or refuse to debate, man. Listen, man, that need to be penalized, bro. It ain't fair for the other person
What's the next
certain
one?
people you're gonna put close debate, but for me, it's not unanimous victory.
Hold on.
bro.
What
I don't
was
get
it
unanimous.
close?
Mine was
Hold
not.
on.
He won.
Hold on.
No, after 2-0. After 1-2-0. 2-1.
Like unanimous.
Whatever.
So
You
you
know what I'm saying?
just
The
put in
first two, he
wins
won the
unanimous.
panel in the chat. He won the
One's
panel in the chat.
unanimous. Yeah. Wins
That was
unanimous.
not a clear.
wasn't in
That was
dominant
not a
fashion,
clear. That
Africa.
was not
It
no
wasn't
clear
dominant
win
though.
though. It wasn't a clear. You won.
It
So that was a
was.
gentleman's
Stop
sweep,
it,
not an
man.
actual sweep.
Man, bro, he won
I
majority
wanted.
chat, and
Okay,
then
hold
he
on.
I
won.
wanted to say
Okay,
that
so hold
I
on.
clearly.
Oh, what's the next
Thank you.
debate?
Thank you.
The Hearn versus Nahari. These are those definitely two that happened.
I got Herm and Nahari already, I think. Hold on.
Okay, those are the only two that actually happened.
So Herm Nahari forfeit with the locker room. Jalen forfeited versus Sturdy.
Yeah.
We didn't have no other debates.
What's his face? Fontaine forfeited against Big Fan again.
Yep.
Oh, don't worry about that. Yeah. Fontaine.
So hey, man.
Oh yeah, first Big Fan
Versus
Breezy.
who?
Big Fan Breezy.
Big Fan Breezy.
Big Fan Breezy may be in the top 10, man.
Oh, I gotta go through my photos, man. 'Cause I know Dev had one, but I forgot who he's matched
But
up
they
with.
ain't here. I don't know. They ain't here, bro. They can't. I mean, it is what it is. We
Hey,
can't.
Herm, you should have kept patting your record, bro. You shouldn't have came looking for smoke in this direction, Herm. You shouldn't have done that, Herm.
Hey, how
Young
do I
Africa, young Africa, you was not impressive
Discord?
yesterday.
What'd you say,
I was
John?
very.
How do I work Discord? I just created an account for us, and I'm trying to find FYF Sports. What the hell? am I
Nah, just
doing?
click the link in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, click the link in the chat. It'll take you straight there. Here, I'll drop it in the chat again. All right, y'all. I'm gonna read it back to you. Make sure we got it right. We got another round of debates. We need you to update the rankings once again. True to King versus Africa. After a debate hiatus. Hold on. I gotta put Africa. Africa wins the debate versus True to King in decisive fashion. Herm defeats Nahari in a close debate decided by a special judge. Herm was to debate the locker room, but the locker room refused to debate and thus forfeited, giving Herm the win. Jalen versus A Sturdy. Jalen was a no-show in the debate, thus gave A Sturdy the win. Fontaine Fives, the new debater, forfeits versus Big Fan Breezy. And then I just reminded it, make sure to consider all past debates. Other past in this thread, use the same considerations in the new debate rankings. All right, let's see what it kicks out.
Okay, Big Fan in there. Top 10.
Why does it say Fontaine drops out? Fontaine was never in the top 10.
You probably got to rewrite. You probably missed spell something.
Yeah, well, what I was gonna say is it wasn't gonna change anything anyway. Okay.
Hold
I was
on.
about to say
Hold on.
Devin Nahari didn't debate.
Hold on. I'm gonna just remind it of the last. I'm gonna remind it of the last two rankings. Hold on, watch this. Here.
Oh, maybe when you put number 5 next to his name, he thinks you mean he was ranked
Last
6th or something.
two rankings that you have created. Here's one, and I'm gonna give it to the other one from the week prior. Is that it? No, that's not it. This is it right here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Yeah, bro, you just read it.
No, is this the week? No,
The
I'm
week
talking
prior?
not the week prior to that. I think it's this one. I think it's this one up here. Yeah, because H from the UK.
Yeah, H. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Wow. After you back in there.
I think that's weird because you kind of removed like the history of it. I think. Why are dudes staying in the ranking like Dev and dudes like that? Like, how does that work?
No, because they don't get punished for not debating. They got punished a little, but I mean, this is consistent with what it's been doing.
Yeah.
This looks right.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like the college rankings; they don't get penalized. Well, now they play every week.
Where does True the King fall out?
You ain't even say my name. I don't think though.
I ain't even mad because when I body Herm, I'm right there, man. I ain't even mad.
I don't say true name. I don't say
This
true
is
name.
right here. It says Young Africa re-enters the top 10 with a decisive win over True the King after the debate hiatus. Mac Dev.
At least say why I dropped off though.
It says Dev rises in the rankings from his previous debates. Well, this is what it is right here.
True, the most disrespected legend, man.
Man, what the hell? You gotta ask what happened to True.
Okay.
They usually give an explanation.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
It says True the King. True the King suffered defeats in debates against Herm, Big Ox Bob, which significantly impact his rankings. Number 2 is his unimpressive performances despite being a consistent participant. True the King's performances in recent debates did not match the standards set by other debaters in the top 10. True the King faced challenges in adapting to different debate topics and engaging effectively with opponents, leading to unfavorable outcomes in debates.
Hey, yeah, you got to square up with Chat GPT, bro.
Yo,
ChatGPT.
it literally might have listened to the debate. It literally might have listened.
But that sound like shit niggas was saying. Even he said he was off a few weeks.
I mean, here's the thing. It's not even that though. I mean, that Young Africa debate, he didn't clearly.
Okay, hold on. This is what I wanted to ask.
Like,
This is what I did want to ask
beat me in that
ChatGPT,
debate,
y'all. I wanted to ask ChatGPT, based on all of the debates, who do you predict will be the debate champion Super Bowl weekend? I want to see what their prediction is going to be.
How much of the bet's gonna say her? I bet it's gonna say her.
Just for conversation, based on all of the
hold up,
rankings
ain't low
on this thread, and currently,
You say Chat GTP disrespectful.
who do you think will be the debate champion in the final debates? When is the Super Bowl?
February 11th. Right.
11th. Yeah, the 11th.
February.
My whole thing is though, who's participating in that though?
The top 10.
And what time is it?
Everybody in the top 10 gonna be there.
Well, we're gonna have to make sure we'll find a date where everybody's available.
Lagru said
I don't think he'll be in if he doesn't keep debating. He's gonna fall out.
Exactly. So I mean,
okay. So it says based on trends observed in FYF Sports,
Sturdy.
current performances in debaters, it's challenging to predict a champion. However, a few debaters have consistent. But I needed to make a prediction. Hold on.
No, it did. It just did.
No. Hold on. Please make a single prediction.
A singular prediction. Yeah. I thought it was gonna be hard.
As to who will win and why, just for conversation.
Hey, True, do you think Chat GPT was like actually wrong what it was saying? No.
Sturdy.
I think it definitely was wrong.
No, it says I predict. It says based on overall performance and consistency observed throughout FYF Sports, I predict that A Sturdy is likely to emerge as the debate champion in the final debate on February 11th, consistently demonstrating exceptional debating skills, securing victories in tight competitive debates, showcasing the ability to articulate strong arguments effectively. Furthermore, he studied his ability to engage in diverse topics, navigate through challenging debates, along with a track record of success against formidable opponents, positions them as a strong contender for the debate championship.
But here's the thing, though.
Is that a listening feature or something? God damn.
Yeah, I feel like that should be listening to the debates now. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, True.
Hold on. Let me ask it about True the King. Is there any avenue for True the King to make the top 10 and win the chip on February 11th?
This is like a fortune cookie on technology. That was
Certainly, there's always potential for
Chat GPT disrespect.
So he says, True the King, giving you recommendation. It says you need quality over quantity. It says while participation in debates is important, True the King should prioritize quality over quantity, engaging in well-prepared, high-quality debates that showcase expertise, the depth of knowledge that can help evaluate the standing amongst competitors.
So he need to go with some big dogs.
He needs to go with some big dogs, and he needs to lower the amount.
Yeah, they basically saying he's debating too many people.
Oh, that's cool.
So basically, it's extra layman. Hold on, real quick. So True the King, in basic layman terms, you got to smoke low. This Saturday, you got to smoke.
No, but I don't got to. Meaning, I don't have to debate every week. Then that's what ChatGPT basically said. It is.
Who is the dark horse to win the debates?
Low running though, man.
11th.
I would say Ox.
Please remember that only the top 10 participate on February 11th. Let's see who the dark horse is. What?
This Breeze. Nigga been dogging on.
Hey, no, listen. No, listen, Big Fan Breezy. That's accurate.
I love this, yo. No cap, I like
ChatGPT. Hey, screenshot that and send that because that's accurate.
You gotta screenshot it. Yo, I gotta tell Big Fan, bro.
But listen, hey, when
he says he has underestimated potential. Why not always in the spotlight like some of the top contenders? Big Fan Breezy has quietly built a solid track record of wins and solid debate performances, making him a dark horse candidate.
As long as I get in the top 10, it really doesn't even matter to me. By next week, I'll be back in the top 10. I'm not really worried about that.
Hey, Lamont, ask ChatGPT who beat the most top 10 competitors.
Okay. Who has beat the most top 10
Breezy been telling y'all he the dark horse, man.
Hey, Lamont, I want to do the criteria that I have with ChatGPT, man. We got to figure out a date to do it.
It says it right here. Based on the debates, it says Herm appears to have defeated the most top 10 competitors in the debates thus far.
Ooh.
Man, Herm a troll, man. He coming out.
Hey, man, you can't hate on him, bro. Can't hate on him, man.
Herm real life troll.
Look, and it says right here, it says Herm has secured victories against Nahari, The Locker Room, and Age 30. These wins showcase Herm's ability.
You beat Reggie? Oh, he did just beat Reggie. I forgot.
He didn't show.
I forgot.
Hold on, he beat you, Sturdy?
Yeah, you forgot?
Yeah, I forgot.
The All-Star game.
Damn.
You forgot. Remember Herm said the 46-year-old, and then
he said All-Star game.
Give me with the Bazinga. It's over.
But hold on, Big Fan Breezy, you in here? You in here?
No, he's not in here.
I don't think he had.
So Lamont,
he definitely been looking for niggas to battle though.
Yo, what up?
So I'm new to this. So like, is Chat GPT? Do they like decide the rankings, or is it like?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm biased. I don't do it. A lot of people.
It describes the ranking. It describes the topic. It gives you the criteria for the topic and the rankings.
Hey,
Oh,
hold
you
on.
don't do nothing else but debate.
So
What
you
are
get
these
the
lies?
topics from Chef. Okay.
What are
I
these
didn't know you
lies
get the
about
topics.
Herm got the most top 10 bodies? I beat
Hey,
Sturdy. I beat SB. I beat
bro,
True. I beat
hold on,
McDev.
but time out,
I lined up bodies.
Hey man,
Young
I just
Africa.
cooked Herm the other day on free time, man. What you
Bodies on top of bodies on top of bodies.
Young Africa,
I reckon
you
it's not
only got
respectful.
you got less than 10 debates over here. Like, calm down,
What do you
bro.
mean?
Like you
I won.
got less than
Oh
10 debates.
shit! Let's get into
You
it.
got less than 10 debates over here, bro. And
So
let me be like,
hold on.
ain't
Chat
your
GPT just told you it's about quality over quantity.
Africa, they saying get your weight up, gang.
So
What you mean?
so
Being at the top of the mountain,
no,
man.
hold on. First of all, young Africa, Chat
I beat
GPT has
Sturdy
higher
at his
standards.
peak.
Hold on, time
Sturdy at his
out.
peak.
Chat
Beat him at his
GPT got higher standards for me though.
Mhm.
Chat GPT and me have understanding. They have higher standards for me.
No.
So it's like
Chat
Chat GPT
GPT is
know I'm gonna be.
objective.
No,
It's
Chat
AI.
GPT.
Hold on. Where's Kobe at? Hey, Kobe.
How many bodies you got, Africa?
Kobe, you just got to wait till after the
I'm
Super
a
Bowl
former
because
champion.
it's just too late. It's too late for you to jump in now.
No, I wasn't. I know. I was just trying to figure out how y'all play it out. That's it.
Yeah, it's all
I mean,
decided by ChatGPT. A lot of people thought I was doing it, and so I just said, "Look, I'm just gonna start doing it on the screen." Then
So do you get real quick? Do you get like time to prepare? Like how does this work?
you usually
How
get
much-
about a week to prepare.
Oh, okay.
So hey man,
Got 3
I'm
rounds.
just saying, young Africa got 10.
Y'all got
less
any
than 10
questions?
debates on here.
Y'all got any questions for ChatGPT?
I really got no questions though.
Yeah,
Like,
let me ask you a
listen,
question. How do they
Let me
think?
ask a question real quick because I
How
don't think.
do they think Lamont would do if he was to
No.
battle?
They don't
They
have no.
don't have any information on it.
Ooh.
No.
I was
Yeah,
about
no
to say
information.
that's a good question.
Lamont, let me just say this. Can you just say describe the career of Young Africa throughout all?
You won't like it. You're not,
Hey, this shit about to be funny.
I just want to
Africa,
understand
you
if it
enough,
knows.
man.
It knows who I am, Sturdy. I don't think ChatGPT knows who I be, Sturdy. I don't think it does.
That shit just
Young
came to True the
Africa,
King neck.
Young Africa can debate. He a dog.
but here's the thing too
Yo,
though.
if
Like,
I could make a hood version of this, I'll
In a
be
funny manner.
rich.
Well, why you gotta do this, man? Come on. Oh man.
All right, hold
It's a
on.
roller coaster.
What?
Africa's career in the debates described as a roller coaster ride with more
Look
loops
at
and
this,
twists
man.
than an amusement park
Hey, that's
attraction.
100% accurate, dog.
That's
Hey, Africa, this shit scary, bro.
That's
I ain't gonna lie.
Look, it talks
Oh,
about the
shit.
jungle. It correlates to the.
It talks about the jungle.
It correlates you to
Oh,
the
shit.
jungle in Africa. It says his
Oh,
journey resembles a safari adventure on a ride
Yo, that's
where the
wild.
Hey, yo,
once
that's
almighty lion
disrespectful as
finds
shit.
himself lost in the jungle of debates, unable to score louder
Oh,
in the
wow.
competition.
When the
Oh,
competition.
wow.
It says with debates
Oh my
disappearing
god.
faster than his
Damn.
prey, Young Africa seemed to have taken a
See, you
vacation
messed
to
up
the
the
savannah.
algorithm. This
It
is what
says
happened.
Young Africa seemed to have taken a vacation to the savannah,
Oh, not the maternal leave.
leaving the
Wow.
other debaters scratching their heads and wondering where in the world is Young Africa. That's
That's
exactly
why
what
you're not the
it
good.
said.
Oh,
Hey, yo,
wow.
they gotta
Exactly.
Oh
cancel
my
Chat
god.
GPT, man. That shit
Wow.
disrespectful, yo.
Listen, and here's the thing.
Hey.
Wow.
That's why you're not the good. That's why
Hey,
you're not the
hey,
goat.
Lamont.
That's
the
why.
algorithm.
That
You
shit
poisoned
called
the
you Where's
algorithm, man.
Waldo.
Hey, this is why they don't like Chat GTP, Lamont. This thing is
No,
Hey,
logical.
you
Lamont,
This
messed
is
up the whole
Lamont.
truthful.
algorithm, bro.
Hey, real quick,
Wow.
Lamont. Ask them to describe Herm's style in his speech and how he talk.
It just did.
I
No,
don't know if
it
I
just
don't know if
did.
it can describe.
It can't describe it. It can't describe how he talks, but it just describe his journey.
Hey,
Yeah,
nah,
just describe.
So, hey, Africa, you're
Hey, Kobe
Bush
Jordan.
Gardens. Your new
Herm,
nickname is Bush Gardens. You're Bush
you keep
Gardens.
forgetting it's different
Man, this
versions
is
of
terrible.
Herm.
That was a
That's what
serious
Your new
y'all
mistake.
trick
nickname is
ass
Bush
niggas
The
don't
Gardens.
realize.
algorithm. Don't you
There's
should
different
understand
Hey,
versions of
Herm, I
Herm.
done seen all the versions of you, bro. You ain't gotta come on, man.
that.
Hey, season 2 coming up soon. So I mean, listen, man.
You've been around
Hey,
for a long time, man. I know Herm.
Wow,
listen,
that's
man.
incredible. This is fun. I like this. This is
Now,
All I
Herm
know.
can
I mean, I
cook
can
you,
ask
but
it to draw a picture of what some of y'all might look like.
just ask him
Hey,
what's
nah, do
Herm.
that shit.
Do that.
Ask him,
No, real quick. Do it right quick. Do it.
Do
Give
that
us,
for
hold
Sturdy.
on.
Do that for
Give
Sturdy.
us. Tell us to give us a picture of the top 10 debaters.
Okay, hold on. Let me
No,
do
he
this
already
real
did
quick.
Let's see
that,
what they
didn't he?
do. Let's see what they
No,
do.
I don't
No,
know.
no, he only did one. He only did one.
Let's see what they
Hold
do.
on 1 second. Let me do this real quick, and I'm about to do it. Hold on.
Based on their debate.
Hey, Herm, you ain't
career.
seen the other Kobe Jordan. You know, I get down too.
Sturdy,
I ain't biased.
the answer affects the algorithm, Sturdy. You understand that, right?
Kobe Jordan, you make shit too complicated when you don't have to.
You think
That's
I
why I
only
be
talk about like the Clippers and shit? That's why. That's the only time you hear me talk.
No, it ain't about that. I just understand how you are. You gonna overdo it. So by you overdoing it, that's when I'm gonna cook your ass.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Kobe Jordan, you a part of the Discord?
No, I ain't a part of Discord, but I gotta join though.
Yeah, join. Click the link and join that shit, bro. Niggas be in there
Hey,
cooking.
while Lamont's doing that, can y'all give me a little bit of a rundown on Discord and what it's about, how it works?
Yeah. Let me know.
So Discord is essentially just another platform for space. You can talk, you can do voice chats, you can share videos, pictures.
It's a
Same
big
thing.
chat with everybody in there.
It's like
Pretty
a group
much.
chat.
It can hold thousands of people though. Honestly, Go James would be perfect for you. To be honest with you.
All right, hold on.
Perfect.
But I said, how do I find people? Because I found FYF because of the link.
You see the channels on the left hand, like you see the channels. You see the
Uh-huh.
channels.
Yeah, I see that.
So, hold on.
Click Sturdy. Which one is it? Where he
It
can
says
see all of us.
it says add a server. It says explore discoverable servers, download apps. Yeah, that's what I see here.
Explore. I think it's the Explore Discoverable. That one.
Lamont, you like this chat GBT now, huh?
Hold on.
This shit cold.
Hold on. Who do you want me to have it draw first?
Lamont sponsored.
We'll have it draw
You can't shotgun it.
The top 10.
They do the top 10.
Hold on, I'm doing one by one. Create an image.
Hey, go James. I'm gonna add you in there so you can find
debater.
Okay.
Herm, right?
I found FYF Sports Debates.
Herm, where you from?
Debate Sports.
Memphis.
From Memphis.
Oh, okay.
From Memphis. From the streets. From the
streets is crazy. Yeah.
From the streets. They're gonna have you looking like a bum. Oh yeah, because when I click on area,
we fly.
How else would we describe
her?
Herm?
Around the world, nigga. We
How else would we describe her?
No matter what city we in, you know. That's what
it looks like.
Man, you can take that fake jewelry off.
Older.
I'll take your hoe with it, nigga.
Herm sound like you from the country. Herm, you from the country, Herm?
I mean, I'm a South nigga. Like you sound like you from Africa. I sound like I'm from the South.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. No problem, brother.
Hey, True, you should reach out to Breezy though, bro, because I think he said niggas been dodging him for like 2-3 weeks.
Man, I don't know. Listen, I'm not. Listen, man, I'm gonna be real. I'm here. I'm in the Discord.
Pretty much telling them what to do.
Listen. I'm in the Discord, bro. I'm not chasing people. So this is what I be saying. I don't feel like chasing people. I did too much to be chasing people, man. Like I mean,
do you feel disrespected though? Do you feel like niggas think you sweet type shit?
I mean, I can be everybody that's criticizing me in the chat. I could be everybody on the panel, even Lamont. I can beat everybody. It doesn't listen. If you know, man. It is what it is, man. That's why in the FYF Bowl, where it's a different feel.
Put that little Reese shit in there.
Hey yo, listen. That when the FYF Bowl comes, where ain't no lot of time to prepare in a tournament fashion like that. You know what I mean? That's why I thrive.
But if you do you have a debate Saturday?
Yeah, go. I mean, Johnny.
Okay, so listen. If you lose though, do you think that like would knock you out of contention though?
I'm not going to lose against him. That's the thing. I'm not losing against him. I'm already done.
Oh no, he know his shit.
I'm already done. I'm already done. I'll tell you that. I'm already done. That's wild. That's wild.
Hey, yo, screenshot that. That's how you nigga.
Hell
Profile picture.
That's crazy. Then they got Detroit Tigers hat on.
That's got the bow tie with the fitted cap.
Is that a seatbelt? Is that a seatbelt around your neck? What's that?
That man got no drip.
Hold on, Herm. You don't wear glasses, do you, Herm?
No.
Okay, watch this. Herm does.
Nigga look like Method Man.
That man not even
They
imagine.
swag glasses. They're not for reading and shit.
Man, he let the nigga off of Paid in Full, man.
I was just about to say that. He looks like the dude from Paid in Full.
That kind of do sound like how you sound.
You talking about the what's the nigga, man? Kermit, the Kermit nigga?
Yeah, the Kermit.
Herm 3000.
Calvin. His name is Calvin.
Yeah.
Calvin.
Said Herm 3000, man. That's crazy.
No, we got to see what they think Africa look like, man.
Shut that shit up, man.
ChatGPT disrespectful as shit.
Nah, really, it's Lamont who be disrespectful.
Yo, he did. It did though.
He be hiding behind ChatGPT. I see you.
No, I don't, man. Y'all remember when I first started doing the rankings, y'all didn't believe it was ChatGPT. Then I started.
It is what it is, man.
That's Morgan Freeman.
Dang.
You
a
principal, Herb. Nigga, that look like 50 Cent, nigga.
Hold on, y'all.
I ain't gonna lie,
This
that
is.
kind of look like Malcolm X.
Now, does this look like Herm? Hold on, y'all.
That's how Malcolm X vibes.
That nigga look like 50 Cent with a hairline and shit. This shit sick.
Why did they
He
take
gonna
off
put the
glasses?
famous video up.
I don't know if I have it still.
You gotta say remove glasses, please, and redo.
That's what I told it, and it didn't remove them.
No, you said he doesn't have glasses. Redo. You have to say remove the glasses. Please remove the glasses and redo image. Let's see what they do.
Hey, Lamont, I do got a classic video though.
Yeah, that video's funny.
Oh my God, they just made him get over.
What the fuck?
It is what it is now.
That look like Dr. Dre now.
Cause Lamont got that older shit in there.
What it says?
Oh yeah, that is true.
Hempfield, Chicago.
Yeah, that is.
I thought it was from Memphis. Why
Oh
you say
yeah,
Chicago?
yeah. Hold on, I messed it up. I gotta go back to the drawing board on this. Hold on.
Shit, they gave niggas Andre 3000, 50 Cent, Dr. Dre.
I don't know. It went from Andre 3000 or Calvin to Morgan Freeman to Bill Cosby.
Where Jason the Kid at? Cause he be talking like this man always talking about
This
debating.
nigga true. This nigga true want to battle. You hear me?
Like I ain't even.
But is he ranked though? Because it says you need like quality battles.
He said,
"Hey man, I can't control low when a duck, man. I'm not chasing people, bro."
Yeah, but it's it's nine other people though that's in the top 10 you can challenge.
Hey, duck room.
Hey, Herb, you still in here?
Hey,
yeah.
Duck room. Duck no, man. He not even debating.
Hey, Herb, you right, bro. I can't do the debate shit.
They still give him glasses. Oh, now he look like Cat Williams.
Now he look like Wale.
No, hold on. That's Herm. That's Herm in the back on the back left.
All right, hold on. We're gonna do one.
Yo, how do you? This shit is cold. I ain't gonna lie.
We're gonna do one more. Who we gonna do?
Let's do Africa.
Young Africa. Did you do Young Africa?
Let's do Young Africa, please.
Bro, why everybody want to do Africa, man?
Because you got
no, because I think the jungle gonna come up or something. What?
Because you got the persona, man. You got the persona. That's why.
This nigga gonna have a Black Panther in the background and shit.
They're gonna have you in a daishiki and all.
This is crazy, bro. ChatGPT helped me with my taxes too.
These descriptions are horrible, bro. These descriptions are.
No, they did. I found some loopholes, so I got some money.
Man, they say he ran to the depths of
yeah.
Wait, what does it say? Hold on.
He ran to the depths of Africa.
Yo, you trolling now? He trolling now.
You tweaking, man. You tweaking. That's all right. That's all right. How does ChatGPT have these cartoon AI pictures though? That's crazy.
They got that boondock stuff.
It just draws it up for you. Yeah.
Hey, Sturdy, you changed your picture again, bro. I thought you had the other one.
All right, let's see what it does.
Yes.
That's from the Boondocks, right, Sturdy?
Yeah, that's from the Boondocks.
Let's see if it gets an accurate image.
That's when they were. That was when he was trying to tell Granddad to
highly upset
to do the marching and get the water hoses.
Hey. Yo, this is so accurate, bro.
Crazy.
Yo, that's
crazy.
Hey, that's a crazy picture.
Why did they get the ski mask? Where did it go to get the ski mask?
Bro, yo, hey, Lamont, yo, this is scary, bro. Like, no,
look at the map in the back.
Look at the map.
Young and African.
Hey, hold on. Hey, I'm curious. Hey, hold on. Dude, what's the dude name? Go James? Go James real quick.
Oh man, it don't have no.
No, I don't have his information.
Oh, bro, this is crazy.
Don't
I'll
worry,
tell you
I'm
this.
Don't give
making
him True the
my
King.
debut.
Give
I'm
him
making my
shout True the
debut.
King.
Hey, tell him to remove that rap.
After you
They
gonna
gonna
get
have
your
that
ass
Jamaican
kicked,
rap.
boy.
They
And
gonna
I
have
last
all
You know
that.
that.
spotted
You gonna
to
get your ass kicked, nigga. Just
No,
know that.
remove the caption and use that for my next debate, man. Like we need that once I become tournament champion. Like I
Hey,
like
Young
that.
Africa, you
I'll
stay with the
download it.
ski mask though, my boy.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah, I
let's
do.
do
I
True the King right next, and that could be great.
No, I got you, man. You want to stay
That's a political
incognito? I
preference,
got
Oh
you.
man.
yeah, we
I
can do
can't.
King. Hold on,
I'm,
watch
I'm,
this.
I'm
It said I lost the
VPN
debate, and
for the identity.
But
I last spotted, and I was last spotted in the depths of Africa on vacation.
but hold on, but Lamont, how do they know how he looked? He ain't never showed his face though.
I don't
That's
know. You just
crazy.
described it.
Lamont being slick with it, man.
True the King.
No, you know what though?
He
Maybe
showed his face
no,
before.
but
Africa showed his face.
maybe Lamont had put in a description at one point that he was wearing his mask during a debate.
Yeah.
Maybe,
No,
maybe.
but okay, I see what you're
Hold
saying.
on.
So they
Please
gathered
create.
old.
Please
They
create
gathered
True
old.
King TV. How we describe True?
I don't know. I ain't never seen him debate.
But
Now
I'm on
they gonna get a picture though. I chat
I'm on
GPT
his
myself
channel now.
I chat GPT myself the other day. They knew what ChatGPT knew who I was.
They knew your
regularly
location.
found,
Oh, we ain't
hanging
doing that,
around
man.
Gabby Dick's.
Oh, that's
We're
hold on.
not
That's
doing
you.
that. We're not doing that.
Yeah,
Is that you?
yeah. Hey,
That's a Photoshop picture though.
that's a selfie at Krabby Dick's.
Oh no.
That's
They
crazy.
going
The
that's
bunker is
so what?
crazy.
So hold on. Can they
Never gonna.
scan that picture though, or they don't? They can't tell that picture. Like they can't go off of that.
Where's
My
Krabby Dick's at?
favorite, man. My favorite. I don't know where it's at. That's not my favorite restaurant, man. We
It's
ain't
in
doing that,
Baltimore,
man.
man. It's in Baltimore.
No, old boy look like
You
Lupe
know what?
Fiasco a little bit,
We
man.
ain't doing that.
Delaware.
We ain't
It's in
doing that.
Delaware.
It's in Delaware. My
You
bad.
look like Lupe, man.
That's actually a
Glass.
crazy fit though. What, the beanie with the ski mask? That's kind of crazy, man. That's kind of crazy.
Here y'all go. Probably not even gonna do it now. Probably not even gonna read.
He's True the King. Oh, you put he was in the U.S. Army. Yeah, that's
crazy, man.
I wonder how much that really impacts.
I don't think you're gonna do it now. You put all that stuff in there, though.
His favorite. Hold on, yo, that's a lot of details, bro.
Hey, you know what? What's it
Yo,
called?
that's a lot of
What's his name? Had a
information.
joke about that.
Man,
What's
you
his
a
name?
food with
All right,
your
brother. Hey, Lamont,
Patrice
take that
had a
off.
joke
Nah. It's not going to do it. You waste your time. It's not going to do it.
Hey, Lamont, Patrice
that menu
O'Neal
of
had a joke
food
about
with
spelling
sexual.
restaurant. He said that if you told somebody to spell restaurant,
Exactly.
they
It's
would
not
die
going.
on the spot.
It's
Oh,
not
okay.
going to
Hold
work.
on.
You gotta take the.
He
You
wears
gotta take all
glasses
the
on the
Krabby Dicks
road.
off. You gotta take the Krabby Dicks off. It's not going to work, man. I'm telling you, it ain't going to work.
Oh, shit,
Wait, he can't put the word. He can't put restaurant.
No, I can't put this.
Is Lamar? No. It's Tiffany Ned, bro. You don't know. ChatGPT don't know who Tiffany Ned is.
No, they can't put all the sexual window stuff. They can't put all. It's not going to do it at all. Like. I don't think it's still gonna work though. Exactly. You gotta take all it off, Lamar. It's not gonna work. I'm telling you what it is, man. That still ain't gonna work. I'm telling you, it's not gonna work. It still ain't gonna work. Watch it.
Well,
It's still. I'm telling you, it's not gonna work. You got listen. Take the Krabby Dicks off, man. Just do it, man. Just take all that off. Take the whole that. Just take it off. It's not gonna work.
Oh no, I don't
it's
like
not gonna work.
the army, the personal information about the army.
What does it say?
It contains personal information about an individual.
Oh.
So going to the depths of Africa is not personal, huh? Like this is some racist.
There you go. I like that one. That's true.
This is some racist AI shit, bro. What we doing out here?
Hey, it still ain't gonna do it. It's still gonna say this. It's still gonna say the same thing. Watch. It's still gonna say the same thing. Watch.
Yeah, I
take
think
the Krabby Dicks.
The Krabby Dicks out, bro.
Off.
Hold on,
it's
watch
not gonna work.
This is for a movie scene.
It's not gonna work.
All Fictional.
Still ain't gonna work.
Herm,
Why?
you still in here, Herm?
It still ain't gonna work.
Oh, Herm
I
left.
told you, take it off, man. It ain't gonna work, man.
Okay, so hold on.
Hey, they know who I am, though. Look at YouTube channel focus on debate. Hey, I'm
Young
known out
Africa,
here
you
too.
hear me?
You know what I mean? You see that? I'm known out here
That's
too,
wild.
man. I'm just saying, man.
You said I'm known out here.
You see what ChatGPT?
All right, so it's not
Shoot.
letting me do it. I got to redo the description. It's not letting me do it.
That's why I'm held on a higher standard, Lamont, because they know who I am off of outside of debates. So it's like,
you
damn,
a public figure? True. You
No, he's not.
Ask ChatGPT. They say I got my YouTube channel. Listen, man.
Yeah, that might be it though, cause it.
Take the Krabby Dick. It's not going to work, man. It's not going to work.
Just take the Krabby Dick out. Let's see if it goes.
You could have kept the army stuff and all that. Listen, man, it's not going to work.
The Krabby Dicks is the best part, man. What you mean, man?
Pause. That would sound crazy. It's
That
not.
was a pause. My bad. That's a pause.
That was crazy.
Yo, that was crazy. Yo, Africa, you got time out, bro.
Yeah, that was crazy. I'm gonna mute myself. Hold up, man.
I'm telling you, Lamont, that's what it is, man. You can't go around it, man.
Lamont hard headed, man.
What I got to take out?
The Krabby Dicks, all that stuff. Just take the
Already
Krabby
took
Dick
that
stuff
out.
out,
No,
man.
he already took that out, but he's saying it's a lot of information. Like, let me see.
All that all that restaurant stuff, man, ain't gonna work, man.
Judah King might have told ChatGPT to not create images of him.
It's probably the menu, Lamont, because you ain't have Herm doing nothing. That's why.
What you mean?
Exactly. You ain't heard him doing nothing. You ain't heard him doing nothing, man. Listen, man.
Did you pull up a stat about a picture for Harm?
You can say, yeah, you can say he's from Delaware. What the fuck is in Delaware? I don't know.
Lamont, you said you're not biased, or you said you is biased. Didn't you say that? I was gonna ask you who you think the toughest one you've seen battle.
You would have cool putting the army stuff, man. I was done deploying, man.
Hey, straight funny images.
Still ain't. That shit still ain't. Listen, man, y'all, you typing
Yeah,
something
it gotta be his name or something, because that's
You
the
know,
only.
it's the
unknown location.
Yeah, it's the vet.
It's the what?
I think it's his name.
No, it's
I
not
think
his
it's
name.
his name
It's not his
too.
name. It's not his name.
Okay, how do we
So
describe Judah without talking about him? His unknown location.
Try it like that first and see.
Oh no,
This say True to
famously known as
KTV and bam.
Bill Russell of FYF Debates. He's a pioneer and has taken.
They're not
many
gonna put
long-
all that shit in there, man. I don't think they're gonna. We'll see what happens. I don't know if that's gonna work.
How else will we describe him? Somebody got something.
Celtics fan.
The next exposed
Yeah,
by
hey,
A.
man,
Johnny the Exposer.
Hey, listen, man. My round's basically done, man. I can go right now.
Don't worry. You still
Hey,
top
Africa.
10.
Hey, Africa. I'm so salty, bro. We lost our losing streak today to the Cavs, bro. I'm
Oh
hurt,
yeah,
bro.
man. I don't know, man. People saying you wasn't really up for the game and stuff. I don't know, man. It's just,
Oh yeah, it was man, they play like shit, bro.
you know, like they were saying you got it for the Celtics and you weren't really
African
feeling it.
American, yeah, African.
But now y'all gonna be okay, man. Y'all looking nice, man. Y'all in like the position y'all expect.
We only lost 3 games this whole month, so we ain't tripping. But it was like,
y'all looking nice, man. Y'all gonna be
My team's on a 7-game losing streak. I can't even talk.
yeah, man.
Who-
Y'all
what's
think
your
y'all
team?
gonna make any moves?
It's not gonna let me do true. I
The
can't
Heat?
do true.
oh yeah, the Heat, yeah, but they always got a low seed though. They're gonna be all right.
All we got is Young Africa, man.
The chat's
Young
telling you-
Africa, hey, Snap, put that on a t-shirt, bro. Like Snap.
That's just a high
Can
quality.
we put that as his like, bro? We gotta. Do y'all have intro
That's
themes,
crazy.
like an intro when people come up? Do y'all like have intros?
Nah.
No.
Oh, okay.
We should invent some.
That'd be dope. Like people got intro songs, like a theme.
Debate and using a thumbnail, so he could use that. You
They
know?
said true is the punching bag of FYF. That's what they call him.
Damn, that's what they calling you, true. Damn, bro.
That's wild.
So wait a minute.
I don't
I'm going up against Glass Joe.
Hey, listen, I'm a punch it back. Hey, shout out to Lamont for giving me the platform that helped even have this even idea of debating on here, but it wouldn't be here without me when it comes to debating forum. You know what I mean? We wouldn't be at this moment. You know what I mean? I would.
Right.
Lamar can tell you this. Lamar would tell you this. I was doing this before this shit was even cool. A lot of people do this shit for clout, man. Like I said,
So
hey,
are you presently great, or are you living off your past?
I'm always great. I
Don't
got a
say he
round
Al
of.
Bundy. He not Al Bundy, is he?
But first of all, let's talk about recently. I got a round off you. Yes, I lost, but I got a round off you. Yes, I got a round off you.
It was a
No,
unanimous
you
decision.
did. Okay, you won, but I got a round off you clear. Like everybody was here. I mean, you won, which I got a round off you clear. I fumbled.
All victories against me, Kobe. You know, they get around you. They think they
No. Well, here's the thing, though. I don't take hiatus like you, so you can't. Listen, I don't take hiatus like you. I could take a loss and bounce back like it's nothing.
Feels like you kind of high strung. You need a vacation, true. Like
Listen. I'm a 2-time. I've been ranked number 1 2 different times.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 different times. I take more debates than anybody. Listen, I was debating before the shit was even cool. I won money up on here before. I won debates where if you lose, you gotta leave off the panel. These are just all facts. These are all facts. Lamar, I can show you the cash.
Oh, shit. Rondo just got arrested in Gary in Indiana on gun and drug charges. What the fuck did he do?
Damn. What, Rondo? Hold on, you said Rondo?
Wait, Rondo or Rondo?
Oh, gun and drug charges. Oh, your boy still passing a rock through on the block.
Hey, Lamont, we talking about Rondo?
So it says right here. It says Rondo.
Rondo.
Rondo arrested in Indiana on gun and marijuana charges.
Ain't that bad? I think.
Marijuana charges?
Wow. I don't think that.
What the fuck is he doing in Jackson?
First of all, hold on. First of all, why is marijuana not legal in Indiana yet?
I don't think it's that big. We wait till more comes out. I thought it was like some. He has hard drugs. I thought he had hard drugs. Now, I mean, we seen Montrezl Harrell in the same situation. It was like not in a similar situation, right? Not so long ago.
Yeah, that's true.
He got caught with pounds.
But Rondo's
Oh, he
retired.
got caught. I didn't know.
But Rondo's retired.
Yeah, he had some pounds on him. He was moving.
Montrez, he was transported.
One of our players, Amir Coffey, he had got caught with some guns in California. So but he got out. He got out of that.
That's crazy. That's crazy. If Rondo somehow so impeccable, he's able to shoot you like he's doing fake bounce back on the back passes.
Hey, didn't he have something 2 years ago, like a domestic case or some shit with his lady or something like that?
Nah.
Don't y'all remember that? After the bubble,
Rondo with the gun, true. We know he's not a shooter, so he ain't gonna shoot that shit. We know that.
You goofy.
He shot 40% from 3 in the playoffs for your team. That you bragged about multiple times. You bragged about that multiple times. So he's showing 40% from 3 in the playoffs, helping y'all win the championship.
That's a good
rebuttal. I'll be. See that's how great I am, Sturdy. Off the fly like that. See, here's the thing. That was off the dome. That was off the dome.
Look, we got to shut this down, man. We got to shut it down, man. We all
couldn't get it.
Hey Lamont, I asked ChatGPT if I'd be a good debater. They said I would, but I'm gonna overcook y'all. That's what they said, bro. They said I tend to overcook my opponents when not necessary.
You should let Kobe Jordan in 1 week.
I mean, we can let him in, but Kobe's not as good as you think because a lot of people choke when them 2 minutes get to ticking down.
I didn't listen. No, it's a lot of time. I can talk. Hey, listen, I can talk for that 2-3 minutes. Trust me.
It sounds cool. But listen, Kobe, since you're doing that, since I'm a punching bag per se, that's what people say. I'm a punching bag.
I ain't say I'm gonna knock niggas out. I'm just saying.
True. You gotta pick higher quality opponents.
I tried to Lamont.
You're not gonna get no points for debating Kobe.
That's not true. That's not true. I moved.
Bro, ChatGPT, you need to go after quality.
Yeah, you ain't even heard me
over quantity.
Hold up, though, Lamont. When it comes to me,
quality.
Hold on, Lamont. With that being said, I could debate anybody. I'm gonna move up in the rankings, bro. That's how it is. If you go, that's how I can debate anybody.
Bro, Let ChatGPT literally just gave you advice, and you about to go away from it.
Here's the thing about the advice. That advice, I have no control of that advice because niggas ducking.
Because the thing is, you actually helped a lot of people get ranked.
Yeah, facts. You the come up
debating unranked.
So you the stepping stool? He the stepping stool, Lamont?
What happens is these other people got more to gain than to lose. True has everything to lose and very little to gain.
But here's the thing, but Lamont, though, time out.
That's why Sturdy can debate somebody that's ranked and then go down one spot.
So hold on, who's the dude talking to me then? Is this number one seed or who is it?
Hold on, Lamont. But here's the thing, though, Lamont. Here's the thing, though, Lamont. With that being said, then I don't send me. I told you plenty of times. Put me with some heavy hitters. If not, like I said, you seen the duck roll.
Set it up. You got to set it up in the Discord.
No. You seen multiple. Hey, Low. I said Low didn't care. I was here the whole time. Low didn't show up.
Somebody's mic is messed up. All right, we'll get it set up. True, I'll try to get it set up in the Discord.
I'm just saying, your boy Duck Room. Bro, this man. I took a last minute debate and he didn't want to do it.
I'm gonna set it up in the Discord.
I'm just saying. Listen, with that being said,
I'll put the link in the Discord. I'll put the link.
While you doing that, I just got one question before I get up out of here. Young Africa, I know you more than most of you do. Who you think the toughest component or opponent is that you done face, or one of the toughest dudes?
For sure.
Ticket TV.
No. That's only because of the fans. Nah, don't do that. Hey, what are you laughing at? I was gonna say Sturdy, but nobody, Kobe Joe. I bodied everybody.
Hold on, you said what? What you said?
You never bodied.
Okay.
You bodied Mingle Jester. You bodied Mingle
Ticket messed up my flow too. I was about to go get Lamont real quick after I body Ticket, but
how are you gonna debate me? I'm not even debating.
No. I was gonna make it a situation where you couldn't turn.
I've heard Lamont debate. Lamont cold. I heard him debate. He had he was.
Lamont got more losses. Lamont win-loss ratio is. Lamont win-loss ratio.
No, I think I've seen him debate. I think he was on player's choice.
Africa, how you lost the ticket?
Bro, when a man got 150,000 subscribers, what you want me to do, bro?
He got robbed for sure, but that is
Ticket not no pushover though.
But wait,
hey, Lamont, I was told the vote is the vote. I was told
the vote is the vote, though. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Lamont really low key set me up.
First of all, Lamont got losses too.
Backdoored you, Africa.
Lamont barely got any wins in his debate.
Hey, Lamont, you backdooring dudes, man.
Who that back door?
I thought it was 3 different votes, Lamont. I thought you said there was 3 different votes. There was the chat, then there was the judges, and then there was a special.
That was new vote. That was the old judging though at the time.
So even if the chat voted.
Okay. I forgot the chat. They vote too. Okay, I got.
No. But the judges. Well, Lamont can explain to you the judges that he picked. It was very evident what happened. I ain't even mad at it, but
Hold on.
I thought Chat GPT I thought they do it. Don't they?
No, ChatGPT can't. AI
can't listen to the debates.
It ain't
can't listen to the debates.
Okay.
No, ChatGPT does the ranking.
But hey, you heard what ChatGPT says though. I gotta take quality opponent. So if it ain't a quality opponent, well, take it. I got Go King Jimmy. I got the debate with him, Johnny. But
he's quality because remember how I did Low when I typed in his resume, even though he hadn't debated.
Right. And with that being said. I won't.
What you going to debate him on? What are you going to debate him on?
Larry Bird versus Dr. J.
Who has Dr. J?
He got Dr. J.
Lamont, you know who got Larry Bird, man. Come on.
He got Dr. J. I got Bird.
Hey, Sturdy, be confident, boy.
Sturdy, who you got in that debate?
I listen, man. Listen. I say both debaters is to be prepared. Just come prepared. That's all I'm gonna say.
Man, just who you got, man.
True, you gotta bring your A game, bro. I'm not.
I really don't. I really listen.
True. I'm being straightforward. True, I can't lie.
I'm telling you,
we go back like 4 flash of Cadillacs, bro.
He's the king of information. I'm telling you that right now.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, man.
I got info. I got info too. I already know what he's gonna say.
No, you don't.
Listen, my rounds already.
I'm telling you right now, you don't know what he's gonna say.
My rounds already done. I can do it right now.
You need to redo them. redoing.
My
I'm telling
rounds
you.
already done. Listen, when I say my rounds is done, hold on. When I say my rounds is done,
You're gonna have to
I'm
pull an
still
A from the
hold
UK
on.
PowerPoint.
Time out. When I say my rounds is when I say my rounds is done, I'm still researching. I'm just telling you how prepared I am. I'm adding more information to day by day by day.
No, it's not even about being prepared. You're gonna have to come with some spicy information, creative.
I already got that. So I already got that. Listen,
I already know he's gonna suplex you if you don't. True.
I already got. Hey, listen. Hey,
I'm telling you right now, true. Look now, hey Johnny.
Really not though.
And I've listened to his chat. Like I said, there's not too many people where I go to their channel and actually comment and give them credit. I'm telling you, man. I done heard him do magic with things that I didn't think could be done, man. I'm telling you, you need to be careful, man.
I'm not. I don't. Listen. I'm not playing. Listen, I'm not playing.
He didn't take
game.
Dr. J for no reason, man.
I don't care. But listen, he can feel he want to feel. I already cooked him last night. You wasn't there. I already cooked him last night.
Go James Kingdom. Is this true?
What? How? What did you do?
You talk about I cooked you on Wilt Chamberlain. Let's not forget that.
No, you
all
did
right,
not.
man.
Matter of fact, my phone went dead on me. You lucky it went dead on me because I was dropping some knowledge. And I didn't even look at my phone went dead on me. You so lucky.
All right, we go. You go look at the tape.
Though. Listen,
look at the tape, man.
Listen, you are Bill Russell, right? You could be Bill Russell today. That's fine. Trust me. Go James Kingdom is coming. I was waiting for my debut.
I'm Larry Bird Saturday. I'm the legend Saturday. So
right,
listen,
I'm Dr. J in 83. Just remember that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Hey. Sneak peek, a sidekick. Yeah, we're gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave that at that. In 83, we're gonna leave it at that.
Bro,
that's a sneak peek.
You need to chill out, True.
Hey man, I could go right now. Listen, like I said,
True is known. True is known for having. True will have definitely an AK. He definitely gonna bring an AK. But he gonna have about 4 bullets in the clip, and once them bullets is gone, man.
With that being said, listen. With that being said,
Lamar, AK.
With that being said, Lamar, I don't make excuses, right? But like I said, I have a lot of debate. I got things I have to do outside that. You listen, it is what it is, right? I was deployed. Listen, it is what it is. But that being said,
but true, you just gotta go do it, man. You should just research. I'm just saying.
But that being Lamar,
he's gonna hit you with a. I'm telling you right now, like if you're not careful with Dr. J, he's going to suplex you.
I'm researching Lamar. I'm researching on Dr. J too, though. That's the thing. I'm not researching.
Now look, I'm warning. The warning has been issued. I'm telling you, Dr. J is a trick bag topic.
Hey,
but with that being said,
oh my fault. Go ahead, bro.
And that being my fault, but that being said too, though, Lamont, you were surprised to use the HIV when that's what the Magic Johnson debate was after. You was impressed with that. Let's not act like I ain't going to
that was the 4 bullets in your clip, and you used them, and your shit was empty. Am I wrong, y'all? Am I wrong?
Hey, listen, I fumbled that.
He had 4 hot bullets, and the bullets was hot. Them bullets was hot.
So Lamar,
you ran out.
You saying he had 2 minutes left on the clock?
He was on Call of Duty. Ran out of ammo. Walked him down while he was camping somewhere, man.
Listen. Hey, listen. With that being said, Lamar, all that ammo, that's crazy. Hey, with all that being said, though,
he had a hell of a spot.
I got classics on top of classics. I got classics.
He didn't have no claymores.
He was camping. He ain't had no ammo in the corner.
Camping with no ammo. Camping in the corner with no ammo, man. Dude.
Hell, man.
Hey, that's a headshot around the corner. You dead, boy.
You know the dudes just walk up on you, stand over top of you.
Hey, listen. I don't even.
I hope you got a melee license.
Hey, that's the worst, bro. When you was in that corner and you trying to.
Hey, listen. Hey, but hey, listen though. With that being said, though, from this point forward, then I'm not taking nobody that's not credible. If you want to, we can play this game. We can play this game because, like I said before, the reason why we even have debates in the first place because I take these debates. I paid away for all these. I paid away for all these dudes, and like I said before,
so you Soulja Boy now. Or the debate.
I mean, listen.
He Soulja Boy at the debate now. I didn't know that.
I'm Soulja Boy. Well, Kobe. Well, I can be Soldier Boy. I want
Hey,
more
I'm
money.
new to this, man. I'm trying to figure out who's who.
Hey, listen. Ask Lamont who won the most prizes and money during
Who got the
debates.
Lamont? Who got the most titles over here,
that.
Lamont? Who got the most titles?
This is gonna be the first title we give out right here.
First one.
And I'm on
like the
and I'm
NCAA
on
tournament. It's the inaugural.
When is this popping off? When is this popping off?
The final one is going to the final top 10 battle is going to be Super Bowl weekend.
Okay.
Hey, Kobe though. All that being said, Kobe though, right?
Yeah.
I'm a 2-time. I've been ranked number 1 2 times. I'm the first ever champion over here.
All right, true.
So it's,
bro,
you got to February 11th to get back in the top 10. So
talk your shit, bro. I don't know who's who. I'm trying to learn. All I know is I heard H30 in Africa. That's all I heard.
I'm just telling you, true.
I put Sturdy on the map. I put Sturdy on the map.
The person I wouldn't want to debate right now would be Herm. That's who I wouldn't want to debate.
Why you say that like Herm somebody scary or something?
He's not. He's just
Herm. I ain't gonna lie though.
You don't know how. You don't know how legit it's gonna come.
No, Neil.
I ain't gonna lie.
I mean that.
Hey, no, but anybody
Herm has a unique way to get across his point. Like, and it's something you can't replicate. Like that's you got to give Herm. Like, and just how Lamont says, like he's deceptive that way. He's trying to give you information where you even see coming now.
Hey, Story,
So,
that's the exact way I would expect you to talk about a guy that bodied you, bro. That's exactly how I expect you to talk.
No, after. Unlike you, I give respect to my opponents. So if a possibility I do lose, it's not a huge shock. I learn to get better.
Oh,
so
the number one
real
seed.
quick.
You see this? It's the politicking of the number one seed. I say.
No, Africa, you do be taking some huge losses. See, Africa, you set your losses up bigger than what they are because you would talk so much trash. And when you lose, it's such a humongous letdown that you got to get ghost.
Yeah, then you lose. It's like crazy.
No, like Africa, like even though I picked you to beat Reggie, I can see why you lost, bro. Because you was debating not to lose instead of to win.
Yeah, that's the different mindset. But hey, Sturdy, real quick, what topic did Herm? What topic did he like destroy you in, bro?
Oh, destroy! There was no topic that Herm destroyed me in. But the topic that he beat me in. No, the topic that he beat me in was does the All-Star game need revamping? I was in favor. Herm was against. Also, Kobe Jordan. As you can not only ChatGPT choose our topic, also choose what side we have to debate.
You said what?
So if you can debate, know what I'm saying?
ChatGPT picks what side you debate
and what side you debate on that topic.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So they pick what side you on, and they pick the topic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
okay.
you could literally believe Bron is the GOAT. It might tell you to argue for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or something.
Yeah, you can't have no bias then. So Herm talking about I can't have bias in a debate.
So let me ask you this though, Lamont. Like being that I would be like a first person debater, right? How would ChatGPT?
Hold on, do y'all have a topic?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dr. J. Hold on. Are you not debating nobody else other than True?
Yeah, this is gonna be my first debate. I'm just saying. I'm just questioning. It's just a hypothetical question. Like, how would you type it in for it to choose one if we didn't have a topic?
I usually just set a form question in. Like I already got one built in, so I just type the two names in and it'll kick out a topic.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Andre, stupid. He said Herm is like Miami Heat. Stupid.
Low key is.
The finals will keep losing. Yeah. That's what
so he basically the AC, but he keep upset.
Did you already ask ChatGPT about the GOAT thing?
What about
the reverb? You asked two questions. What does Kevin Durant need to do to be in the GOAT discussion, and who's the GOAT?
Hold on, let me share my
screen. I think you asked
the
GOAT thing.
I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Hold on. So ask it what again? Hold on, let me hide this.
First ask it who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT basketball?
It's gonna say Jordan, bro. It's gonna say.
Okay, so hold on. We can just start with the Kevin Durant question, right? So what does Kevin Durant need to do to enter into the GOAT conversation as his career? That's it, Sturdy? That's the only question?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, ChatGPT smart. They know what it is.
Chips.
No, I'm just showing these young something.
This is winning more championships is a major factor. He already has multiple titles, but additional championships, especially as the undisputed leader of his team, would strengthen his case.
Undisputed.
Individual awards, MVPs, finals MVPs, all the normal stuff there. Statistical milestones, climbing higher in the all-time scoring list. I agree there. Hold on, y'all. Somebody got some background noise.
Reverb, yeah. I think it's Kobe.
Milestones, categories, rebounds, blocks, steals would further cement his status, longevity, and consistency, which I agree there. LeBron, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is examples. Influencing style of play, continuing to innovate and influence the game with a unique skill set. I think he's already done that one. Leadership and impact on teams. I agree there. Off the court impact. I don't know if he can even catch up there, but yeah.
That's a lot of stuff.
Resilience and overcoming challenges. I agree with that. Overcoming adversity.
Leave Twitter alone.
Memorable performances. I agree there. He definitely needs to be impressionable. And then comparisons and era dominance. So I'm real big on era dominance. This is finally Durant's career and achievements stack up against other all-time greats, and his dominance during his era will be key. And I think he's done a good job with dominance in his era because I think he's the only player in this era who has hands down for a time period has been considered better than LeBron. Like when LeBron was at his peak powers.
When was this?
When he beat LeBron. The year after he beat LeBron.
2017?
Yeah, the year after he beat Bron, he was considered the best player in the league.
Lamont, can you do that same for Kawhi real quick? See what happens?
That's interesting.
All right.
I'm just curious because I know he don't got all the points in the individual accolades. So
it's probably just gonna give us similar list.
Yeah, but he probably do. I think they probably gonna revolve it around winning more rings, mostly.
All right.
Yep, like I said, championships. What else? Oh, individual.
It's literally the same thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. Literally.
I mean, it seems like ChatGPT already has a set criteria. Yeah,
that's the point.
Right. So, yeah, it's the same thing pretty much.
So, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. What we need to do is we need to create a criteria, enter all the elements of it, and tell it to create like a top 15 or top 20. That's what we need to do.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I gotta watch more debates, Andre.
Me personally, I think those four things I said earlier. I think that's just a comment. I think that's a requirement just be in that conversation.
Yeah.
Because
we could probably do that. We can definitely do that on the next show, man. Try to break down some criteria with ChatGPT. But yeah, I got to shut this one down. I'm gonna get shut down. All right, y'all. Salute to Ace 30, man, pulling up. We got Go James Kingdom. Make sure y'all go check him out on YouTube, man. I believe he goes live every Sunday, y'all. Go James Kingdom.
Sunday noon Eastern time, and Friday night exposure with the exposer. If you want to just talk to me personally, but we do the Goat James Kingdom show every Sunday noon Eastern time.
There you go, man. Y'all make sure I go check them out. Easy to find channel, and they be cooking over there. Them dudes be coming over from, I think, TikTok, man. Just be getting barbecued on Jordan, man. So
from everywhere, Facebook, TikTok, Discord, wherever you want to come from, you get cooked if you can't talk.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna shut this one down. I'm gonna drop Sturdy. I'm gonna drop Go James Kingdom. Salute to y'all for pulling up. But look, y'all, FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. Great show today, man. We got a lot of information covered. Talked about the KD situation, man. The biases, man. You know, we'll see how it impacts people's list going forward. If you haven't done so on the way out, make sure you hit the Cash App, $ FYF Sports. To salute, man. If you appreciate the content, man. If you want to help keep this channel going and thriving, man, make sure you support, man, any way you can. If not, just hit the like button. That's the biggest way to support. Like, share these videos, man. Get them out there. We're gonna be more consistent. Like I said, we had a busy couple of weeks with with the basketball stuff, been coaching a lot. So things going to be toning down here. So we won't have as many games, just have some big tournaments we had to get through. I'm going to try to get access to some of the games because I want to do a film breakdown on my own games. So I think we have some games we can do a film breakdown to. Try to get access to that film and get it done. But FYF Sports, another great podcast episode, man. We're going to be back with more sports and news, y'all. Until then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep my life, you want is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
Missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, so shit, I'll just taste it great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. How do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, they just can't control me. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right, girl, before it's too late. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Out of being that, do you have my back, girl, before it's too late? Can I say my piece, girl? Girl, know what you mean to me. You just keep it real with me. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Every time I'm backstep, missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, so shit, I'll just taste it great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. Floating again and I'm running the map. They say the best defense is just to attack. Hopping through too much, it's hard to attach. All this going on is being hard to relax. Gotta get up, gotta get it again. They ain't get the message, we spinning again. I feel my back, I'm just leaving it in. Get what they want, then they leaving again. I cannot act like this ain't nothing new. Been getting smarter with all I've been through. Nowadays, I'm more rewarding than truth. Tired of keeping energy just to lose. Let it all out when I step in the booth. We're there for some months, now it's time to recruit. Met the investments, it's time to recoup. It's time to recoup, but how do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, you just can't control me. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right, girl, before it's too late. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Every time I'm backstep,